them and hard and often tonight.
Shock, you're down on the field. I know you have the heated benches, but when you're not luxuriating on the heated benches, how cold down there? I see the flags have calmed down a little bit. Earlier they were really blowing hard. Now they're back up again.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the biggest thing. I saw earlier where the winds were supposed to be up around 20 miles per hour, but also looked at during the second half, it shouldn't be as bad. Now, it is a little chilly, but this is what you expect for late November football. All these guys will be just fine. I mean, I'm watching Carson and a bunch of other guys, no sleeves on. The weather won't be as big of a deal. I think just the coldness is here, but when you get a little wind, that's when you have a little issue. You got to make sure you're aware of that, especially if it picks up pretty good.
All right, very good, very good. Thank you, man. Scott Howard's about to grab the coach, so we'll return in 2 minutes with an exclusive Inside Skinny with Coach Kirby Smart. 9-2 Georgia, 7-4 Georgia Tech. Almost time to GATA on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
If you're a contractor, who do you want on your crew? Someone with a good attitude, who's willing to work, who's well-trained, and who has the skills to solve problems on the fly. Someone who can be on time and on budget. That's us. I'm Kenny Mullins, International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613. We're a group of almost 6,000 electricians ready to go to work for you today. Visit IBEW613.org or call me personally, 404-523-8100.
This is Coach Kirby Smart. The decision-making process between an elite athlete and a school takes time. You can rely on stats and research, but sometimes you just get a gut feeling about the person across from you, their unshakable desire to be elite. It's when game recognizes game.
Take your game to elite levels with the power and performance of the Ford F-150, the official truck of your Georgia Bulldogs. See your local Ford dealer today.
Ford F-150, built Ford tough. Go Dogs.
This is Georgia Football. Brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? They're yours, and Progressive protects them both. Bundle today at Progressive.com. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
It's better over here. After investing billions to light up our network, T-Mobile is America's largest 5G network. Plus, right now, you can switch, keep your phone, and we'll pay it off up to $800. See how you can save on every plan versus Verizon and AT&T at T-Mobile.com/across America.
Up to 4 lines via virtual prepaid card. Allow 15 days. Qualified unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
Counting you down to kickoff.
Dylan Bell in the backfield, shifting behind Beck. Play fake to him, throw it to Arian Smith. He's got a block, and that's all he needed to get into the end zone as he cut inside the numbers and sprinted for home.
You're listening to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Welcome back to the Bulldogs Tailgate Show. Back with Georgia head coach Kirby Smart as the Bulldogs host to Georgia Tech here tonight, the last regular season game of the year. And Coach, going through the football offices, I see big red lettering, signs on the wall that says defend your turf. You guys have done a great job of defending the turf. You got the long home winning streak. What's the importance of that aspect and that philosophy?
Well, when you study teams that win championships, there's a high indicator that they win their games at home. And the first step in being successful is winning your home games. And that's really important. That's important in this game because it is home and it's a rivalry game.
Georgia Tech, this series goes back a long, long time. You've played in it. You've been an assistant coach in it. You've been a head coach in it. Going back to your playing days, you played for Ray Goff and Jim Donnan. What was the process to get ready for Georgia Tech like then compared to how you do it now with your guys?
Well, very similar. It was always a different week because it was Thanksgiving week ever since I've played in it. So it was a little unique because school would be out a couple days and you'd get ready for Saturday. I think the biggest difference this year is obviously that it's Friday, and that makes for a shortened week. In our case, they played on Thursday night. We played on Saturday. So we've had to make some adjustments to get ready quickly.
You got your 9th win of the season last week in the win over UMass. You were really kind of shorthanded in your running back room as far as experience is concerned, but Nate Frazier really delivered for your offense. What was that experience like for you as a coach to watch him have that kind of game? And then the other guys, too, that got in there and got some carries for you.
Yeah, it's great for Nate. He's a guy that's worked really hard. It came kind of easy to him in that game because we overpowered their front and moved them out of there and probably overmatched them some. So it helped his success as well as Dwight's and Chauncey's and Cash's and the offense did a lot of good things. But we have to continue to improve because the level of comp is way higher this week.
Yeah, it goes up exponentially from here on out, as a matter of fact. And the offense last week was really good. You scored on just about every possession. Defensively, you had some question marks after the game last week. What kind of things you've been working on defensively this week to get ready for Georgia Tech?
Very different kind of opponent to play against. They're very efficient running the ball. They're very physical. Yards after contact are going to be huge. Did you square up the tackle and did you knock them back? Because 2 rushes and they get 2 extra yards each time. That just makes for really short third downs. And we got to be swarming to the ball, get multiple people there, and we got to knock back.
How have you been addressing the tackling issue on the defense?
Tackling in practice. I mean, that's the biggest thing you can do is go thud, go wrap up, go hit people, and get better at it.
Who's really developed for you guys on defense this season? Is there a couple of guys that really stand out? You've been really pleased with their progress this year?
Yeah, a lot of guys have grown. Jalen's gotten a lot better at inside backer and grown up and played. Raylan's gotten better. A couple of the DBs have grown up and played. Daniel Harris has gotten better by the way he's played. KJ, Ellis. There's a lot of guys on the defensive front that are improving. Jamal Jarrett and Zay McLeod. Just a lot of guys. Gabe Harris, just continue to work and get better.
You mentioned Jalen Walker, finalist for the Butkus Award, named to that this week. What's been the reason for his development? What have you seen really kick in for him to become one of the best linebackers in the country?
Well, first, his work ethic. He works so hard to be good at what he does. He demands excellence of others and himself. He's a great leader in the community. He's a great Christian leader in all walks of faith in his FCA leadership. So he's a tremendous person on and off the field and just a joy to be around.
That's an award, too, that you guys have had some experience with. You've had 2 winners already.
Yeah, it's been pretty awesome to have the history that Schumann's had there.
Just final thoughts on this game tonight before you run out of the tunnel and get ready for this last home game between the hedges.
Just biggest thing is play with great composure and passion. There's a balance between those two. You got to strike a balance. There's a lot of times guys get emotional in this game. You got to play with emotion without being emotional.
Georgia and Georgia Tech. Coach Smart, thanks very much. Good luck today.
Thank you, and go Dogs.
All right, that's Coach Smart. Hondo, we'll send it back to you for more of the Bulldogs Tailgate Show.
All right, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Coach. A former Athens fixture, Tim Cicerelli, visiting us here on the stage at the Napa Tailgate Show. For the first time since 1994, the Dogs and the Yellow Jackets are going to battle on a Friday. That year, led by Eric Zier, Bulldogs posted a 48-10 victory right here in Athens. Also of note, teams met on Thanksgiving Day in 93 and 95. Both of those were Bulldogs wins as well. Overall, the good guys lead the all-time series, 71 wins, 39 defeats, and 5 ties. Scott Howard, Lauren Smith, DJ Shockley, Eric Zier, and your old buddy Hondo on the radio return in 2 minutes on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Kick off your game with Georgia Peanuts. Power-packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste, Georgia Peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns while cheering on the Dogs, look for Georgia Peanuts in Sanford Stadium concessions or visit gapeanuts.com to order online. online. This message is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission. Peanuts! Get your peanuts!
The Hilltop Grill opened the night David Green hit Michael Johnson at Auburn, sending the Dogs to the SEC title. In the years since, Hilltop has become an Athens favorite, featuring premium steak and seafood. Locally owned, the Hilltop gives you the finest in food without the hassle of downtown. With an open and covered patio, reservations available for all occasions, private parties, and a sensational Sunday brunch. Hunker down and head to the Hilltop at 2310 West Broad. Call 706-353-7667. That's 706-353-7667.
Between the hedges and across the stage, this is where the Dogs play. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Attention Georgia Bulldogs football fans. Napa is here to help you hit the road this season. As a proud partner of University of Georgia football, Napa helps you tackle tough projects. With a network of nearly 6,000 auto parts stores and over 17,000 auto care centers nationwide. So whenever your mean machine is coming down the track, know that the Napa network has your back.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for Athens. The Georgia Bulldogs Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now Card. They're a win for your wallet and a big Go Dogs, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Bulldogs pride? Order your card now at regions.com/GoDogs. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
Down to kickoff.
This crowd is jacked and ready to go. We'll kick it off from the far hash, left to right. He will boom it.
You're listening to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Snap to Beck. Time, pump fake, throws it down the hash, into the end zone, caught at the 4, now into the end zone. Touchdown, Arian Smith, touchdown, Georgia.
Arian with his 4th TD grab of the year last week leads the Bulldogs with 695 receiving yards. We are fired up on a cold night for Georgia versus Georgia Tech. This is the Napa Tailgate Show. Scott is in the broadcast booth alongside Eric Zier. DJ Shockley down on Dooley Field. Lauren and I are hovering around a trash can fire here on the Scanda stage outside the UGA bookstore. When he was hired, gentlemen, Georgia Tech coach Brent Key declared, quote, "There is an opponent in this state we will work 365 days a year to defeat. We will work 365 days a year to dominate," unquote. And I believe, Scott Howard, that Yosemite Sam put it best when he said, "Them's fighting words, rabbit."
I didn't know they felt that way about Georgia Southern. I mean, you have to say that when you're the Tech head coach, you have to come with that mentality. And Brent Key is a Georgia Tech guy, so he's got that in him. I mean, what other game on the schedule does any Tech fan point to other than this one? I mean, you run down that list. Like, which game means the most to you every year? That Duke matchup, that Virginia matchup, that North Carolina? No, it's Georgia. It's Georgia every year. So that's always, like the song says, Georgia's on the mind, and it is. It probably is 365 a year. So I can't fault Key for saying that. I mean, that's just how they feel.
There's no question about that. When he got hired, this Tech program was in shambles. And just the shell of the program that it once was, or maybe that it could be. So much of the words that he's stating, it's on everybody's mind, but he needed to invigorate and fire up a fan base that had essentially abandoned the football team, and then start to instill some belief into his team that, listen, we can go compete on that at that same level. The strides that Tech is making as a program, Brent Key and his staff, they really have done a remarkable job. Great job of leadership, great job of coaching. We'll see where they are in that progression. No doubt they've made strides. They beat a number 10 Miami team this year. They've got belief that they can come in here and compete and win this football games. Dogs need to start fast. and shatter any hope of that. Remind them very quickly we're still the ones that run this state. And you want to win this state championship, you better play some big boy football. We'll see where Tech is in it, but this I know, those words don't scare our boys in our locker room one bit.
Well, I don't know anything about Brent Key's work ethic. I don't know anything about his habits. I'm not around him, but I know one thing. He's not going to work one bit harder than the Georgia head coach, Kirby Smart. He is a man who has two interests, his family and Georgia football. And he's giving Georgia football everything he has from within him. No coach gives of himself more to a program than Kirby Smart has with the University of Georgia. And I think that is one of the reasons why he's been successful. He will admit this is the most important game on the schedule, but he has other ambitions too. He wants to win SEC championships. He wants to win national championships. So he'll work the hardest to do everything possible to win the state championship first.
I think you guys have all mentioned some really important things, and Z, you mentioned starting fast. I know, Lauren, you talked about, winning the state championship. I think ultimately it just comes down to this game is, we always talk about recruiting the best players. You can only do that if you win your state, and winning your state sometimes has to come with beating that team across the which is Georgia Tech, because you always got a bunch of kids going back and forth. Maybe they Georgia, maybe Georgia Tech. You establish yourself that you are the dominant team in this state, and you make sure you do it in big-time fashion. I think this is one of those kind of ball games you just show your dominance and continue to be the team that when you think of the state of Georgia, it starts with the Bulldogs. So I'm excited for this one, but I'm even more excited to whip those boys on the other side that got on that goal.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of steam coming out of nostrils tonight, and it's not just the cold air and the water vapor coming out of the noses. We're going to be playing Rock'em Sock'em Robots. Let's get some final thoughts from our roundtable crew here before we go to break. DJ Shockley, why don't you take it first?
This is just one of those games that you love to be a part of, and I mentioned it earlier. When you leave the University of Georgia and you think about your time as a Bulldog, the one thing you always remember is how you did versus your in-state rival. And Georgia Tech, for me, being undefeated, it means a lot to me. Whenever I meet somebody, they say, "Oh, this guy's a Georgia Tech guy," and I always tell them, it don't matter to me. I never lost to him, so it's a big deal to be able to do that, and I'm excited to see these dogs go to work and finish off this regular season the right way, and you do it by beating that team tonight.
Well, I think Kirby has underscored how important it is with his team. I know what he says in conversation privately, and I think he's ready to play, which means I feel like our team will be ready to play. But a quick departure, Neil, seeing what's going on around the country, wanting to fire coaches if they're not winning, not doing well enough. All everywhere. Believe it or not, at Oklahoma once, Barry Switzer, towards the end of his career, things were down. So they printed bumper stickers, Barry. He went and got it copyrighted, and now nobody can use it but him.
Good for Barry. Good for Coach Switzer. Scott?
Everybody who's played in this game has a great story about their meeting with Georgia Tech. I mean, Eric and Shock both have great football stories, a lot of humor sometimes in their matchups with this team over the years. If you went to school here, you have great memories of this series. If you just attended football games, if you're a season ticket holder, it doesn't matter what your connection is to the University of Georgia. If you're affiliated with it in any way, shape, or form, then you have stories and you have moments and memories about this series, and that's part of the importance of it, and that's why you want to win. So, like Adrian said to Rocky in the first movie, just win.
Just win, indeed. It is time to tee it up. There's been a lot of talk coming into this week. We know Tech's had a couple extra days to prepare. We know that they believe that they're ready to stand on this same stage with the University of Georgia. It's time to find out. We're 44 minutes and 3 seconds away from getting this thing going. It can't get here fast enough for me.
Even on this frigid night, the 15th largest stadium in America is HOTTOGO, baby. Thank you, men. Number 7 Georgia versus 7-4 Georgia Tech. We'll be back with more in 2 minutes. First, let's pause for station identification. This is the Bulldog Sports Network. break and come right back after this. Bulldog Sports Network.
Don't let your insurance company fumble your coverage. Georgia Farm Bureau Insurance never drops the ball. We're an award-winning company offering a variety of insurance coverage options for your home, auto, and more. And with experienced agents in every Georgia community, we always bring our A game. Don't drop the ball. Visit gfbinsurance.com or call 877-404-1050 to talk with one of our Georgia-based agents today.
What's up, Dog Nation? When it comes to financing your home, it's time to team up with the name you can trust. Southeast Mortgage is the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs, serving the great state of Georgia for over 3 decades. Their local team of experts will guide you through the process with a winning strategy, just like the Dogs do on the gridiron. Visit our website at southeastmortgage.com/UGA to get started. Remember, Southeast Mortgage is the champion of home loans. Go Dogs! NMLS number 103956. Georgia Residential Mortgage Licensee number 6578.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
This holiday season, spread a little extra cheer with BMW. For every new BMW bought in the month of November, we'll donate 200 meals to families in need through Feeding America. Over the last 7 years, BMW has proudly helped provide over 17 million meals to those in need, and with your help, that number will continue to grow. Visit your local BMW center for details or visit bmwusa.com/Drive to End Hunger today. Take advantage of exceptional offers during BMW's Drive to End Hunger event.
Hi, it's Oscar Delp. As a UGA student, managing my finances can be stressful. That's why I'm a proud member of Georgia's Own Credit Union. Georgia's Own has been saving people money for nearly 90 years. Whether it's better rates on an auto loan or fewer fees on a checking account, your money goes further at Georgia's Own. Best of all, they are local, trusted, and continue to support the people, places, and teams we've grown to love. To learn more, visit georgiasown.org. I'm Oscar Delp, and I'm one of Georgia's Own.
It's time to unleash the dogs.
Rolls to his left, throws in, it's intercepted. Malachi Starks at the 40. It's Georgia's ball on the interception by Malachi Starks.
Welcome back to the Napa Auto Parts Tailgate Show.
Interference on Tech, I would imagine from the spot of the foul, they'll step it down, but there's no time. 24-21, interference on Tech, and most of the stadium boos. They got the ball right down where it was on the 8-yard line. Here we are, only 14 seconds for 8 yards. We spread 4 men out. The ones on the right are kind of wide. Stafford pointing at the defense or center. Shotgun Bobo. Bobo going to take it and look and throw it in the corner. And a touchdown! Yes! Oh, my God! A touchdown in the corner! My God! In the corner! Oh, my, it couldn't have happened!
His second miracle catch. Auburn last year, he caught it to send it to overtime.
It was Corey Allen, the big receiver.
Wow, how about that? If you want to feel what this rivalry should mean in this state, then preserve those seconds of earworm of Larry Munson and Scott Howard. Mike Bobo culminated the Dogs' 65-yard drive over the final 40 seconds there till there were just 8 seconds left in the game. 8-yard strike to Corey Allen, culminating that drive for the Bulldogs. Georgia Tech had marched down the field right before that and scored with 48 seconds remaining in the game to take the lead. Here we go. Fast forward to 2024. The current edition of the Dogs riding this 6-game consecutive win streak over Tech. In fact, Georgia now has won 25 consecutive non-conference matchups. One more fun stat for you. Georgia is 49-4 between the hedges under Coach Kirby Smart. In this series, Georgia has won 6 in a row, 12 of the last 14. The Dogs have won 19 of the last 22 against Georgia Tech, 35 of the last 45, and since Vince Dooley came in 1964, Georgia has won 45 of the last 59 games with the Yellow Jackets. Tonight, the Red and Black hosts a Tech team that has posted back-to-back winning seasons for the first time since 2013-2014, and its signature win came 3 weeks ago over then number 4 Miami. Nothing would delight the Tech fandom more than defeating our Bulldogs before we head to to the SEC Championship game in Atlanta next week. Buckle up. The helmets start cracking in about 39 minutes. That's going to wrap up today's Napa Tailgate Show. The Ford Drive to Kickoff is next. We are grateful for our talented support staff, our stadium engineer, Adam Gillespie, Josh Connor, engineers here outside the UGA bookstore, our studio producer, Luke Nadcarney, and Chris Schiavone, contributor. For Scott, DJ Z, and Lauren Smith, this is Neil Hondo Williamson. I'll talk to you again at halftime on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Want a satisfying meal for just $6? Try the new $6 meal deal from Dunkin'. It's a medium hot or iced coffee and a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich and a side of hash browns for just $6. You know Dunkin' coffee, it's always made just how you like it. The bacon, egg, and cheese is mostly toasty and delicious, and crispy golden hash browns are a must. So there's the new $6 meal deal too. Take advantage of this offer while it lasts. Excludes espresso and cold brew beverages. Offer valid on bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwiches only. Excludes seasoned bacon. Participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions and terms apply.
When the Georgia Bulldogs take the field, it's game on. Like the Dogs, Walton Gas sets the bar high. For over 2 decades, Walton Gas has been the MVP of natural gas providers, offering unbeatable rates and service. We play a clean game, no hidden fees, just honest pricing and top-notch care. Join the winning team with Walton Gas. Visit waltongas.com or call us today to learn why we're Georgia's most trusted natural gas provider. Go Dogs!
This is Georgia Football. Brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Dogs fans in Athens, we have 2 important rules. Support local business and cheer on the Georgia Bulldogs. This season, we would like to thank our official hometown team partners for their support of Georgia athletics. Georgia Cotton Farmers, Longhorn Steakhouse in Athens, and CertaPro Painters of Athens. Learn more about how you can support these great local partners by finding the hometown team partners ad in the digital game program on GeorgiaDogs.com. Support our hometown team partners and you'll support the Dogs.
On game day, there's nothing like tailgating, touchdowns, and Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea goes down smooth and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Cool, refreshing, and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Look for the bright yellow cans wherever you buy beer. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Now let's see if the Dogs have come up and are really ready to play.
Oh, my goodness, clobbered at the 30-yard line. Boom! Here comes pressure. We're going to get him. Got a lot of grass. See, he's gone to the house. Touchdown just like that. To the right in motion. Beck with time to throw for the back left corner of the end zone. Over the shoulder. You can hear it. Touchdown, Georgia. Perfection wears red and black. Here we go in a series older than the stadium itself. It's Georgia and Georgia Tech for the 116th time as we welcome you to Dooley Field at Sanford Stadium in Athens for tonight's clash. Yes, there is much disdain between the two sides, so much so they can't even agree on the number of times this game has actually been played. Georgia Tech recognizes 2 more games in the series than Georgia, but tonight's contest will certainly be in the books. The 9-2 and 7th-ranked Bulldogs work to extend a 5-year-long home winning streak and solidify a playoff spot, while 7-4 Georgia Tech wants to spoil the festivities between the hedges like the Yellow Jackets did in 2016. Kirby Smart's first season as the Bulldogs head coach and the last time Tech had a win in the series. Since then, Georgia has rolled to 6 consecutive wins by an average of 29 points, proving to the college football world who runs this state. But to keep the moniker, winning is required each season in this century-old rival game. So who runs the state in 2024? We'll find out tonight. But we know this much. The path leads through 93,000 plus in Athens, Georgia. It's the Dogs and the Jackets coming up on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, this is the Ford Drive to Kickoff. The Ford Drive to Kickoff is brought to you by Ford. Visit your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Dogs. Our coverage will continue after these messages.
This is Coach Kirby Smart. There are people who talk about being elite, then there are people who work hard to be elite. They're the ones I want on my team, and that's what I want from my truck. That's why I drive a Ford F-150. Integrated technology, powerful performance, comfortable and stylish. The total package.
Take your game to the next level with a Ford F-150, the official truck of your Georgia Bulldogs. See your local Ford dealer today.
Kick off your game with Georgia Peanuts. Power-packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste, Georgia Peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns while cheering on the Dogs, look for Georgia Peanuts in Sanford Stadium concessions or visit gapeanuts.com to order online. This message is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission. Peanuts! Get your peanuts!
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
A well-executed game plan is always the key to a victory on the field, and it's the same when it comes to stopping people from dying in crashes caused by drunk drivers. When alcohol is part of the tailgate or any occasion, then the game plan always includes a ride with a sober driver. All drunk driving deaths are preventable, and choosing not to drink and drive saves lives, maybe even your own, and it'll avoid a costly DUI arrest. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety reminds everyone to drive sober so they won't have to pull you over.
When the Georgia Bulldogs take the field, it's game on. Like the Dogs, Walton Gas sets the bar high. For over 2 decades, Walton Gas has been the MVP of natural gas providers, offering unbeatable rates and service. We play a clean game, no hidden fees, just honest pricing and top-notch care. Join the winning team with Walton Gas. Visit waltongas.com or call us today to learn why we're Georgia's most trusted natural gas provider. Go Dogs!
Welcome back to the Ford Drive to Kickoff. Once again, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
Stadium filling up here in Athens tonight. Final game of the regular season between the hedges, Georgia and Georgia Tech. This is the Ford Drive to Kickoff, brought to you by the Ford F-150. For the latest offers on the official truck of the Dogs, see your local Ford dealer today. Let's check in with Eric Zier now. He's got Z's keys for a Georgia victory tonight. Z, give them to us one more time.
Well, to win this football game tonight, you've got to make this Georgia Tech team one-dimensional and put it on their quarterbacks to go throw the football to win the game. Haynes King, the starter for Georgia Tech, has been battling through injuries. There's a backup freshman that has come in. He's been serviceable so far this year, but neither guy right now in their state can go win the football game if it's put on their shoulders. Got to drop an extra guy in the box, and to win in the running game or against this rushing attack from Georgia Tech that is very sophisticated, we have to have great gap discipline throughout the game today. We've got to read our keys. We've got to have good fits and can't allow open lanes. You've seen it game after game when you put this Tech team on tape. They pull a lot of offensive linemen. They get misdirection and some eye candy going, and then they just have gashing plays in between the tackles as holes are opened up and they get offensive linemen up on the second level. Can't allow that to happen today. On the offensive side of the ball, got to keep doing a lot of things that we've been doing, but Georgia Tech will allow gaps in the middle of the field between the hashes. They do a lot of cover two, they do a lot of 4 deep, so 2 high safeties, but there are gaps in this defense when you throw the football in between the hashes. It's what Carson Beck in this offense does very well. We're going to have shots and opportunities to exploit it. Need to go do that. This Tech team coming into this football game today, they are starting to believe. They believe that they belong on this field with Georgia. It's been a while since that's been the case. Have to start fast today. Got to get this crowd into it. The atmosphere should be electric at night between the hedges. It always is, but want to give this Georgia Tech team zero reason to believe they even belong on this field with the University of Georgia. And then finally, we've been talking about it all year. We've been better over the past couple of games. Have to protect the football. I don't care who it is that you play. If you give them extra shots and extra opportunities, they can make you pay. Have to protect the football today. Play clean the way we have over the past couple of weeks.
Z, there were some reports out earlier today suggesting or maybe even reporting on rumors, just throwing it out there, that Tech may not use one of their quarterbacks tonight to save a redshirt year. Do you buy into that at all? You expect fully to see what we've seen previously since Haynes King was injured? I mean, he plays part of the time, and the other guy plays part of the time.
Yeah, you're talking about Aaron Philo that they may put on the bench and not play. I can't see one as a player saying, yeah, that's okay. I don't want to come play in my backyard against one of the top teams in the country. That's why you come play football. So I can't see that he would want that to begin with. And then if you're Brent Key, knowing this is a game that you've got to go win, this can make your season and really catapult your program to another level. I can't see any way that that's the case, but it's going to be interesting to see if indeed that does take place. But I think those are more rumors than anything else.
Yeah, that would defy what he said when he got the job, saying that they prepare for this game for an opponent in this state for 365 days a year. If you buy that logic,
that's exactly right. Listen, when Brent Key stepped into this program, he's re-energized it. He's done a great job of bringing Tech back to relevance, but make no mistake, this is his playoff. This is his Super Bowl.
All right, Dogs are heading inside. Thanks, Z. Let's go down to Shock on the field. He's got the coach before the Dogs head into the locker room. DJ.
All right, Coach, this is what everybody's looking forward to. Just give me a little vibe check on how your team prepared here as we came out getting ready for this big one.
Big rivalry game, a lot of emotion. Can't play emotional, but we got to have great composure. I'm looking forward to it. Cut these guys loose.
All right, what's the key, especially for what they like to do on offense? Some crazy runs, a lot of misdirection. What's been the key this week to your defense?
Great eye control. Every play has 2 and 3 plays off of it. You got to fit them right. When you don't, they make you pay. You got to play with the 11th guy in the box, which makes you susceptible to shots, but we got to control the line of scrimmage.
All right, Coach, get it done. Let's go get it. Back to you, Scott.
Shock, thank you very much. Good stuff from Georgia head coach Kirby Smart. The Dogs trying to warm up a little bit inside the locker room. Tech continuing with their pregame warm-ups here at Dooley Field, and we're going to have football in about 25 minutes here in Athens tonight. This is the Ford Drive to kickoff, and we will continue right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Home isn't just a place, it's a state of mind. Like curling up in a comfy chair while it's cold outside, with a warm drink, or maybe even a wine in hand. As you watch the world go by outside your window.
Short rib.
Good afternoon, this is your captain speaking.
Which is why at Delta, our people do our best to make you feel at home. Refill? Long before you get there. Delta, keep climbing.
Zaxby's Sensation Salad is so much more than a plain old salad. It's a salad, which begs the question, at what point does a salad stop being a salad and become a salad? Is it when you add Zaxby's fried chicken to it? Crunchy wontons? Asian slaw? Citrus vinaigrette? Teriyaki glaze? Sweet and spicy sauce? Or is it when you top it all with a handmade perfectly fried egg roll? Without a doubt, the egg roll. The Sensation Salad, only at Zaxby's.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. The Southeastern Conference. It's the land of legends, of places, the faces, and moments.
And he's going for it. It's a touchdown!
We've seen the confetti fall again and again. But we're not done. It's time for the next generation to make their mark and go from 14 deep to 16 strong. It's a whole new ball game in the SEC, and it just means more.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
Welcome back for Drive to Kickoff. Georgia and Georgia Tech on the way for you tonight. This portion of our broadcast brought to you by the Ford F-150. For the latest offers on the official truck of the Dogs, see your local Ford dealer today. Let's go across the SEC. What do you say? Brought to you by T-Mobile, the best 5G coverage in the game. Only one conference game was played today, and it just ended a few moments ago. Ole Miss won the Egg last year in the Egg Bowl with Mississippi State, and they win it again this year. Ole Miss 26, Mississippi State 14. That means the Bulldogs in Starkville go winless in conference play this year, 0-8, and they finish the regular season at 2-10. Ole Miss with the win, now 9-3, and they close out conference play at 5-3. Ole Miss ranked 14th in the latest college football playoff rankings. Now tomorrow you've got a heavier day of action starting at noon with Kentucky hosting Louisville in ACC-SEC matchup, and that'll be the 4-7 Wildcats entertaining a 7-4 Cardinals team. Kentucky leads that series with 20 wins and 15 losses, and Kentucky, by the way, you'll recall, the only SEC team. The only SEC win that they have, was at Ole Miss. So they are 1-7 to close out their conference play, which they did in their previous game. Also a 12 o'clock game, South Carolina, number 15, at number 12, Clemson. South Carolina going for its 9th win of the season. They haven't posted a 9-win season since 2017, and they are at 9-2 Clemson tomorrow. The Tigers lead that series overall with 73 wins, 43 losses. There have been 4 ties. They won the game last year in Columbia, 16-7 over the Gamecocks. Again, that's a noon start tomorrow. Also at noon, Tennessee at Vanderbilt to close out the regular season. 8th-ranked Volunteers with a record of 9-2, 5-2 in the conference, roll into Nashville to face a 6-5 Vanderbilt team that is going bowling this year for the first time since 2018 when they played in the Texas Bowl. Commodores trying to get to 500 in conference play with a win. They would do just that. 13 of Vanderbilt's 33 wins in this series, however, occurred pre-SEC. Prior to 1930, Tennessee leads the all-time series with 80 wins, 33 losses, and there have been 5 ties. Also tomorrow afternoon, 3:30 Eastern Time, 5-6 Auburn at number 13 and 8-3 Alabama. Auburn trying for a 3rd straight win to close out this regular season, and it would also give them bowl eligibility with a win in Tuscaloosa tomorrow. Their last win in Tuscaloosa, however, was 2010, so it's been a while. Alabama, you'll recall, had that miracle finish last year to win at Auburn 27-24. Also a 3:30 Eastern Time game, 6-5 Arkansas visiting 8-3 Missouri. The Tigers number 21 in the latest college football rankings. It's the 16th game in the series. It's called the Battle Line Rivalry, and Missouri leads it with 11 wins and only 4 losses. Also tomorrow, 7 o'clock Eastern, Oklahoma is at LSU. Oklahoma at 6-5 gained bowl eligibility with last week's win over Alabama. They listed 11 players out this week. So what the Sooners roster looked like, it may be a little depleted. LSU with a record of 7-4 as they host this one and try to win their 5th game in league play. The teams played last in the 2019 playoffs with LSU winning big over Oklahoma in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, 63-28. 7 o'clock tomorrow, Florida State hosts the Florida Gators. Florida at 6-5 for the year, 4-4 in the SEC. Florida State just 2-9 this season. It's the 68th game in the series. Florida leads it all time with 37 wins, 28 losses. There have been a couple of ties. Florida State is seeking its 2nd win against an FBS team this year since being destroyed
by Georgia in last year's Orange Bowl. The Seminoles beat California earlier this year, and that's their only FBS victory. And then the big one that Georgia fans will be interested in tomorrow night, certainly number 3 Texas visiting 20th ranked Texas A&M. The first meeting since 2011. That was the last year. They were conference rivals in the Big 12. It's the 119th game in the series. The winner will face Georgia in the SEC championship game at 4 o'clock in Atlanta a week from tomorrow, Saturday, December 7th. Kyle Field holds almost 103,000. They'll be climbing the walls to get a peek at this one. Texas and Texas A&M tomorrow night at 7:30. That's our trip across the SEC, brought to you by T-Mobile. Best 5G coverage in the game. We'll continue our countdown to kickoff. It's the Ford Drive to kickoff here on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
They're not just the Bulldogs. They're your Bulldogs. Customize your Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Bulldogs pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/Bulldogs. Wells Fargo is proud to be the official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Copyright 2024. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
It's college football season, so you need all the energy you can get. Luckily, Georgia Power knows a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
This is Georgia Football. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
In Georgia, college football is a way of life. And whether it's between the hedges in Athens or from the comfort of my bear cave, Scana Energy is part of it all as a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. So let's join them in cheering on the Dogs to glory this season. Sign up with Scana today and get up to $100. Call 877-GO-SCANA or visit scanaenergy.com/GoDogs for details. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply.
Play Quick Win from the Georgia Lottery and you can win the Progressive Jackpot instantly. Because lightning fast is the best way to win.
I'll be administering your driver's test today. Please start the car, sir.
Let's do this.
Slow down!
But not the best way to take a driver's test.
I am taking points off for this!
With new games and new ways to win, it's the fastest way to win a jackpot. Play the Quick Win family of games from the Georgia Lottery. Play online or at retail. Play responsibly.
This is the Ford Drive to Kickoff. Now back to Scott Howard and Eric Zier.
Ford Drive to Kickoff brought to you by the Ford F-150. For the latest offers on the official truck of the Dogs, see your local Ford dealer today. The Red Coats are taking the band. Pre-game ceremonies here at Dooley Field, Sanford Stadium. We are about 15 minutes from kick, Georgia and Georgia Tech. The Bulldogs number 7 in the CFP, 9-2 overall. They finished the SEC at 6-2. They are 55-4 in their last 59 games, going back to November of 2020. The Bulldogs have won 30 in a row at home. That's a school record, and that's a streak that began in 2019. Last week, the Dogs knocked off UMass here between the hedges, 59-21, 25th straight non-conference victory for Georgia. Kirby Smart's in his 9th year as the head coach. His record 103-18, a winning percentage of 85%. His all-time mark in SEC games, 65-16, and against non-conference opponents, a sparkling 37-2 record. And Kirby Smart 6-1 all-time as a head coach against Georgia Tech. The Bulldogs lead the series overall, 71 wins, 39 losses, 5 ties, most wins ever against any opponent for Georgia. The Dogs have won 6 in a row, and a win by the Dogs tonight will match the longest winning streak in the series at 7. It is the 116th meeting of these two teams by Georgia's record. Georgia Tech has it as the 118th meeting tonight. Tech with a record of 7-4. They're 5-3 in ACC play. They tied for 4th in their conference. They were 7-6 last season in Brent Key's first year as head coach. Last week, they knocked off North Carolina State on Thursday. It was 30-29 in Atlanta, a late victory by the Yellow Jackets there. Their last 8-win season was 2016, which was also the last time Georgia Tech defeated Georgia. They're going for that 8th win of the year tonight. Head coach Brent Key now in his second season. His record all-time 14-10. Named the interim head coach in 2022 after Jeff Collins was fired following a 1-3 start that year. Hired as the full-time head coach at the end of that season. He's been an assistant coach at Georgia Tech, at Alabama, and at Central Florida. And he's the first Georgia Tech alum to serve as the Jackets head coach since Bill Curry from 80 to 86. He was 0-1 against Georgia as the interim head coach. He's 0-1 against Georgia as the permanent head coach. A little bit about the matchup, Georgia and Georgia Tech tonight. Stadium continues to fill up. We're almost packed, 93,000 plus to watch the Dogs and the Yellow Jackets. Clean old-fashioned hate between the hedges here at Sanford Stadium. This is the Ford Drive to Kickoff. We'll come back for more right after this on the Bulldog Sports Network.
Bulldog Nation, Papa John's has a solution for your game day feast. When nobody can decide on what to eat, we've got you covered. The Papa Pairings menu lets you pair 2 or more ooey-gooey mouth-watering items for just $6.99 each. Glory, glory, the choices are unlimited. Choose from medium one-topping pizzas, boneless and traditional wings, papadillas, breadsticks, cheese sticks, garlic knots, and desserts. It's the perfect way to attack the day. Say sick 'em, then pick 'em for just $6.99 each. Go Dogs! Better ingredients, better pizza. Better get you some Papa Pairings only at Papa John's.
This is Coach Kirby Smart. The decision-making process between an elite athlete and a school takes time. You can rely on stats and research, but sometimes you just get a gut feeling about the person across from you, their unshakable desire to be elite. It's when game recognizes game.
Take your game to elite levels with the power and performance of the Ford F-150, the official truck of your Georgia Bulldogs. See your local Ford dealer today.
Ford F-150, built Ford tough. Go Dogs.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Dogs fans in Athens, we have 2 important rules. Support local business and cheer on the Georgia Bulldogs. This season, we would like to thank our official hometown team partners for their support of Georgia athletics. Georgia Cotton Farmers, Longhorn Steakhouse in Athens, and CertaPro Painters of Athens. Learn more about how you can support these great local partners by finding the Hometown Team Partners ad in the digital game program on GeorgiaDogs.com. Support our hometown team partners and you'll support the Dogs.
365 days a year, just call us up, we'll be right there. Our service is guaranteed, and she'll make me take great care. Our experts are always there for you and your family's needs. When your family just can't wait, you can always count on Shimmy.
Let's check Georgia's starters on defense tonight as they get ready to take on Georgia Tech. Michael Williams, Ty Ingram-Dawkins, Warren Brinson, Nazir Stackhouse. Across that front line, guys, we'll see early on. Chaz Chambliss, C.J. Allen, Jalen Walker, Smile Munden, Raylan Wilson. Some of the linebackers we'll see. Julian Humphrey, Daniel Harris, Dalen Everett. At cornerbacks tonight, Malachi Starks, Dan Jackson, KJ Bolden. The safeties, those are some of the guys we'll see early on defense. We'll check the offense on the other side of the break. Ford Drive to Kickoff continues. Dogs and Jackets coming up from Athens on the Bulldog Sports Network.
Everybody loves college football, but not everybody goes to college, and that's okay. I'm Kenny Mullins for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613. Just like a college, our training program is a 4-year Earn While You Learn program. When you turn out, you'll be well paid, in high demand as one of the finest electricians in the world. Unlike college, there's no student loan debt. Visit IBEW613.org.
Home isn't just a place, it's a state of mind. Like curling up in a comfy chair while it's cold outside, with a warm drink, or maybe even a wine in hand. As you watch the world go by outside your window.
Short rib.
Good afternoon, this is your captain speaking.
Which is why at Delta, our people do our best to make you feel at home. Refill? Long before you get there. Delta, keep climbing.
Between the hedges and across the state, this is where the dogs play. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Zaxby's Sensation Salad is so much more than a plain old salad. It's a salad, which begs the question, at what point does a salad stop being a salad and become a salad? Is it when you add Zaxby's fried chicken to it? Crunchy wontons? Asian slaw? Citrus vinaigrette? Teriyaki glaze? Sweet and spicy sauce? Or is it when you top it all with a handmade perfectly fried egg roll? Without a doubt, the egg roll. The Sensation Salad, only at Zaxby's.
Fall is here and the University of Georgia is back in action. Whether you're gearing up for game day or enjoying the outdoors or setting yourself up for success with Good Feet Premium Arch Support Systems. Good Feet Arch Supports align your entire body and are custom fit to your lifestyle. On the move, cheering from the stands, seeking relief from plantar fasciitis or from days on your feet, we've got the perfect fit for everyone, including you. The Good Feet store is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Visit one of our 12 locations. Walk-ins welcome or book online at goodfeet.com. Go Dogs!
Between the hedges and across the state, this is where the dogs play.
Man, is there gonna be some property destroyed tonight.
I want us to go out and execute, do the things you gotta do, play to our standard, and go play fast.
Dogs don't stop.
15-0. The Dogs have done it and won a second consecutive national title.
70 miles is all that separates us.
Bobo gonna take it and look and throw it in the corner. And a touchdown! Oh my God! A touchdown in the corner! My God! In the corner! Oh my, it couldn't have happened!
It's clean, old-fashioned hate.
I just hate when everyone plays their best in this game. Nobody want to lose in the rivalry game. Playing for something every time you play them, you're playing for state championship.
Georgia.
Touchdown, Georgia!
Georgia Tech. Live from Sanford Stadium. This is Georgia football.
You talk about a stupid miracle. Our hearts that was torn out and bleeding, we picked it up and we stuck it back inside.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network, welcome to play-by-play coverage of Georgia football. Bulldogs football is brought to you by Zaxby's, Famous Fingers and Sauces, Pruitt Health, Family Makes Us Stronger, Hoffman Financial Group, helping build your financial dynasty, Modelo Especial, brewed for full-time Bulldogs fans. Drink responsibly. And by Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs. Now to the Piedmont Healthcare broadcast booth. Alongside former All-American Eric Zier, here's the voice of the Bulldogs, Scott Howard.
40 degrees greeting 93,000 here at Sanford Stadium. It's a chilly night. It'll get colder as we go along. The wind is with us too. 9 miles an hour right now with gusts up over 20 miles an hour possible, and it's in from the west. So that's the weather conditions, but no threat of any precipitation tonight. It's just going to be cold and windy. And we've got the game for you and the coin toss right after this on the Bulldog Sports Network.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power to recover right. A delicious protein shake with 26 grams of high-quality protein to build muscle. Champion your recovery with Core Power. Proud partner of Georgia football. Learn more at corepower.com.
This is Coach Kirby Smart. There are people who talk about being elite, then there are people who work hard to be elite. They're the ones I want on my team, and that's what I want from my truck. That's why I drive a Ford F-150. Integrated technology, powerful performance, comfortable and stylish. The total package.
Take your game to the next level with a Ford F-150, the official truck of your Georgia Bulldogs. See your local Ford dealer today.
Hello, Dog fans. This is Trip Strickland with Georgia Metals, and we've been real busy in the off-season. Georgia Metals has expanded into 7 states. Chances are, wherever you are, we are too. So go to GeorgiaMetals.com and call a location near you and give our salesman a hearty roof for a discount on your next project.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey Dog Nation, I'm excited to let you in on a little secret. When it comes to home financing, Southeast Mortgage is the real deal. We have a winning game plan to tackle your home loan needs. Southeast Mortgage understands what it means to support Georgia, and we'll make your home buying experience a winning drive. Get in the game and choose Southeast Mortgage. Visit our website at southeastmortgage.com/UGA to get started. Let's score a touchdown for your future. Go Dogs!
NMLS number 103956. Georgia Residential Mortgage Licensee number 6578.
There are Black Friday deals, and then there are Kohl's Black Friday deals. Where else can you get 40% off Levi's, up to 50% off Sephora fragrances, and home favorites for under $10 all in the same place? And it gets better. You can score extra Kohl's cash with $15 earned for every 50 spent. Get 15% off some of your finds, and save even more with limited time doorbusters, like 50% off toys. Select styles. Offers end November 29th. Coupons do not apply to Levi's employees. Coupons and Kohl's cash do not apply to Sephora. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Under the glow of red fireworks, Georgia exits the West stands, the West locker room, and onto the field in their red uniforms on this near sideline. And now, as we speak, Georgia Tech coming out of the East end zone. They'll be in white tops and gold. And our coin toss is brought to you by Georgia's own credit union. Banking on Purpose, DJ Shockley on the logo, middle of the field for the coin toss, and Shock will send it down to you.
This is the head. This is the tail. Busy team. This is the head. That's the tail. What's your call? Tails is a call. The head. You want to toss?
All right, fellas, you heard it right there. Tech called tails. They lose. We win the toss. We defer to the second half. And the message was real simple, fellas. I tell you, in the locker room, Coach Smart said, all the talking is over with. We like you, we don't like you, we hate you, we don't hate you. It don't matter. They got to come see us. It's all about nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. They got to see us right here in prime time in our building, and we locking the doors and they can't get out. Let's go, fellas. Let's go get a dub.
I hope the fire marshal doesn't know about that. All right, Shock, thanks very much. The lights are out, and then they're on, and then they're out, and we've got a light show pregame here going on at Sanford Stadium tonight, and more to come as we go along. So it's time to tee it up between the hedges. The opening kickoff powered by Georgia Power. It doesn't matter where in the Peach State you're cheering on the Dogs. Georgia Power is energizing your community. Visit georgiapower.com/community to learn more. Bulldogs on the near sideline, Georgia Tech on the far sideline. That would be the north side of the field. And we are ready for clean old-fashioned hate version number 116, according to the University of Georgia, number 118, according to Georgia Tech. Dogs, as you heard, with DJ Shockley, won the toss, deferred to the second half, so the home team will be kicking away from west to east, left to right, here to get this ball game started. We're going to watch it all from the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here in the Larry Munson Broadcast Suite at Sanford Stadium. Peyton Woodring, who's having a fantastic year, handling the place-kicking duties, will kick it off from the 35-yard line. Eric Singleton, the deep receiver, a sophomore from Douglasville for Georgia Tech. He stands on the goal line. Here's Woodring's kick as he gets this game underway with a long, sailing, booming kick that will land 8 yards deep into the end zone for a touchback, sailing over the head of Singleton. And here we go. Georgia Tech will have it 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line.
Tech comes into this football game with one of the most complicated running schemes that you're going to go find. Dogs eaten up last week against UMass where they just ran through us like we weren't there. See if the Dogs have a little chip on our shoulder coming in ready to face this Tech rushing attack.
Haynes King, the starting quarterback, split backfield right now. One of them motions out to the right side. That's Rutherford, a wide receiver. They'll hand it off and run it up the middle. with Jamal Haynes, and Haynes going to bounce outside for Georgia Tech. He escapes the pile. He's down the far sideline, all the way down to the Georgia 30 or so. They drag him down from behind. Dalen Everett had to chase him down at the 31-yard line. How did he bounce outside?
Well, I tell you what, we were trying to rip the football away from him instead of taking him to the ground. We don't get him to the ground in shades of last week. Yards after contact, we had him hemmed up for no gain.
Well, that's a pet peeve. Tackle, then rip the ball. 44-yard run. Georgia Tech 1st and 10, just like that on the Dogs' 31-yard line. Snap to King. Play fake. He keeps it. Runs at left tackle down the hash and dives over the 30-yard line to the 29 or so. C.J. Allen, the linebacker, a sophomore from Barnesville, on the stop for the guys in red and silver. 2nd down for Tech after a 2-yard pickup.
And we are going to see a heavy diet of just that from Tech, pulling a couple big offensive linemen, fake the jet sweep, that Haynes King, the quarterback that comes in, that inside trap right behind those offensive linemen. Dogs that time, great gap discipline, right where we needed to be.
Tech goes empty right now. 3 receivers to the left side. Now they run a man in motion. That's Haynes. Play fake to him. King rolls to the right, throws on the run, over the shoulder catch, made but out of bounds right around the 10-yard line. Now 2 officials are going to discuss it, and they both agree that it was incomplete. Eric Singleton making the grab, but didn't get the feet in bounds on this near sideline, so it's an incomplete pass, and it brings up 3rd down and 8. Dan Jackson was in coverage on that play for the Dogs.
Just a corner route there from Georgia Tech. Haynes King let that football go. He's been battling through some injuries. It's really impacted his ability to throw the football. That one just kind of floated on him a little high.
A 44-yard run by Jamal Haynes got Tech into this position on the Georgia 29. Here's the 3rd down pass play, and the pass is caught at the 25-yard line. King just dropped back, fired it right over the middle, and found Malik Rutherford open at the 25. He moves 5 more yards, just dips inside the 20 before Dan Jackson makes the stop. It's a 1st down for Georgia Tech to the 19. They got 10 yards on that play.
Good recognition there by Rutherford. Dogs brought 2 linebackers. That was just a side adjustment. Rutherford saw it. King saw it as well. Well executed there by Tech, knowing where to go with the football against that blitz look.
Tech adjusting its offense. They've got 3 guys to the far side. Now they bring a man, Rutherford, back in motion. King will hand it off to the back. Jamal Haynes, he'll swing around at right tackle, and then down the hash for maybe a couple to the 17-yard line. Michael Williams and Smile Munden for Georgia took care of that play on defense, making the stop. So it's a 2-yard pickup, 2nd down and 8 now for Georgia Tech. They're in the red zone.
We knew the Dogs would come into this game likely dropping an additional guy in the box, playing single safety, but trying to guard against this rushing attack from Georgia Tech. Exactly what we've been doing so far.
Haynes King, the quarterback, 6'3" and 205, a redshirt junior, a transfer from Texas A&M. Now he goes empty. They move a man in the slot to the near side. Now they send him in motion. Singleton to the right. And now we got a timeout for Georgia Tech.
Yeah, some confusion there from Georgia Tech. Looked like they got lined up wrong and then couldn't figure out where to get the slot receiver against that defensive look.
Boy, watching their offense is like learning ballroom dancing. I mean, you don't know. They're stepping on everybody's toes. My goodness, guys moving all over the place. Timeout here in Athens. Georgia Tech with its first possession. They're threatening here with 12:02 to play in the opening quarter. Our first half tonight presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Injured in a wreck, there's only one call, that's all. 404, call Ken. Scoreless first quarter here on the Bulldog Sports Network.
It's college football season, so you need all the energy you can get. Luckily, Georgia Power knows a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
When you need mealtime inspiration, it's worth shopping Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals. And no matter what tasty choice you make, you'll enjoy our everyday low prices. Plus, extra ways to save, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump with points. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The Piedmont Bank is a proud partner of the UGA Athletic Association and presenter of the 2024 Arch Award. As one of Georgia's largest community banks, we are focused on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here at Sanford Stadium. When the holidays get real, start at Kohl's and Kohls.com, where you'll find amazing Black Friday deals on everything you need, all in one place, so you can focus on the moments that matter. Kohl's, where families come first. 12:02 first quarter. Tech with an early timeout. They're looking at a 2nd down and 8 from the Georgia 17-yard line. A big 44-yard run by Jamal Haynes a few moments ago set them up in this position. So 2nd and 8 as Tech breaks the huddle. They'll go with an empty set. Haynes King, the quarterback. He motions a man to the near side, to the far side rather. 3 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Now back the other way goes another motion man. Play fake to him, and King keeps it, runs straight ahead into the line of scrimmage, and is wrapped up by the linebacker, Jalen Walker, as King crossed the 15 down to the 13-yard line. He picks up 4, and that'll bring up 3rd down now for the Yellow Jackets on the Georgia 13.
Tech again faking the jet sweep there, trying to just spread that Georgia defense out up the middle. And Haynes King, a design quarterback run right into the A-gap or the 2-hole there. Dogs defended it pretty well.
3rd and 4 for Georgia Tech. King drops back, looks to his near side and throws. The pass is caught by the running back, Jamal Haynes, at the 16-yard line. And 1, 2, 3 guys take a shot at him. They finally get him down. The first guy there was Dan Jackson, and then followed by Daniel Harris, the cornerback, on this near sideline. And they get the running back for Georgia Tech, Jamal Haynes, out of bounds on the ground at the 14-yard line. He lost a yard, so it's 4th down now. C.J. Allen was the 3rd guy there to help make the stop. You need gang tackling, don't you? Tech's going to go with a field goal try here from the 22. A 32-yard try by Aiden Burr. And the kick is away, and the kick is good. 32-yard field goal puts Georgia Tech on the board first with a 3-0 lead. Burr was 3 for 3 against North Carolina State in their game last week, a week ago yesterday.
Scott, you go back to that last 3rd down. Dogs brought the same blitz that we ran on the previous 3rd down. When Tech converted, we brought our Mike linebacker and our weak side linebacker, or Will linebacker, in on pressure. Tech slips the back out of the backfield just on a flat route. That was a side adjustment for it. Again, good recognition there by Haynes King. Dan Jackson all over it, closing from deep from his safety position. Missed the tackle, had another missed tackle. Good pursuit there by the Dogs to finally get him on the ground. But Dogs, early in this football game on that first drive, bringing pressure on 3rd down.
Scoring summary on that first scoring drive by Georgia Tech. 8 plays, 61 yards, and 422. Officially a 31-yard field goal by Burr. as he will kick it away from right to left now. High, end over end, hanging kick going to come down on the 2. Cash Jones to the 10, to the 15. Bounces outside the numbers at the 20, and they chase him into the boundary and take a lot of bodies and the yard marker with them, as they ended up about 8 or 9 yards out of bounds on this near sideline. Oh, there's a lot of bodies down. A lot of people on the sideline, and some of them got wiped out on that play. But Georgia with the kick return to right at the 20-yard line. That previous summary was the Georgia Metals drive summary, by the way. From a doghouse to the dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Call Georgia Metals today and say roof, roof, roof for your Bulldogs discount.
Georgia Tech likes to play a lot of 2-high safety coming into this game. They mix in cover 2. They sprinkle in some cover 4. Should be some opportunities to run the football and attack between the hashes.
Dogs 1st and 10 at the 20. Nate Frazier gets the first carry of the game. And the freshman from Compton, California, dances his way up across the 25 to the 27-yard line. Kyle Eifert, the linebacker, he's their leading tackler. And the safety, Omar Daniels, on the stop for Tech. But it's a gain of 7 for the Dogs, and Frazier on first down.
Huge push there by Wilson, and then Tate Radlich as well, just driving yellow hats off the football.
Back in the shotgun, Frazier to his left. Carson wants to pass. He will, and missing Dylan Bell. Diving effort at the 36-yard line on the near sideline. And the incomplete pass will bring up 3rd down and 3 now for the Dogs on their first possession of the contest. 3-0, Georgia Tech with the early first quarter lead.
True to form, Tech comes out. They play cover 4. That means between the cornerbacks and the safeties, they've all got deep quarters of the field. Tech likes to press on the outside receiver and then just sift upon release.
Delp, Everett, and Smith to Beck's left. Carson looks in that direction. He'll throw, and off the hands of Arian Smith on a quick slant from the outer edge. Hit him right in the hands at the 35-yard line and bounced away like stone. And that's going to be 4th down.
Well, another drop there for Georgia receivers. That ball well thrown. Hit Arian Smith right between the ones. It was just delayed in route against cover 2. You let the inside receiver clear that linebacker for Georgia Tech. Arian Smith coming in right behind it. Well executed, would have been an easy first down and then some.
Brett Thorson on early to punt tonight for Georgia. Snap is good. The kick is away. Kind of a low end-over-end kick to Bailey Stockton, a redshirt freshman from Bogart, Georgia, makes the catch, fair catch for Georgia Tech at the 25-yard line. The punt was 47 yards. Tech has the ball and a 3-0 lead. Let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification on the Bulldogs Sports Network. Georgia Tech leads Georgia 3-0 with a timeout here in the first. 9:46 remaining in the first quarter. And our first half is presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Injured in a wreck, there's only one call, that's all. 404, call Ken. Back to Sanford Stadium after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
College is about learning things you're interested in from top-notch instructors, working with great people, and building lifelong relationships. Sounds a lot like becoming an IBEW electrician. I'm Kenny Mullins for the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 613. We're the other 4-year degree. If college isn't for you, but you're interested in learning a skill for a career that you can be proud of, come join us. Visit IBEW613.org.
On game day, there's nothing like tailgating, touchdowns, and Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea goes down smooth and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Cool, refreshing, and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Look for the bright yellow cans wherever you buy beer. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Zaxby's Sensation Salad is so much more than a plain old salad. It's a salad, which begs the question, at what point does a salad stop being a salad and become a salad? Is it when you add Zaxby's fried chicken to it? Crunchy wontons? Asian slaw? Citrus vinaigrette? Teriyaki glaze? Sweet and spicy sauce? Or is it when you top it all with a handmade perfectly fried egg roll? Without a doubt, the egg roll. The Sensation Salad, only at Zaxby's.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that makes our state incredible. That's why we're leading real change in healthcare, dedicating ourselves to providing a quality patient experience through innovation, personalization, and teamwork. What does that mean for you? You get up-to-date treatment, collaborative care, and the best possible outcomes. To see more about our commitment to raising the standards of quality in Georgia, visit piedmont.org/qualitycare. Piedmont, real change lives here. Welcome back inside the Piedmont Healthcare Radio booth here at Sanford Stadium. Tech leads Georgia 3-0 first quarter. Georgia football brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Feeling great starts with a great shave, and a great shave starts with Barbasol's thick and rich moisturizing lather. Start your day off right with Barbasol. So Tech Z with its second possession of the game. Once they had that big long run, the drive kind of bogged down for the most part, but they did have that breakaway play, that explosive 44-yard run to set up the field goal.
Yeah, but even there, Dogs in exactly the right position, just didn't tackle the ball carrier. We were trying to rip the football out. Haynes popped it out, ran for a country mile after that.
King in the shotgun, split backfield. Takes the snap, flips the ball in his hand, drops back and throws, and his receiver going to make a backpedaling catch at the Tech 45-yard line. That's Malik Rutherford, the junior from Miami, Florida. And then we tackle him at the 50 with Ja'Cory Thomas, the nickelback, a junior from Orlando. But 24-yard gain for Georgia Tech on first down.
Yeah, Rutherford just out of the backfield there, runs a corner route. Somehow Haynes able to fit it in. Pretty good coverage there by the Dogs. Haynes just able to find Rutherford in the soft spot of the zone.
That's two explosive plays already. Here's King with a play fake and a keeper around the left edge. Dogs defense chasing him on the logo across the 50 down to the Georgia 45. Smile Munden, the linebacker, makes the tackle after a 5-yard pickup. They'll spot the ball down at the Georgia 45-yard line. Second down and 5 for the Yellow Jackets. They huddle on the Georgia G in the middle of the field. First quarter, 8:40 to go in the opening period. Tech with a 3-0 lead on a 31-yard field goal by Aiden Burr. Three receivers to the right for King. They work out of the pistol, send one man in motion to the near side. That's window dressing. Hand it off, and running through tacklers on the far side is Chad Alexander, a sophomore from Lawrenceville, Georgia. Ripped through some arm tackles, angling towards the sideline. Dalen Everett finally with the stop at the Georgia 34-yard line, a gain of 11.
Well, Scott, there was nothing fancy about that, just a zone run off tackle. And Tech very patiently getting him behind all that blocking until he found a seam. Then nice explosive burst for another first down for the Yellow Jackets.
First and 10 on the Georgia 34. Motion man back and forth in front of the quarterback, takes the handoff and will curl around the left tackle, and down the field he goes between the hash marks. That's the speedy Eric Singleton, and he'll be stopped at the 29-yard line. Malachi Starks, the safety. 5-yard pickup for Georgia Tech. So just positive play after positive play, and they've mixed in a couple of explosives here early in this first quarter.
You're seeing all the multiple looks that Tech gives you in the running game right now. We've seen zone runs. We've seen inside traps. We've seen design quarterback runs there. A jet sweep to Singleton for a pickup. So a lot of different looks coming at the Dogs.
King out of the shotgun in a split backfield, fakes a toss to the right, keeps it, and runs slowly to the 25. Maybe fell across the 25. We'll see when they unpile everyone. 4-yard pickup it looks like, and we'll see where they spot it down officially. They'll put it on the 25, so he did get 4 as the Dogs stacked him up middle of the field. Now Zach Pyron is in the game at quarterback. Zach Pyron, the redshirt sophomore, 6'3", from Pinson, Alabama. Did not play last week against North Carolina State. Takes a direct snap there in the shotgun and runs straight ahead into the line of scrimmage. He didn't get much of anything. It's going to be 4th down. It was 3rd and short. I don't think he got anything. Xavier McLeod and Chaz Chambliss jamming it up in the A and the B gaps. It's 4th down, about a yard to go. Looks like Tech will try to go for it.
Yeah, that was a design quarterback run the entire way. Dogs able to go stuff it up. Really good penetration there.
I'm surprised they didn't keep King in the game for that play.
Yeah.
He's back in the game at quarterback now. He's the guy with the running credentials. He will hand it off here, and they try to weave in the left gap at left tackle and left guard. Georgia denies him, and they push Haynes back in the other direction. They've stopped Georgia Tech on 4th down. He got nothing.
Boy, Tech has made its living on trying to be the more physical team. Those two plays, 3rd and short, in inches, 4th and inches. Dogs just stack up the Tech offensive line. Nowhere for Tech to go running the football.
Lost 2 yards. Nazir Stackhouse held him up with one hand and drove him back, and Raylan Wilson gets the tackle. Tech turns it over on downs. The Dogs have the football at their own 26 now. 1st and 10, 3-0 score. Tech in front. Roderick Robinson in the game for the first time this season, gets his first carry. Injured back in August, had surgery, worked his way back into the lineup, gets the carry there, and takes it from the 26 up to the 30-yard line, a 4-yard gain. E.J. Lightsey, former Georgia Bulldog, with the tackle for Georgia Tech.
Nice round of ovation for Roderick Robinson as well. He's had to fight hard to get himself back on this field.
Well, that really helps the running back room. Big Rod going to get another handoff, and he steps in at left guard. Tech will push him back from the 32-yard line. That's where they stopped him, led by the safety, Clayton Powell-Lee, a junior from Atlanta. They'll spot the ball now on the 32-yard line, so Rod got a couple. Roderick Robinson, 6'1" and 235 from San Diego, California. I'm sure he's been chomping at the bit to get out there.
Boy, there's no question about that. It is good to have him back, giving the running back room some much-needed depth.
Cash Jones in the backfield now with Beck on 3rd down and a short 5. Beck to throw on 3rd down. He will put it in the hands of Dylan Bell. Makes a grab in traffic on a slant from the left side. They tackle him on the logo across the 45 at the 47. Powell-Lee, the safety, Jackson Hamilton, the linebacker, and Gibbs, a nickelback, all converge to hit Dylan Bell. He hangs on, gets a big first down for the Dogs up at the 47-yard line.
Boy, the strength in Dylan Bell's hands there on display. That was a slant against press man coverage. Dylan Bell able to get just enough separation. Carson Beck put that exactly where he needed to, and just snatched out of the air by Dylan.
15-yard gain, first down, a Scana Energy first down for the Dogs. Tech has a player injured, so we've got a stoppage of play after the big Georgia first down. With 4:15 to go in the first quarter, Tech with a 3-0 lead. We've got a timeout, our first half tonight, presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Injured, you know who to call. There's only one call, 404, call Ken. Timeout, and back in a moment on the Bulldog Sports Network.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power to recover right. A delicious protein shake with 26 grams of high-quality protein to build muscle. Champion your recovery with Core Power. Proud partner of Georgia football. Learn more at corepower.com.
This football season, the Bulldogs won't be the only ones scoring. Let First Franklin Financial help you score the cash you need with a loan up to $15,000. At First Franklin, we offer fast approvals, fixed rates, and payment plans to fit any budget. To find the Georgia branch near you, visit us at WeMakeLoans.com. All loan terms and APR depend on meeting our underwriting and income criteria and may require collateral. First Franklin Financial Corporation, NMLS number 141654. Georgia Residence Licensing number 5656. Offer not available in North Carolina.
Hello, Dog fans. This is Trip Strickland with Georgia Metals, and we've been real busy in the off-season. Georgia Metals has expanded into 7 states. Chances are, wherever you are, we are too. So go to GeorgiaMetals.com and call a location near you and give our salesman a hearty roof for a discount on your next project.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
There's nothing like tailgating, touchdowns, and Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea goes down smooth and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Cool, refreshing, and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Look for the bright yellow cans wherever you buy beer. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's majestic golden eagles and other less majestic birds taunting you to the baseball-sized hole in your new windows. It's soaring guitar solos performed through faulty wiring in your garage, which subsequently erupts into flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Georgia trails Georgia Tech first quarter 3-0. Dylan Bell just picked up 15 yards on a pass play from Carson Beck. 36th catch of the year for Bell, who was injured against Tennessee, did not play against UMass last week, but back here and raring to go against Georgia Tech here in Athens tonight. So the Dogs with the football on their own 47-yard line. Rodney Shelley was the injured player for Georgia Tech, and he was up and off to the sideline. Looked like he had some sort of a hand injury. We'll try to keep an eye on him to see if he comes back in the ball game. Dogs huddle on the edge of the logo. Break the huddle quickly. Two receivers to the right for Beck, split backfield. And they will hand it off to Dwight Phillips. Peanut to the 50, 45, 43, and out of bounds on the near sideline. A quick burst by Dwight Phillips, Z.
Was it ever the quickness of Phillips to get outside and contain of Georgia Tech. Pretty impressive there, able to find the edge. Nice pickup. Dogs move the chains again.
10 yards and a first down for the Dogs. That's a Scana Energy first down on the run by Dwight Phillips. Dogs at the Tech 43-yard line, moving to our right, and Beck motioning Frazier in the backfield. Handoff to Nate Frazier. Angles at left tackle, fights for yards as he crosses the 40 and gets inside the Tech 40 to the Yellow Jacket 38. Micaiah Scott, the senior defensive tackle from Gainesville, on the hit for the Yellow Jackets, but it's a 5-yard gain for Frazier. The Dogs are on the move. Second down and a long 5 coming up.
Yeah, Dogs moving Frazier all around in the backfield there. Acted like we were going to motion him out, then brought him back and switched which side he was on of Carson. Ended up just an off tackle and a huge push there by Monroe Freeling and Dylan Fairchild.
Play fake, Beck sets in the pocket, throws towards the end zone, and incomplete. Down the hash, trying to go to Humphreys. London Humphreys had a man on him. That was Amari Harvey, the cornerback. And the crowd down in that end of the stadium felt like there may have been some contact and probably some interference.
There was definitely a hold as the Georgia Tech defensive back grabbed the back of Humphrey's jersey and just yanked on him to catch back up with him. But we're going to have shots like that. We continue to see a heavy diet of cover 4. Post over the top, working in between the hashes. That's where this defense is vulnerable.
Cash Jones in the backfield. Cash gets the carry. Runs on an angle from the right side through to left guard. And Scott, the tackle, will catch up with him as he gets close to the 35-yard line, say the 36. It's a gain of 2 for the Dogs, and it's 4th down for Georgia. The offense is lined up and ready to go. Lucky in motion to the right, lines up in the slot to the left. Beck claps his hands now. Will talk to his offensive line, or they're trying to get Tech to jump perhaps. 4th down and 3 for the Bulldogs on the Georgia Tech 36-yard line. Beck, they do snap it. He will throw wide to the right, and it's caught at the 25. Dylan Bell, I think, he got out of bounds on the Georgia sideline. Zachary Tobey was in the area, but not tightly covering Bell, and Beck connects with one of his favorite wide receivers with less than 2 minutes to go.
Boy, too easy right there. Dogs actually had single safety. We had a twins formation, ran a takeoff to clear the strong safety. Just a quick out route on the outside for the first down.
13 yards to the 23-yard line for the Dogs. Georgia moving offenses, players around now. Smith flip-flops to the right side. Cash Jones in the backfield, snap to Beck. He pump fakes, he looks deep. Now he drops it off and throws it over the head of his safety man to the left, Cash Jones. He just airmailed it over his head. I'm not sure if that was intentional, Z, as it bounces into the Tech sideline incomplete.
Well, if it wasn't intentional, he needs to say it was when he gets into film tomorrow, because that was a really good decision. Tech had that covered up all over the place, and if Cash would have caught that, it would have been a play for lost yardage.
Second down and 10 for the Dogs on the Tech 23-yard line. Georgia Tech leading 3-0 here late first quarter. Play fake Frazier. Quick throw to Arian Smith with blockers. Smith caught it at the 22 and then put his head down and drove down to the 13-yard line. He tried to dive for extra yards at the end of the play. Picks up a Scana Energy first down. No, he did not get the Scana Energy first down, but he did get into the Massey Ferguson red zone as Tech makes the hit just inside the 15 at the 14-yard line. And Georgia hustles up and gets in a tight power formation. It's third down and very short.
Timeout for repair of the chains.
That's the referee, Jeff Heiser. Apparently the chains maybe came apart.
To 1 minute, 9 seconds.
Yeah, Kirby not happy with that at all. Dogs on third and a foot here, lined up quick, probably going to quarterback sneak and trying to catch Tech off guard, and the refs end up calling timeout to repair the change. So may change the thought process here of what Kirby and the Dogs want to do.
Yeah, 3rd and 1 for Georgia at the Georgia Tech 14-yard line. And we're told that Rodney Shelley, the injured player for Georgia Tech a few moments ago, has been taken to the locker room. Dogs run it on a handoff. And is that Frazier? If it was Frazier, yeah, it was. And he was stood up on the right side as he angled at right tackle. But did he get enough for the first down?
No, I think we're going to be foot short still. No gain on that one.
Still at the 14-yard line. Yeah, no gain. So it's 4th down. Still a yard to go. Maybe a little bit less than a full yard. Tech will substitute. Georgia will keep the offense on the field for the time being. 4th and 1 from the Tech 14. Georgia trails 3-0. We break the huddle. 2 tight ends to the left and an extra lineman. Monroe Freeling is out there on that side. He's not the extra lineman, though. We hand it off to Frazier. He tries to angle to the right. I don't think he got it.
He did not. His knee hit the ground. He was unable to go get it. So turnabout, fair play. The Dogs hold Tech as they were driving on downs. Tech returns the favor and does it right back to us.
Dogs unable to get a yard on the last 2 plays of that series. And Tech takes over on downs at their own 14-yard line with 5 seconds to go in the first quarter. That's probably a spot where you would like to have seen Roderick Robinson, if he's 100% healthy with his size, able to kind of power his way in there. Frazier was not.
Yeah, give Tech credit there. They crossed the face of Wilson, our center, and we just weren't able to get any kind of movement on that or against that Tech defensive front. 2 plays in a row.
This should be the last play of the quarter. Tech on their own 14, taking over on downs. They lead 3-0. They work out of the pistol. Haynes King takes the snap, turns around, and hands it to Jamal Haynes. He runs to the right now, reverses field, runs away from the Georgia defense. 20, 25, 30, angles out of bounds at the 36-yard line. Looked like a cartoon character on the right side. He just ran that way. That's where all the red shirts were, and he just stopped on a dime and ran in the other direction for a big gash play once again, almost up to the 40-yard line. And that's the end of the quarter. And Tech ends it on a high note. They'll spot him down, I think, at the 36-yard line. 22-yard run for Haynes. All right, we got a timeout. Second quarter coming up. Our first half tonight presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Injured in a wreck. There's only one call, that's all. 404. Call Ken. It's Georgia Tech 3, The Dogs nothing. Quarter number 2 coming up next on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
Kick off your game with Georgia Peanuts. Power-packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste, Georgia Peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life's touchdowns while cheering on the Dogs, look for Georgia Peanuts in Sanford Stadium concessions or visit gapeanuts.com to order online. This message is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission. Peanuts! Get your peanuts!
Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
This holiday season, spread a little extra cheer with BMW. For every new BMW bought in the month of November, we'll donate 200 meals to families in need through Feeding America. Over the last 7 years, BMW has proudly helped provide over 17 million meals to those in need, and with your help, that number will continue to grow. Visit your local BMW center for details or visit bmwusa.com/Drive to End Hunger today. Take advantage of exceptional offers during BMW's Drive to End Hunger event.
Game day traditions start with a cup of community coffee. Proud coffee partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Family owned since 1919, Community Coffee has spent 5 generations roasting great tasting blends right here in the USA. They're just as dedicated to making a difference in the community with programs that support teachers, military service members, disaster relief, and first responders. Try Community Coffee or find it near you at communitycoffee.com.
Inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here in Athens. First quarter recap presented by Ag South, Ag Georgia, and Southwest Georgia Farm Credit, loans for land and farms. Tech had the only points in the quarter, 31-yard field goal by Aiden Burr. They had 131 total yards. Georgia was 67 in the first quarter. Tech rushed for 98, the Dogs 30. Tech passed for 33, the Dogs 37. Both teams have turned it over on downs here in the first half as we check in with DJ Shockley on the attorney Ken Nugent sidelines. Shock.
Hey, fellas, coming into every ball game, obviously everybody has keys. This defense had keys they wanted to follow. One was gap integrity, and they talked about not being so overflowing that you allow those cutbacks. So guys are in their gaps trying to do that. They did a good job that last drive. And the last part, you guys may find a little funny, but it's a play on it. They want everybody to swarm to the ball. Chris Schiavone, I know he loves that.
Kirby was using that term all week long. Tech first and 10 on their 36. King to throw in the pocket, fires down the middle, caught by one of their big tight ends across midfield at the Georgia 40-yard line. That was the former Bulldog Ryland Godey. Transferred to Mississippi State, then to Tech after playing at Georgia. Malachi Starks made the stop at the Dogs' 40-yard line, but it's a 26-yard gain, another explosive play for Georgia Tech's offense.
Switch route from Godey there, had a wing and a tight end for Tech. Godey was the wing. Tight end for Tech runs a takeoff. Godey comes underneath just on an inside post route.
Play fake King. Keeps it and runs straight up the gut. There's a big hole there. Nobody home at linebacker. He shifts to the right on an angle and is hit at the 33-yard line by Malachi Starks, the safety. They're going to spot it up to the 31 when he came down. That's a 9-yard gain for the quarterback, King.
Yeah, we'll see that play 6 or 7 more times today. It's one of the staples in this Tech offense. Fake the jet sweep, inside quarterback trap. So you get flow with the Georgia linebackers with that jet sweep. Hit 2 big pulling offensive linemen, creating the trap on the inside. Huge hole opened up right there for Tech.
Play fake to Haynes, the running back. King, the quarterback, going to keep it as he tries to follow the running back around left tackle, and the Dogs defend it pretty well with our Butkus Award finalist linebacker Jalen Walker, also Gabe Harrison on the stop at the 28-yard line. The gain was 3 for the Tech quarterback. And Georgia will substitute a couple of guys on defense. Tech has a first down, though, after that run. It's 1st and 10 at the Georgia 28. They lead the Dogs 3-0 here in Athens. Early second quarter. Jamal Haynes, the back, in the pistol. Play fake King. Pivots and throws to the left. Back the opposite way. It's caught at the 26 and then hit immediately as Malik Rutherford, tackled by Gabe Harris at the Dogs' 24-yard line. The gain was 4.
Half roll there by King away from that play. You plant your foot, turn around and throw it. Just an inside screen on the backside. Try to release a couple offensive linemen out. Dogs read that pretty well.
2nd down 6. The Dogs with Stackhouse and McLeod, interior linemen on that defensive front. We have 4 guys up. Now they bring more than that. King will throw. His man is wide open at the 15, caught on the sideline. That's Singleton. He spins towards the field. He's hit immediately right there at the 15 by Dalen Everett, who gave him a face full of number 6. And he's down right there, but down to the 15 and 9 more yards. And another first down for the Yellow Jackets as they are on the move again.
Singleton motioned out to the flanker position, then just ran a quick hitch on the outside. Everett gave him all kinds of room. Just too easy if you're Tech there throwing a quick hitch for the first down.
We got a couple more to the 13 after they spotted the ball. So the gain was 11. 1st and 10 Tech. They run out of the pistol. Hand off Jamal Haynes. He hops to the right and right into a pile of Georgia defenders. Not much of a gain there, maybe got 1 or so as we pushed him back. Stackhouse and Raylan Wilson, the linebacker, driving the little guy back. Jamal Haynes, 5'9", 190 from Loganville, Georgia. And they say he got about 2. Ball's at the 11. Crowd noise trying to influence Tech's offense down there on that end. The stadium scoreboard says get loud. They need it louder. From the 11, handoff for Tech. Hops over a man at right guard, Chad Alexander, inside the 10, down to the 7, perhaps, before we hit him and get him on the ground. Smile Munden, the linebacker, and Xavier McLeod, the South Carolina transfer defensive lineman. 3rd down for the Yellow Jackets. 3rd down and 4 on the Georgia 7.
Well, Tech hit you with all kinds of different looks in this running game. A lot of pulling linemen, pulling tight ends, a lot of eye candy. Nothing fancy on that one. That was just a straight dive going right at the heart of that Georgia defense.
Michael Williams, Stackhouse, and McLeod, the lineman, along with Damon Wilson. Now we creep a few more guys up close to the gaps, and we've got a timeout. Timeout with 10:17 to go, 2nd quarter. A big 3rd down play coming up for Georgia Tech. They lead Georgia 3-0. Our first half tonight presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Injured? You know who to call. There's only one. One call, 404. Call Ken. We're back between the hedges after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
This football season, the Bulldogs won't be the only ones scoring. Let First Franklin Financial help you score the cash you need with a loan up to $15,000. At First Franklin, we offer fast approvals, fixed rates, and payment plans to fit any budget. To find the Georgia branch near you, visit us at WeMakeLoans.com. All loan terms and APR depend on meeting our underwriting and income criteria and may require collateral. First Franklin Financial Corporation, NMLS number 141654. Georgia residence licensing number 5656. Offer not available in North Carolina.
On game day, there's nothing like tailgating, touchdowns, and Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea goes down smooth and tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. Cool, refreshing, and a 5% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Look for the bright yellow cans wherever you buy beer. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Between the hedges and across the state, this is where the Dogs play. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Cracks in your basement walls? Well, you could rent a backhoe and fix the foundation repairs yourself. Of course not. So why would you hire a company that doesn't have licensed engineers on staff? Engineered Solutions of Georgia has a team of licensed engineers on staff. If you have cracks in your basement wall, call my friends at ESOG for quality work. Neil Honda Williamson for ESOG, proud sponsor of the Dogs, Engineered Solutions of Georgia. Our Dogs have assembled another championship team for 2024. Neil Hondo Williamson here. If you're facing difficult changes at home, let Meriwether and Tharp put together a championship team for you in your divorce, your kids, your money, your house. You've got questions, Meriwether and Tharp has answers. Helping clients through difficult times for over 25 years. Meriwether and Tharp, proud sponsors of the Georgia Bulldogs, thegeorgiadivorceteam.com.
Along with Eric Zier, Scott Howard back with you inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Georgia football brought to you in part by Modelo, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Grab a refreshing Modelo Especial brewed for full-time Bulldogs fans. Drink responsibly. 3-0, Georgia Tech leads Georgia, 10-17 to go second quarter. Yellow Jackets 3rd down and 4 on the Georgia 7. Ball between the hash marks. They're down in the east end zone where it's very loud. Tech breaks the huddle slowly. King and quarterback. Got one back offset to his right. They send the tight end in motion to the left. King looks that way. Now he looks over the middle, and he's got a man. He threw it behind him. He threw it behind Singleton, and it's incomplete. He had him wide open, and he threw it behind him. Singleton tried to adjust. Couldn't get his mitts around that ball.
Well, he was wide open indeed. He was the third man in that progression. Had a dig route going across the field, kind of an over route. And King just got to him late. It's Smile Munden that was in pursuit going where Singleton was running that route. Kind of impacted where Haynes King wanted to throw that football.
Tech going to try another field goal. This one 25 yards. Aiden Burr. He'll hold it between the hash marks, and he'll kick it to the right. And he missed it. He missed it to the left. It sailed outside the left upright. He missed a short chippy, a 25-yarder right in front of the goalpost. And he hooked it to the left. It's still 3-0.
Boy, let's see if the Dogs can take that gift here and gain momentum back. Just a straight pull there on the chippy field goal attempt. Dogs catch a break. See if we can capitalize on it.
Hondo said it caught a piece of the left upright. It hit the goalpost and bounced away to the left. So Georgia will have the ball at the 20. Dogs' first touch of the second quarter. 3-0, Tech leads, 10:09 to go in the period. Georgia moving to our left, handoff goes to Frazier. He changes directions after angling right, then back left, and Tech smothers him at the 23-yard line. A gain of 3. Kevin Harris, one of their defensive ends, driving Frazier into the turf on his back. It'll be 2nd down and 7 for the Dogs.
Dogs need to put a little bit of a drive together here. Tech has owned the clock in this first half. Already 13 minutes and 21 seconds of possession. This is only our third time this Dogs offense has had the football tonight.
Beck claps his hands. Snap comes back to him out of the shotgun. He rolls to the right. He was being pressured, and then he just short-hopped it. He had Frazier open in the near flat with Delp in front of him to block. But Beck just short-hopped it to Frazier close to the near sideline, incomplete. So it'll be 3rd down and 7 now for Georgia.
Dogs trying to go vertical there, pretty well covered by Georgia Tech. We had a post route and a wheel route coming in behind it. That was well covered up. And Carson just short-armed it, getting it outside.
Kevin Harris was up in his way in his sight line again, the big defensive end at 6'4" and 250, causing Beck some problems as he tried to deliver the football. So it's 3rd down and 7. Beck to throw. Here comes pressure. Beck escapes the first wave, but not the second. He'll go down back on the 12 or 13-yard line. Tech with a sack. The safety, Clayton Powell-Lee.
Yeah, Tech brought pressure there. Kind of a different look with a number of guys standing up. I think Carson thought we had it protected. We didn't, as they brought one more guy, but maybe we should have. Actually, it looks like Tate Ratledge went down in a slide protection, doubled up on the nose guard, and was just late coming off to get to his responsibility.
Line of scrimmage is now the 12. They lost 11 yards. Thorson to punt it. He booms one high, hanging, long. Punt, sending Tech Stockton back to the 30. He'll try to return it. And after about a 3-yard run, he is plowed under at the 34-yard line. You could hear that hit all the way up here. A 57-yard booming punt by Thorson and a 3-yard return. And Bailey Stockton paid the price at the end of it. Tech football, we've got a timeout here at Sanford Stadium with 8:37 to go. Second quarter, Georgia Tech 3, Georgia nothing. Tech will have the ball at the 34, 1st and 10 when we come back. Our first half tonight presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Injured, you know who to call. There's only one call, that's all. 404-CALL-KEN. Back after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
There are Black Friday deals, and then there are Kohl's Black Friday deals. Where else can you get 40% off Levi's, up to 50% off Sephora fragrances, and home favorites for under $10 all in the same place? And it gets better. You can score extra Kohl's cash with $15 earned for every 50 spent. Get 15% off some of your finds, and save even more with limited time doorbusters, like 50% off toys. Select styles. Offers end November 29th. Coupons do not apply to Levi's employees. Coupons and Kohl's cash do not apply to Sephora. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Zaxby's Sensation Salad is so much more than a plain old salad. It's a salad, which begs the question, at what point does a salad stop being a salad and become a salad? Is it when you add Zaxby's fried chicken to it? Crunchy wontons? Asian slaw? Citrus vinaigrette? Teriyaki glaze? Sweet and spicy sauce? Or is it when you top it all with a handmade perfectly fried egg roll? Without a doubt, the egg roll. The Sensation Salad, only at Zaxby's.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that makes our state incredible. That's why we're leading real change in healthcare, dedicating ourselves to providing a quality patient experience through innovation, personalization, and teamwork. What does that mean for you? You get up-to-date treatment, collaborative care, and the best possible outcomes. To see more about our commitment to raising the standards of quality in Georgia, visit piedmont.org/qualitycare. Piedmont, real change lives here.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with legendary Georgia Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Ballou.
Ken and I are teaming up to give back to the brave men and women of our military. Ken's going to donate $500 to one member of the military every Bulldog football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And somebody's going to win $500 every game.
One click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Second quarter, 8:37 to go. Georgia Tech with a 3-0 lead on the Dogs. Welcome back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Join BMW's drive to end hunger and support a worthy cause. And take advantage of exceptional offers on select models through November 30th. See your local BMW Center today for details or visit BMWATL.com today. Tech football on their own 34-yard line. 1st and 10. Ball's on the far hash. Tech in white jerseys. Gold pants, gold helmets. They're moving to the east end zone here on this possession. They made a field goal. They missed a chippy a few moments ago. A 25-yarder hit the left upright. No good. Tech will run it with Haynes. And he runs it left tackle and left guard. Moves the ball and the pile up close to the 40-yard line. Got at least 5, maybe a smidge more than that. And they unstack everybody. Let's see where they put it down at the 39-yard line. So he did get 5. And it's 2nd and 5 for the Yellow Jackets.
Well, nothing fancy there. Read option for Tech. Tech now averaging 7.5 yards per carry running the football right now.
Yeah, Jamal Haynes already with 74 yards, and that included that big 44-yarder in the first quarter. Fake the toss. King surrounded in the pocket by Georgia defenders, but he still gets the pass off and completes it at the Georgia 43. A sliding catch by Chase Lane. Looked like he was sliding into second base as he hit the turf at the 43.
Just a dig route there by Georgia Tech. Had a seam route that occupied K.J. Bolden. That cleared out the middle of the field for Tech on that deep dig route.
18-yard gain, first down for the Yellow Jackets. Back in plus territory as they work off the edge of the Georgia logo. Out of the pistol, handoff, Haynes angles left, and a flag comes in at the end of the play as the hit is made around the 40-yard line. That was C.J. Allen, the linebacker, on the hit. The gain will be 3, pending the penalty. Our referee is Jeff Heiser. Like they call personal foul on Georgia? Is that, well, holding on Georgia? Okay.
Kirby's on the sideline complaining about chop blocks. We haven't seen a replay of the play yet. Identify who it was on the Georgia defense that was holding.
Well, the penalty walk-off puts the ball just inside the 30-yard line. So Tech gets 13 yards on that penalty play. It's a first down for the Yellow Jackets at the 29.5. Dogs defense shifts. The same time Tech snaps the football. King is running for his life, and he's going to get away from Georgia as he gets inside the 20. He started to the left and ran all the way to right on an angle, and Jalen Walker got him by the shoe tops from behind at the 20-yard line. A 10-yard scramble basically is what that looked like. Georgia with that defensive shift, Z, was blowing up the play, but King improvised and runs for 10 and a first down.
Well, it was a busted play. That ball was snapped before King was ready. He got lucky in just being able to field the snap. And you're right, we were caught right in the middle of a shift. I think it's what forced the snap to happen prematurely, and then Haynes King just able to use his athletic ability and find 10 yards out of it.
Tech on the move again. Now they snap the ball, but the whistle blows, the play dead. Tech has called another timeout, I think. That's their last one.
Yeah, well, Tech had too many guys in the huddle at one point and just discombobulated. A smart timeout there by Coach Key.
Well, he's out of them now with 6:11 to go, but Tech leads Georgia 3-0, and they look like they want to move again into scoring position. We got a timeout. Our first half tonight presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Injured in a wreck. There's only one call, that's all. 404. Call Ken. We'll come back to Athens with Georgia Tech leading the Dogs 3-0 on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hello, Dog fans. This is Trip Strickland with Georgia Metals, and we've been real busy in the offseason. Georgia Metals has expanded into 7 states. Chances are, wherever you are, we are too. So go to GeorgiaMetals.com and call a location near you and give our salesman a hearty roof for a discount on your next project.
It's college football season, so you need all the energy you can get. Luckily, Georgia Power knows a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power to recover right. A delicious protein shake with 26 grams of high-quality protein to build muscle. Champion your recovery with Core Power. Proud partner of Georgia football. Learn more at corepower.com.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health. We believe family makes us stronger. Pruitt Health has served families and communities throughout the Southeast for more than 50 years. If you're looking for skilled nursing, home health, or hospice care, count on our caregivers to provide the personalized plan your loved one needs. Learn more, visit PruittHealth.com. Pruitt Health is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Hey Dogs fans, just like how Georgia Bulldogs make scoring a touchdown look easy, Carvana makes selling your car super easy, and they'll even pay you on the spot. All you need to do is go to Carvana.com, enter your license plate or VIN, answer a few questions, and bam, they'll give you a real offer for your car in seconds. That offer is good for 7 days. If you need to think about it, play by play. If you choose to accept the offer, Carvana will pay you on the spot. In between whistles, go to Carvana.com to get a real offer in seconds and sell your car today.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Let's check the Modelo scoreboard. Proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Grab a refreshing Modelo Especial brewed for full-time Bulldogs fans. Drink responsibly. Some finals from earlier today. Ole Miss wins the Egg Bowl. They beat Mississippi State 26-14. In the NFL, the Raiders, they lost that game, right, to the Chiefs 19-17. Tech football on the 20, on the Georgia 20. They want to run it this time straight into the teeth of that Georgia defense. And Warren Brinson will grab the legs of the quarterback King and pull him to the ground after about a 2-yard gain, maybe 1.5, close to the 18. Looks like where the official is spotting it. Going to bring up second down.
Good
second
gap.
Down and a short 9, perhaps.
Yeah, sorry about that, Scott. Good gap discipline there by Georgia defensively on that play. Tech again tried to fake the jet sweep inside quarterback trap. It's gotten us a couple of times for chunk yards, not so much on that one.
King has an empty set. They bring a man in motion, the running back to the left. He rolls right, throws it towards the end zone, incomplete. He had Chase Lane across the goal line. With Georgia had C.J. Allen coming after King, the quarterback. And then the receiver, Lane, was covered pretty tightly too, and King just threw it about 3 or 4 yards out in front of him, out of bounds into that front right corner of the end zone. So it's going to be 3rd down and 9 for the Yellow Jackets after that incomplete throw.
Play action there by Georgia Tech after the fake sweep roll. Haynes King out of the pocket, flooded the zone, had a guy in the short flat, had an intermediate route, and then the deep out. Every one of those layers covered up.
He's got 3 receivers left, one back in the backfield, throws it over the middle to the tight end, caught at the 11 and dragging a defender down inside the 5 is Jackson Hawes at 6'5" and 260. Dalen Everett was just hanging on, going for a ride, and he carried him about the last 6 yards, but Tech picks up a first down. They've got it goal to go now at the 2.5.
Dogs brought all kinds of pressure there. Everett was coming on a blitz, and then right at the last moment said, I got the tight end. But he was late in making that adjustment. We brought middle linebacker and safety pressure. Good recognition by Tech. They've been doing it all night, picking up these blitzes from Georgia.
Tech first down on the 2. Play fake King around the right edge into the end zone easily, running across the goal line for a touchdown. Tech with a 9-0 lead now, quieting the crowd here in Athens with 4:40 to go in the second quarter.
Fake the dive, just quarterback keeper around the edge. Dogs sold out on the dive, and nobody was there to contain King.
Point after try by Burr coming up. An apt description of the evening's weather as well. Burr with the kick, and it is good. So the Yellow Jackets with a 10-0 lead. That was a 66-yard, 7-play drive in almost 4 minutes. A 2-yard run to finish it off by the Tech quarterback Haynes King from Longview, Texas, to make it 10-0. That's the Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Call Georgia Metals today and say roof, roof, roof for your Bulldogs discount. Well, Tech controlling everything about this ball game. All the yardage, the tempo, the explosive plays. They've got 241 yards already of offense. Georgia with only 59. They've rushed for 134. The Dogs have managed only 22 yards rushing. We lost 11 of that on a sack of Carson Beck. That's our second quarter recap presented by Ag South, Ag Georgia, and Southwest Georgia Farm Credit Loans for Land and Farms. Tech to kick it away from left to right. Burr booms one into the end zone over the head of Cash Jones and through the back line of the end zone for the touchback. Georgia football on the 25, 1st and 10. Offense got to get something moving here.
Boy, do they ever. We've only had the football for 8 minutes so far in this half. We're the 4:40 mark. Dogs have got all their timeouts, Tech out of theirs. So Dogs can regain momentum in this football game, but it needs to start right now. We do get the football coming out of halftime as well, but right now you just want to sustain a drive, string together a couple of first downs to give your defense a rest.
Beck works out of the shotgun. Frazier to his left. We send Arian Smith in motion to the near side. Play fake. Throw it to the tight end. Jurasic hit behind the line at the 23. They went low. He kept his balance and was able to get a yard to the 26. Romello Height hit him first, and then Eford, the linebacker, was able to get him down after a 1-yard gain.
It's a quick flat route there from Jurasic, who came across the formation. He was in a wing right position on the snap of the football all the way across the formation.
Beck, a pump fake to the right flat, throws it over the middle. It's off the body of Dylan Bell, high in the air. It's going to land incomplete on the logo. Dylan was wide open. That's another dropped pass for Georgia.
Boy, was he wide open indeed. Just a dig route. It is where this Tech defense is susceptible. It was wide open. Good ball there by Carson Beck, who's throwing the football well tonight. We're lucky that one doesn't get picked off as it caromed high into the night sky.
He threw it right over one of the Tech defenders. Couldn't tell if he got a fingertip on that one or not, but it bounced off Bell's body. He'll go over the middle again. This time, Jurasic, the tight end, with a leaping catch at the Georgia 45. He's hit there immediately by Harvey, the cornerback, and Hamilton, the linebacker. And Tech has a player down.
Yeah, that's Harvey after making the hit, who still is on the ground in some obvious pain.
Ben Jurasic with a scan of energy first down up to the Bulldogs' 45-yard line with 3:58 to go. And his second catch on this possession.
Great ball. Sorry, Scott. Great ball placement there by Carson Beck. Another just a post route there, this time by the Georgia tight end. Again, trying to work soft spot of that 2 deep or cover 4 zone of Georgia Tech. Carson able to lay that in right over the outstretched hands of the Georgia Tech linebacking core. Jurasic paid the price for catching it, but nice concentration to bring it in for the first down.
Z, how much of Beck's going through his mind right now is just trying to find a dependable receiver, somebody who can catch the football?
Listen, it's got to play with your psyche a little bit. You're not thinking about that because you're just going through your progressions when you're playing quarterback around who is it that's running the passes or running the routes or not running the routes. You're trusting in your receivers, but no question, all the drops that we've seen all year long, right, continuing to show up again right now.
19-yard gain. Let's check in with Shock on the Attorney Ken Nugent sidelines. DJ.
Fellas, one quick thing to pay attention to is their defensive line is not really trying to get penetration. They want to just stalemate, and that's the reason why the run game has been struggling a little bit.
And Shock this time, a play fake by Beck. And he has plenty of time in the pocket. And look who he finds again, Ben Jurasic, the Stanford transfer at the Tech 46. Saeed Gibbs, the nickelback, made the hit at the 46, but it's a gain of 9. Second down and a yard to go for the Dogs on the move at the Tech 46-yard line, trailing 10-0. 3:20, now less than that remaining in the first half. Frazier in the backfield with Carson Beck. We send Lovett in motion to the right. Beck claps his hands. Quick throw out in the right flat. Lovett with a fingertip catch at the 50. Tech to the 40, and then the ball came out, and Tech has recovered the loose ball. Everett fumbled it at the end of the play. Ball came out. Tech has it at their own 37-yard line.
Boy, I tell you what, the Dogs were rolling. Looked like we were about to catch a little bit of momentum with just a bubble screen on the outside. Nice catch by Lovett. And Tech just came in and stripped him from behind, and he was fighting for a couple more yards.
Tech with a takeaway, the first of the game. They have it at their 37. They have 3 minutes remaining in the quarter, but no timeouts remaining. They've used them all here in the first half, and they lead 10-0.
Georgia defense that has just been beaten up tonight after getting beaten up by UMass last week. Dogs already given up 244 total yards, 137 of those on the ground.
Tech sensing blood in the water here in the first half. King with a play fake and a keeper. Down the line of scrimmage, bounces right, spins at the right tackle spot, right into Allen and Munden and Walker. Our three linebackers were there. Smile got there first and makes the stop after he got a yard to the 38.
Really good eye discipline and gap discipline that time from this Georgia defense. Tech again, fake the jet sweep. We've seen it a lot already. Quarterback draw, quarterback dive inside after the fake.
Tech goes with an empty set here. King pulls it down, moving in the pocket, looking for space. Nothing there. The Dogs pinned him in and make the tackle at the 37-yard line. He lost a yard. Xavier McLeod, Smile Munden surrounded him and put the Tech quarterback down on the turf at the 37. Clock continues to move to the 2-minute timeout. That's the only stoppage of the clock that Tech can manage, as they've used all their timeouts here in the first half. But they get the freebie here with 2 minutes to go. 10-0. Tech leading Georgia. Late second quarter. Our first half tonight, presented by attorney Ken Nugent. Injured, you know who to call. There's only one call, 404-CALL-KEN. We'll come back to a chilly Sanford Stadium right after this timeout on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
A well-executed game plan is always the key to a victory on the field, and it's the same when it comes to stopping people from dying in crashes caused by drunk drivers. When alcohol is part of the tailgate or any occasion, then the game plan always includes a ride with a sober driver. All drunk driving deaths are preventable, and choosing not to drink and drive saves lives, maybe even your own, and it'll avoid a costly DUI arrest. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety reminds everyone to drive sober so they won't have to pull you over.
At Kroger, an annual Boost membership just got even better. Now you can choose from Disney Plus with ads, Hulu with ads, or ESPN Plus on us when you sign up. Plus, enjoy unlimited free delivery, double fuel points, exclusive offers, and free items. Sign up for a Boost membership today. It's an easier way to save, including new streaming options to relax with while we deliver your groceries. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Let's go.
Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for Athens. The Georgia Bulldogs Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now Card. They're a win for your wallet and a big Go Dogs, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Bulldogs pride? Order your card now at regions.com/GoDogs. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
Play Quick Win from the Georgia Lottery, and you can win the Progressive Jackpot instantly. It's a blazing fast way to win.
All right, we got G55 come alive. G55, who's got G55 like these in a hive? And can I get an M36? Pick up sticks, throw some bricks, M36.
But not the best way to call bingo.
Hey, let's go R2, buckle my shoe.
What? Did you say B7? You got to slow down.
With new games and new ways to win, it's the fastest way to win a jackpot. Play the Quick Win family of games from the Georgia Lottery. Play online or at retail. Play responsibly.
Stay tuned for the Breda Pest Management Halftime Report with Neil Hondo Williamson coming up in just a few moments. Halftime protected by Breda Pest Management. With Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs. 2 minutes to go in the half. Tech with a 10-0 lead. They just took the ball away from the Dogs on a Dominic Lovett fumble at the end of a pass catch and a short run. And they are looking at 3rd down and 10 coming up here. Ball is on the Tech 37-yard line, actually just across it. It's between the hash marks. Tech on this chilly night in Athens trying to move to the right. They break the huddle. King has gone all the way at quarterback except for one play. And that was when Zach Pyron came in for a quarterback run in the first quarter. Snap back to King. He's got time. Plenty of protection. Steps up in the pocket and throws downfield. Caught on the logo by Chase Lane, the Texas A&M transfer from one to another. And the tackle is made at the Georgia 47 by K.J. Bolden, the freshman. Tech goes quickly.
Way too much time for that play to develop. Haynes King able to step up in the pocket, deliver a strike on a deep end.
15 and a first. Quick snap and throw out in the right flat to Chase Lane right on the sideline. And he moves it a little bit deeper into Georgia territory at the 40. Everett with the tackle for the Dogs. 6 more yards for the Yellow Jackets, 7 yards actually for Georgia Tech on that play, maybe even 8. It's second down and short. They snap it quickly. They don't have any timeouts. They run the ball on an angle to the left with Chad Alexander, and we gang tackle him as he crosses the line of scrimmage. Stopped at the 39. C.J. Allen, one of the guys, along with Warren Brinson, our defensive lineman from Savannah, Georgia. Clock moving, 123, 122. Tech with a 10-point lead and looking for more here before the half expires. They don't have any timeouts, however. They have the ball. Third down and 2 on the Georgia 39. Up to the line of scrimmage in the shotgun. Man in motion. They fake the jet sweep. King keeps it. Bounces out to the right. He's got the first down and more. To the 30, to the 25, and runs out of bounds at the 22-yard line.
Dogs went cover 0 there. We brought a run blitz. When we didn't get him, there was all kinds of green grass for King to take advantage of. Just a fake jet sweep. We lose contain, and King off to the races and able to get out of bounds.
17-yard run. We are securing one edge, but not both edges. Because King, what Tech has been doing tonight, Z, is the back or whoever has the ball just changes directions, and there's a lot of green grass on the opposite side. 59 seconds to go. Tech with the football. They snap it, hand it to Haynes. He's looking for running room on the left edge of the line of scrimmage. Ducks in there behind his lineman, Robinson and Fusel on that left side, and they push the pile to the 20-yard line. The linebacker, C.J. Allen, with the stop for Georgia again. 2-yard gain for Tech, and Georgia calls a timeout. 52 seconds to go. Georgia will use its first timeouts of the half. It's second down and 8 for Georgia Tech. Yellow Jackets right on the Georgia 20-yard line, leading it 10-0. Let's spotlight the first half's best in game stats. Brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion Freight Line works hard to be the best in the game. Proud to be the official freight partner of Georgia Athletics. All right, give me a second here. Best in game stats. I don't see any. Let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification on the Bulldogs Sports Network. .54 seconds to go. First half. Tech threatening. They already lead it 10-0. Georgia on the verge of being shut out in the first half for the first time in 5 years.
Yeah, less than 100 yards of total offense for Georgia. We've had the one turnover. Tech has controlled the ball. Dogs have only had the football for 9 minutes and 42 seconds in this first half.
Second down and 8. Georgia Tech on the Dogs 20. They go empty. They bring Haynes in motion, the running back, from right to left. King looks that way, still looking, in the pocket, well protected, throws it back on the other side, caught at the 15, break a tackle from Dan Jackson there, inside the 5, down to the 4 before Dalen Everett has to make the stop.
Well, Dogs are going 0 coverage right now. We got fortunate. We lost the Tech tight end, standing wide open next to the goal line.
They got 16 yards on that play to Singleton. Tech up quickly, and they just spiked the football with 44 seconds to go on the 4-yard line. Tech again, no timeouts on this entire possession. After taking the ball away from Georgia on a fumble recovery, they punched it away from Dominic Lovett, took over at their own 34-yard line. They've driven down to the Georgia 4. Second and goal for the Yellow Jackets, trying to add to a 10-0 lead here late in the half. Man in motion to the left. Fake toss sweep to the right. King tries to run. Now he steps back and just throws it out of the back corner of the end zone.
Yeah, that was a run, but had an option to throw a little jump pass as well. Dogs hemmed all of that up, forcing Haynes King just to throw that one away. And Haynes King gets up and grimacing in pain.
I didn't see who hit him at the end of that play, but he's feeling it. He had about 10 different options how to distribute the football there. Fake the jet sweep, fake the toss sweep, tried to run it, then ended up passing it and just throwing it away. 3rd down and goal from the Georgia 4 for the Yellow Jackets. Down in that east end zone. Tied in with reverse motion back to the left. King in the pocket, surrounded, stumbles a little bit, keeps his balance, now slings it out to the left. It's caught by the running back, Haynes at the 4. He dives for the pylon. Did he get it? He got a touchdown. Yeah, he got the pylon on the far side, they say.
Boy, just Haynes King improvising in the backfield, running around, staying alive, somehow finds Haynes out on the far sideline, and then Haynes just leaps and stretches the football out to get it across the pylon.
Dogs are stunned in a 16-point hole on their home field here in the first half. Point after coming after that play is being reviewed by the instant replay official, the review official, if you will, up here in the booth. And they will turn him loose. The referee, Jeff Heiser, backs away, and they'll let him kick the extra point. 4-yard touchdown throw. An improvised version of that to the running back. And the extra point try is good by Georgia Tech. Stunning 7th-ranked Georgia. They lead 17-0 with 30 seconds to go in the quarter.
And Dogs lucky it's not worse, as Tech missed a chip field goal shot as well. This could easily be 20-0, if not worse.
Haynes King is driving this Tech offensive engine right now. He's elusive. He looks like he's battered and beaten up, but the Dogs can't get to him. He's able to run or throw pretty much anywhere he wants to, and his scrambling abilities, extending plays, and keeping that offense in motion.
Yeah, Haynes King, 12 out of 16 throwing the football on the night, 150 yards, 1 touchdown. Georgia Tech right now on pace to go north of 300 yards on the ground. They've got 157 on the night through the first half.
17-0, a stunner here in Athens tonight, first half. Tech to kick it away from left to right. And that ball will sail over the head of Cash Jones into the end zone for a touchback. Dogs ball at the 25 with 30 seconds to go, and Georgia has 2 timeouts to work with in 30 seconds.
Dogs will probably start this series off something safe just to see if they can get the chains moving. Do have a couple of timeouts to stop the clock.
From the 25, Beck in the shotgun, Roderick Robinson in the backfield. Beck with time, wants to throw, and the pass is batted down. He threw it right over the middle, and it got swatted down at the line of scrimmage, incomplete. So Tech went 11-play, 63-yard drive with 2:30 to go. A Jamal Haynes touchdown reception of 4 yards from Haynes King. And that was the latest Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Call Georgia Metals today. Say roof, roof, roof for your Bulldogs discount.
Tech right now rushing 3. Looks like they're trying to drop 8.
2nd and 10, Dogs from the 25. Beck to throw. Man open in the right flat. Caught at the 25. That's big Roderick Robinson. He barrels his way between the hash marks, angling to the near side, and finally stopped at the 38-yard line. Jackson Hamilton, a Louisville transfer, made the final stop for Georgia Tech up to the 38. And that's a gain of 18. That's a Scana Energy first down for the Dogs here with 16 seconds to go in the half. Quick snap, Georgia. Beck rolls to the right. No one's chasing. Now they're closing in as he keeps it and runs and dives forward to the 45-yard line of Georgia. Clock at 7 seconds, and Georgia calls a timeout.
A little surprised that Carson didn't give that one up, even just to save time. Yeah, a receiver that was right in front of him. He could have easily dumped it off to. Dogs burn that timeout. They've got another play in them here to maybe get this thing forced down into field goal range. They can stop it one more time as well.
They bring the ball back a yard, put it on the 44, so the run by Beck was 6 yards. And they also add a second to the clock. 8 seconds to go in the quarter and the half. Georgia Tech 17, Georgia nothing. And if you're thinking about a long field goal, look at the flags whipping in on that west end zone as the wind is blowing in from that area, and it's a pretty stiff wind blowing in from the northwest.
Yeah, cold night as well. Ball's not traveling as far.
All right, the Dogs will huddle on their own 44-yard line. 8 seconds to go in quarter number 2. Robinson in the backfield with Beck. He's to his left. 3 receivers to Beck's right, 1 to the left. Ball's on the far hash. We're moving left. Snap it back to Beck. Quick throw to the right. Caught by the tight end, Lucky. And then falling down and sliding out of bounds at the Tech 46-yard line on the far side of the field.
Well, that play only chewed up a couple of seconds. Dogs still with 5 seconds. One more play, hopefully.
Got 10 yards and a first down. Yeah, 5 seconds showing on the clock. Maybe one more of those. You are in field goal range, even with the wind. Ball's on the Tech 46-yard line. 3 receivers right again, same formation. Beck, same play, throws it to Lucky again, catches it, drags the toes down at the Tech 35-yard line, and 1 second to go. Fell out of bounds, dragging the feet in. Lucky, back-to-back catches for the Dogs. And a timeout. Georgia with 35 on the 35-yard line of Tech with 1 second remaining. And do you want to reach for 3 here, or you want to throw one into the end zone?
Well, the offense is still out there. I don't see Woodring's on the far end trying to get he's actually standing right outside the huddle. Maybe discussing it right now.
Yeah, they're going to send the field goal unit out there. So Peyton Woodring, who has been fantastic for Georgia this season, his only miss was a 55-yard into the half try against Mississippi State. That's all he's missed all season long. This will be a 53-yard try. Carson Beck to hold at the 43 on the far hash, kicking to the left into the wind to get Georgia points on the board here on the last play of the half. They've added a second, by the way. 2 seconds to go. Snap, hold, kick is away. Does it have enough? The wind going to knock it down? Won't get there. Wind knocked it down in the end zone. The field goal try is no good, and that's the end of the half. Georgia held scoreless in a half for the first time since 2019 Kentucky game. But that was a scoreless half. It was no score, and Georgia went on to win 21-0. Here, we're down 17-0 after the first half of play. We'll catch up with Coach Kirby Smart here in just a moment. DJ Shockley on the field to catch the coach before they head into the locker room, thaw out a little bit. Boy, Z, what kind of adjustments do you want to make at halftime?
Boy, you got to make a lot of them for sure. On the defensive side of the football, you've got to tackle, you've got to contain. Had 157 yards against you. That is tough. Very tough to do. You got to get them off the field on third down. And then offensively, it feels like we haven't had the football at all. Just got to hold on to it. Things that we're doing in the passing game, pretty sound. We got to catch the football. A couple of big drops that have hurt us. Had the 1 turnover. So there's a lot.
Coach, what's the key there to get your defense off the field here in third down?
Well, I think that's the number one thing. We've had a couple third down longs that we didn't get off. Quarterback's doing a really nice job standing in the pocket, and they make you honor them as a running team, and then he stands in there and makes throws. We got to cover them better. We got to pressure the quarterback.
All right, Coach, appreciate it.
Shock, thank you very much. Our halftime interview with Coach Smart brought to you by Zaxby's Famous Fingers and Sauces. Time for the Breda Pest Management halftime report with Hondo. He's next. Georgia Tech 17, Georgia nothing on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
When you share your food, you share your heart. So what's on your table this holiday season?
Save on your festive feast at Kroger with delicious deals on all the holiday classics. Or wow the crowd with something new, like a quinoa stuffed butternut squash. It's sure to add a pop of color to your spread. How about a sweet potato casserole with a crunchy oat streusel topping, made with care for the sweet tooth and the savory tooth? With Kroger, fill your table with love and watch as your guests' hearts get as full as their bellies. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
Zaxby's Sensation Salad is so much more than a plain old salad. It's a salad, which begs the question, at what point does a salad stop being a salad and become a salad? Is it when you add Zaxby's fried chicken to it? Crunchy wontons? Asian slaw? Citrus vinaigrette? Teriyaki glaze? Sweet and spicy sauce? Or is it when you top it all with a handmade perfectly fried egg roll? Without a doubt, the egg roll. The Sensation Salad, only at Zaxby's.
This is your home of the Dogs. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Georgia Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
You sit in traffic now, but later, there's an ice cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, all your patience is paid out in gold. You remain calm through honks, bumper to bumper, and people yelling. Come on, move! You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
On the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network. Welcome to the Halftime Report, protected by Breda Pest Management. Here's your host, Neil Hondo Williamson.
Well, will it end up like 1978 or 2013, where Georgia was down 20-0 against Tech both times and rallied for wins, or will it end up like 2000, where Tech came out, boat raced us from the start, and pulled away and never looked back? It's 17-0 here in Athens. We have DJ Shockley down on the field, Eric Zier with us here in the booth. And fellas, you tell me, I'm looking at 12 plays by Tech's offense of 10 yards or more, 5 of them for 18 yards or more. How are we going to fix the defense first, Eric Zier?
Listen, 307 total yards for Georgia Tech in the first half. It's been pretty ugly. It started with us not wrapping up the actual runner and trying to strip the football away. That resulted in an explosive play. Dogs have got to find a way to get penetration and then contain. Far too many times, Georgia Tech runners, regardless of who's got the football, have been able to reverse field and have just had wide open grass. Have got to contain better. If they're going to go beat us, they need to beat us throwing the football. We need to continue to drop a guy in the box, which we've been doing, get penetration, and then just completely snuff out this running game. If Tech beats us throwing the football at this point in time, give them credit. They just beat us, but they can't have it both ways.
Yeah, see, I agree. I mean, I think the biggest part is losing the leverage. We've had those couple plays where you think you had him hemmed in, and then he ends up coming out the backside of it. Their backs are doing the same thing. It's a lot going on for this defense. This one was the number one thing that Coach Mark talked about, communication. It seems like at times we've got lost, and one guy maybe got his eyes somewhere else, and we're losing that, and then losing the team. Have to do a better job of your cues and communicating with all the movement they got going on.
Offensively, Georgia has reached the 35 of Tech 3 times. We are stopped inside the red zone on a 4th and 1, actually 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1. Then we have missed a field goal, and we also turned the ball over once. What do we need to do offensively, Shock?
It's all about execution. I mean, point blank period. That's the only way you're going to win this ball game. You're talking about turning it over. You're talking about not being able to move guys on 4th and 1. That's what Georgia's been known for over the years, is their physicality in the trenches. And that's not there right now. They're actually winning that part of the ball game, but execution is the only way you're going to win. We've seen a couple drops already in the first half. You cannot have that in the second half. Every possession, every drive is going to matter in the second half. You cannot have any miscues or missteps that's going to get you behind the chains.
And just execute the basics as well. A couple of drop passes came back to bite us. We had a little bit of momentum. We fumbled the football away to them. They go get points out of that. Listen, there's still a lot of football to be left. We get the football coming out of halftime. We've got to go find ways to put points on the board, preferably 6, and then chip in the extra point, cut this to a 10-point lead. Then it's anybody's ball game after that. But no question, we've got to move the chains, execute the basics.
All right, thank you, fellas. Go get yourselves a refreshment. This is the Halftime Report, presented by Breda Pest Management, the official pest control of Georgia Athletics. With Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs. Our impact play of the first half, sponsored by Northside Hospital, going to have to give it to Tech on that second touchdown, 4-yard pass to from Haynes King to Jamal Haynes. Jamal Haynes was able to dive into the corner of the end zone. It just touched the pylon for that TD on 3rd and goal from the 4. That completed a 11-play, 63-yard drive by the Jackets in just 2.5 minutes, and they did that with no times out. They were able to roll down the field and take that 17-0 lead. Northside Hospital is guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Their healthcare providers live it every day. If you and your family are looking for a healthier future, look to Northside Hospital. Well, it's rivalry weekend around the country. We'll check that Modelo scoreboard for you in a couple of minutes. Right now here in Athens, it's not been good. Our 7th-ranked Dogs trailing Georgia Tech 17-0. More with the Breda Pest Management Halftime Report following these words on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
A gift this good takes a while to unwrap. Get your best gift ever during the Toyotathon sales event before it's too late. Lease a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 LE Hybrid for $359 a month for 36 months. Offer valid through December 2nd, 2024. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. 3658 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details. Toyota. Let's go places.
Carson Beck here, quarterback for Georgia.
And Malachi Starks, defensive back for Georgia.
Like on the field, a strong offense is crucial for scoring points.
And a solid defense is essential to stopping the other team from scoring.
To win, we strike a balance between offense
and defense to secure our victories.
It's the same with our financial game plan. We choose Associated Credit Union
to help us meet our financial goals.
To learn more, visit acuonline.org.
This is Georgia Football. Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Your morning shave with Barbasol is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. There's football on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's winds blowing across a fruited plain, and also your new fire pit, which subsequently sets your gazebo ablaze. It's hard-hitting football, and an even harder-hitting price estimate from your general contractor. That's a star-spangled bummer. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Now, more of the Halftime Report, protected by Breda Pest Management. With Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs. Once again, here's Neil Hondo Williamson.
Let's check that Modelo scoreboard for you. Brought to you by Modelo, a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Grab a refreshing Modelo Especial, brewed for full-time Bulldog fans. Drink responsibly. 17-0. Georgia Tech leads our Dogs. Finals from earlier today. 11th ranked Boise State knocked off Oregon State 34-18. Number 25 Colorado at home just hammered Oklahoma State, whitewashed them 52-0. Buffs in that one. Minnesota went into Madison and won at Wisconsin 24-7. Navy won at East Carolina 34-20. The midshipmen on top there. Number 14 Ole Miss at home hung on to beat Mississippi State 26-14. Games in progress. Nebraska at the half leads Iowa 10-0. Meanwhile, Utah is at UCF, and the Utes are up 3-0. They're in the second. Games we'll have our eyes on tomorrow and rivalry weekend include a noon kick at Clemson between the 12th-ranked Tigers and 15th-ranked South Carolina. At 3:30, Auburn plays at Alabama. Also at 3:30, 5th-ranked Notre Dame is playing at Southern Cal. Tomorrow night at 7, Florida at FSU. And at 7:30, 3rd-ranked Texas against number 20, Texas A&M. And the winner of that game will face our Georgia Bulldogs next week in the SEC championship game. Here in Athens, it's 17-0. Jackets on top. We'll come back, check some first half stats for you in just a couple of minutes. Remind you that no one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM SEC Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the off-season through the regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go. First half stats next on the Breda Pest Management Halftime Report on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
The Bulldogs are driving towards the playoffs, and you should be too, with a perfect fit from Good Feet Premium Arch Supports. Good Feet Premium Arch Supports are designed to place your feet in the ideal position to give you the foundation you need for comfort and performance, whether you're tailgating, training, or tackling long days on your feet. Proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Visit one of our 12 Georgia locations today or schedule online at goodfeet.com. Go Dogs!
What's up, Dog fans? I'm bringing you some exciting news. Southeast Mortgage, the official home loan lender of the Georgia Bulldogs, is ready to help you win big in the homeownership game. Southeast Mortgage has a game plan tailored to your needs to get you in the end zone of your dream home. So whether you're a proud alum or a passionate fan, Southeast Mortgage will help you finance your home. It's time to huddle up with Southeast Mortgage. Visit our website at southeastmortgage.com/UGA to start your home financing journey today. NMLS number 103956. Georgia Residential Mortgage Licensee number 6578.
The Dogs are heard right here. This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
The Southeastern Conference. It's the land of legends, the places, the faces, and moments.
And he's going for it. It's a touchdown!
We've seen the confetti fall again and again, but we're not done. It's time for the next generation to make their mark and go from 14 deep to 16 strong. It's a whole new ball game in the SEC, and it just means more.
Welcome back to the Breda Pest Management Halftime Report. Breda, the official pest control of Georgia Athletics. With Breda, you don't have to be afraid of bugs. Your old buddy Hondo on the radio, along with Adam Gillespie, Luke Nadkarni, Chris Schiavone, our support team, who are every bit as important our cogs in this broadcast as anyone. Let's check those stats for you here from the first half. Tech leading 17-0. The Jackets have run up 307 yards, of total offense. They've done it on 42 plays. Georgia with just $137. Tech has rushed for 157 yards. The Bulldogs just 28. Georgia has turned the ball over once, a fumble by Dominic Lovett. Georgia Tech has not punted in this game yet. Nate Frazier is the Bulldogs' leading rusher, 5 carries for 15 yards. Carson Beck is 10 of 17 passing for 109 yards. Ben Jurasik is the leading receiver for Georgia, 3 catches for 29 yards. Yes, if it sounds painful, it's been painful. That's okay. The Bulldogs team is out of the locker room right now. They're getting warmed up on a very chilly night in Athens. We expect to be down around 35 degrees by the end of the game. Stick around. The comeback begins in just over 3 minutes. 3 minutes and 36 seconds, in fact, as Scott Howard, Eric Zier, and DJ Shockley return with second half action. Dogs get the ball first. It's 70-0 Ramblin' Wreck. This is the Bulldogs Sports Network.
When you need mealtime inspiration, it's worth shopping Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals. And no matter what tasty choice you make, you'll enjoy our everyday low prices. Plus, extra ways to save, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump with points. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You sit in traffic now, but later, there's an ice cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, all your patience is paid out in gold. You remain calm through honks, bumper to bumper, and people yell. Come on, move! You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Piedmont is passionate about Georgia, about each and every person that makes our state incredible. That's why we're leading real change in healthcare, dedicating ourselves to providing a quality patient experience through innovation, personalization, and teamwork. What does that mean for you? You get up-to-date treatment, collaborative care, and the best possible outcomes. To see more about our commitment to raising the standards of quality in Georgia, visit piedmont.org/qualitycare. Piedmont, real change lives here.
The tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield and JMI Sports under the broadcast rights granted by the University of Georgia. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of Georgia, Learfield, and JMI Sports. Announcers are provided by Learfield and JMI Sports and approved by the University of Georgia.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth, getting ready to start half number 2, 17-0. Georgia Tech leads at intermission. Both teams are out of the locker room and set to go. Georgia will receive the second half kickoff to start things here in the third quarter. When the holidays get real, start at Kohl's and Kohls.com, where you'll find amazing Black Friday deals on everything you need, all in one place, so you can focus on the moments that matter. Kohl's, where families come first. Let's check in with Shock on the Attorney Ken Nugent sidelines. DJ was in the locker room. What was going on in there, Shock?
Hey, fellas, lots of adjustments, as you would think, on both sides of the ball. Both sides going back and forth on a lot of tendencies they're seeing. But one of the biggest things they talked about in that halftime was, hey, if you don't believe we're going to win this ball game coming out at halftime, you're crazy. You got to make sure you got... But he also mentioned it's one play at a time. Lead his locker room, believe it. He said defense, they are trying to shrink the game. And how you stop them from shrinking the game, you have to be physical and stop the run. And he's demanding them to punch the football out. And the offense will stay aggressive in the run game and the pass game.
All right, Shock, here we go. Second half underway as Burr kicks it off. Just about a yard or two over the head of Cash Jones, who was on the goal line for Georgia as a return man. He'll take the touchback The ball bounces through the end zone. Georgia with possession to start quarter number 3 here. 1st and 10 at the 25, down 17-0. Georgia football brought to you in part by Modelo, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Grab a refreshing Modelo Especial brewed for full-time Bulldogs fans. Drink responsibly.
That's a half that we would like to forget on both sides of the football. Dogs offensively, only 137 yards total offense, 109 through the air, 28 on the ground. Only had the football for just over 10 minutes.
Ball's on the far hash, and we will throw it on the first play to the back. Frazier on the right flat. Beck just reared back and tossed him a soft one down the line, and Frazier hit hard at the 30, and Tech with a player down on the first play here in the second half, as Frazier will be credited with a 6-yard gain on that pass play to the 31, and again Tech with an injured player on the Georgia sideline.
Swing pass out of the backfield, that's no different than just a power sweep. Pulled a couple of big offensive linemen to get in front of Nate Frazier, so good solid first down play.
The injured player is Zachary Toby, cornerback, a sophomore from Ocoee, Florida, and he's being tended to as we speak. We'll hold it right here. They haven't taken an injury timeout for the media just yet. A reminder to join BMW's drive to end hunger and support a worthy cause, and take advantage of exceptional offers on select models through November 30th. See your local BMW center today for details, or visit bmwatl.com today. Dogs pick up 6 on the first play from scrimmage here to start the third quarter. 12 seconds in, and Tech's Zachary Toby injured on that hit of Nate Frazier. Beck for the game now, 11 of 18, 115 yards. And Georgia has rushed for only 28 yards. Yeah, 28 yards here in this ball game. Frazier, Phillips, Rod Robinson, Cash Jones, and Beck have all had carries rushing the football, and now Toby is being assisted up, and he's going to have to be helped in his walk to the Tech sideline. He's got a medical personnel to each side of him as they assist him and hang on to him as they walk him across the field.
Yeah, he took a shot to the head. Looks like either a stinger, could be concussed, not sure, but he is wobbly right now trying to get off this field.
Georgia 2nd down and 4 at our 31-yard line. Moving to our right from our vantage point here in the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Carson Beck talking to his team in the huddle. They break the huddle and send 3 out to the left. Smith and Lovett and Humphreys. And now we bring Smith in motion to the right side. 2 to the left, 1 to the right. Frazier in the backfield. Beck to throw. Throws far sideline. Lovett adjust. Had the ball in his hand, falling down, dropped it. Incomplete.
Boy, it looked like there was some contact right before that play as well, but Dominic Lovett was on an inside fade. Looked like he had the football, but another drop. He only got one arm up to try to corral the football in, and another one on the turf. 3 drops, and all of them have hurt.
Lovett, the Dogs' leading receiver coming into this with 48 catches. He's got more drops than catches tonight. Beck to throw on 3rd down. Looking, plenty of time. Now he moves in the pocket to the right at the numbers. Sets and throws, and a crossing route. Was that pass tipped as he tried to throw it? Because it just kind of fluttered to the intended target. It was short, never got there, incomplete around the 40-yard line.
Boy, great coverage right there by Georgia Tech. You're right, nowhere to go. And Carson Beck got a little bit spooked. That ball was going to be thrown into the middle of the field, so you don't know what else is behind there.
See, that was just a short throw. He had Arian Smith right there, and the ball just never got to him. So the Dogs go 3 and out and have to punt it away. Not the start they wanted here in the third quarter. Here's Brett Thorson. He booms one, not real high, but it's going to have a little distance on it. Tech lets it bounce, and now it takes a big Bulldog roll inside the 20, inside the 15, as Stockton backs away, and it rolls dead down to about the 11-yard line. Well, the end result was good, 58 yards. So Thorson with a 57-yarder and a 58-yarder tonight. And now let's see if the defense can go to work and get something done. Tech with the ball on its own 11-yard line. Its first possession of the half coming up. They lead 17-0.
I think it goes without saying here, Dogs need a 3 and out in a bad way right now. This game's still very much within reach, but you let Tech go on a time-consuming drive here and find points. Boy, you don't feel very good about the night.
King with a play fake. He dodges a man in the backfield. Chaz Chambliss was back there right to his left, and King faked him and gave him a move to the left. Able to work his way up across the line of scrimmage for about a yard to the 12, so he turned a loss into a positive. Walker and Williams on the stop for Georgia's defense.
Another design quarterback run there from Georgia Tech. Haynes King now with 57 yards on the ground tonight.
Second down, 9 on the 12 for Georgia Tech. Down on the far right end of the stadium in the east end zone. King, snap, back in the shotgun, throw it down the line to the right. Pass is caught around the 10 and up the hash. They go to the 16. That was Eric Singleton. And the tackle is made by Warren Brinson at the 16. It's a 4-yard pickup. It's 3rd and 5 for the Yellow Jackets, and the Dogs need a stop here, down 17-0.
Georgia bench asking this crowd to get into the football game. They know how big this 3rd down is.
On the far hash, moving left. Georgia Tech up over the football, ready to go. King back in the shotgun. He's got 3 receivers to his left, none to the right. He will dump it over the middle, and it's broken up incomplete. Malachi Starks prevented Singleton from catching that ball at the 20-yard line, and Tech will go 3 and out and have to punt it.
Yeah, just a quick dig route, a quick in by Singleton there, well covered by Georgia. We were draped all over, and I believe it was Malachi Starks in coverage. They're able to swat that football away, and Dogs defensively do exactly what's needed to be done. Dogs here should have pretty good field position, at least hopefully, after this punt.
Play like that, why Tharps is a finalist for the Thorpe Award again. Tech to punt it away. Left-footed punter Shanahan will hang it up, and the ball is loose in the middle of the field. Dogs may have fallen back on it. I think they did, yep.
Boy, that could have been disastrous there. We try to field that punt.
Was that Bolden back returning it? No, it was Evans. And it went through Evans' arm, bounced off his arms, and was loose on the turf. That could have been a disaster. And Bolden was the guy, I think, that got on the football.
Boy, he got an earful when he got over to the sideline, too. Kirby hot.
Georgia's ball, fortunately, at their own 49-yard line. So they've got great field position here. Can they do anything with it? 51 yards away from the end zone, down 17 points with 12:32 to go in the 3rd. Cash Jones, single setback, back under center. Tight end in motion, Lucky to the left. Pitch back to Jones. They run a reverse with Arian. Arian's got it, 50, 45, 40, 30. Cuts in at the 30, runs over a man at the 25, and down to the 21-yard line. Arian Smith wanted it.
Boy, you want to get this Georgia team back into this game mentally. That's the kind of play that does it. Arian Smith on the reverse. Georgia Tech had no idea where the football was. And there was a burst of speed by Arian Smith to run past one Georgia Tech defender like he wasn't even there, and then lowers his shoulder and just running over another.
31 yards, Dogs at the Tech 20 in the Massey Ferguson red zone. Snap it back to Beck. He'll throw it towards the end zone, out of his break on the route. Humphreys turns around a little late, can't get the ball as he slides down just across the goal line, and the ball skips off the grass, incomplete.
Again, pretty good coverage vertically there by Georgia Tech. Carson Beck trying to go back shoulder. Just short arm that one just a hair.
Ball's on the 21. I couldn't tell from way back here on the end zone. I apologize. It's at the 21, not the 20. And it's second down and 10 for Georgia. Moving down to the right, Beck takes it out of the shotgun, hands it off to Frazier. Straight up the middle. And working down the hash mark, Frazier will work his way inside the 20 to the 19, maybe the 18-yard line. Kevin Harris, big end, on the stop for the Yellow Jacket defense. Less than 11:30 to go, third quarter. Third down and 8 to go.
Dogs 2 out of 7 on third down for the evening.
Ball's on the 19. The Dogs now are in the Massey Ferguson red zone. But they've got some work to do here on third down. Beck to throw over the middle. It's caught by Cash Jones out of the backfield. Pulls away from the man at the 10. Still driving down inside the 10. Linemen trying to push the pile as they hurry downfield. They blow the whistles and blow the play dead. Where? At the 4, maybe the 3. It's goal to go for the Dogs and a Scana Energy first down.
Georgia Tech was showing blitz. They ended up bringing one linebacker, not the other. It was an angle route out of the backfield by Cash Jones, where the vacated linebacker was supposed to be. Cash filled that spot. Nice pickup. Dogs in business.
They spotted it at the 8. Georgia first and goal from the 8. Wilson snaps it back. Handoff Frazier. Big hole left. He cuts inside to avoid a defender. Gets to the 1. Tech stacks him up, and they drive. Tech came out of the pile with a football, but the officials are saying Frazier was down on the turf. They've blown the play dead. Even though Tech says they have the football, the officials aren't buying it, at least at this point. They've spotted the ball between the 1 and the 2, and Tech has a player down on the goal line as well.
And we're taking a look at a replay right now. I think Frazier's backside was down when they finally stripped out the football.
It was Omar Daniels, as we look at the replay, the guy trying to rip it out of his hands. They had Frazier wrapped up in his lower body and going to the turf.
Well, the ball definitely came out. The question is going to be, was he down? It looks like his left shin knee may have been down right before. It's going to be close. I'm not sure if there's enough there for them to overturn it.
Call on the field is it's Georgia ball and down between the 1 and the 2. So they're reviewing the play. Are they reviewing it? They have not called for a review. The injured player is Clayton Powell Lee for Georgia Tech, and he's slowly going to the sideline now as we speak. So Georgia.
Now, the previous play is under further review.
Now they're reviewing it, they say. So Jeff Heiser makes the announcement, and now the play is under review. And it's brought to you by Pruitt Health, where family makes a stronger, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Again, the call on the field is no fumble, Georgia ball, and Frazier was down by contact. Omar Daniels thinks he had the football. The Kansas State transfer took it away from Frazier, who was stacked up and being tackled to the ground by a swarm of Georgia Tech players. But at what point and how much video evidence is there?
Boy, it is going to be really close. I'm just not sure if there's enough there that you can overturn the call on the field, but we've been surprised by these in the past.
Yes, my thought exactly. So we'll just wait for the word as the replay booth has the ball now, and they're reviewing that last play. Governor's Office of Highway Safety says the penalty for getting a DUI can cost up to $10,000. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety says drive sober so you won't get pulled over. A pivotal call coming up in this ball game. Georgia Tech 17, Georgia nothing. The Dogs, for the moment, have the ball just inside the Georgia Tech 2-yard line and looking to get on the board for the first time in the game with 10:09 to play in the third quarter. The review's still going on. It's kind of that helpless feeling right now if you're on the either sideline. You're just waiting on word from above to come down. What's the call? Well, the review's been going on for a little while now. And here's Jeff Heiser, the referee, with the announcement.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands.
Yeah, there was just not enough. You didn't have a good enough view on when Nate's lower body was actually on the ground, and when the ball came out, it was a bang-bang play. If that would have been called a fumble on the field, I doubt that we get it overturned for us then either. Just not enough video evidence to make the call on the field overturned.
All right, Dogs offense got to punch one in right here, get on the board. They're on the 2, just inside. Quick break of the huddle, I formation, Cash to fullback, Roderick Robinson the tail. Send a tight end over, play fake. Beck wants to throw to the tight end, touchdown caught, Ben Urosic. No, that's Oscar Delp, excuse me. Delp with the touchdown, close to the back line in the right corner of the end zone.
Dogs with the power formation there, don't even mess with it. Fake the power dive, quick little rollout. Georgia Tech had pressure bearing down on Carson's backside, but Carson able to flip it out to Oscar Delp on a corner route right before he got hammered.
Delp with his 4th touchdown catch of the season, and the Dogs are on the board. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Going to go for 2 right here. Going to try for 2. Ball's on the 3 on the far hash. Out of the pistol, Frazier in the backfield. Play fake, throw it to the left, flag down, caught by Lovett. He didn't get in. They hit him down at the 3-yard line, far side of the field. There's a flag on the play.
Illegal motion, offense, number 6. Penalties decline. The try is no good.
So it's 17-6. The Dogs fail on the 2-point conversion try with 9:53 to go in the 3rd quarter. But Georgia's on the board. 51-yard drive, 6 plays and 2:39. 2-yard throw from Beck to Oscar Delp. Gets the Dogs in the end zone. That's the Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Call Georgia Metals today and say roof, roof, roof for your Bulldogs discount. Timeout at Sanford Stadium, 17-6. Georgia Tech in front of the Dogs. That's our new score. Our second half brought to you by First Franklin Financial. Come see the friendly Franklin folks at one of our convenient Georgia locations. Back in a moment on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Georgia Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
This is Coach Kirby Smart. The decision-making process between an elite athlete and a school takes time. You can rely on stats and research, but sometimes you just get a gut feeling about the person across from you, their unshakable desire to be elite. It's when game recognizes game.
Take your game to elite levels with the power and performance of the Ford F-150, the official truck of your Georgia Bulldogs. See your local Ford dealer today.
Ford F-150, built Ford tough. Go Dogs.
Between the hedges and across the state, this is where the Dogs play. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Cracked walls, wet basement, don't let a small problem become a catastrophe. Call ESOG. Neil Honda Williamson for Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Dial 678 ESOG now.
Dogs fans, in Athens, we have 2 important rules. Support local business and cheer on the Georgia Bulldogs. This season, we would like to thank our official hometown team partners for their support of Georgia athletics. Georgia Cotton Farmers, Longhorn Steakhouse in Athens, and CertaPro Painters of Athens. Learn more about how you can support these great local partners by finding the Hometown Team Partners ad in the digital game program on GeorgiaDogs.com. Support our hometown team partners and you'll support the Dogs.
After you work out, you can feel worn out.
Reach for Core Power to recover right. A delicious protein shake with 26 grams of high-quality protein to build muscle. Champion your recovery with Core Power. Proud partner of Georgia football. Learn more at corepower.com.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Third quarter, 9:53 remaining. Georgia on the board with a touchdown, missed a two-point conversion try. 17-6. Tech leads by 11. Peyton Woodring to kick it away from left to right. From the 35. Kicks it high and deep, end over end. Going to come down on the tube, take a bounce up. Fielded by Singleton. And the official, Jeff Heeser, blows the whistle right behind the return man. Georgia was scrambling for a ball as Singleton tried to field it on a hop and then run, and Georgia was up trying to stop him. And the official just kept blowing the whistle, and they're going to... What are they going to call it? I didn't see him call for a fair catch.
And he fielded the ball and was actually running with it. Like there wasn't a fair catch called.
They're spotting it at the 4-yard line. All right. What am I missing there? First and 10 at the 4 for Georgia Tech. We'll take it. It's loud in the east end zone. King will keep it as he runs out of the end zone after a play fake. Flag down behind the play as King veers out to the near side and is tackled at the 9 by Jalen Walker, the linebacker. And it might be a hold against Tech.
Holding. Offense, number 85. Penalties half the distance to the goal. Still first down.
Holding on the tight end, Jackson Hawes, a senior from Salt Lake City. That'll put Tech on the 2, or it should. They said half the distance.
And he was holding Jalen Walker there. Didn't allow Jalen, actually had contained, wasn't able to get outside because of that hold. Now Tech in the shadow of their own goalpost.
Defense encouraging more noise down in that east end zone. First and 12 for the Yellow Jackets. Georgia just scored. Needs some good defensive play right here. Play fake. The quarterback King throws it over the middle. It's caught. We can't get the guy on the ground.
Boy, just a quick slant coming out of your end zone. Dogs were manned up there. Daniel Harris, decent coverage here, but Tech able to get an inside release as we brought pressure.
Big Isaiah Canyon, a freshman, but 6'4" and 210, and Everett just couldn't get him down. Couldn't tackle him. All the way up to the 32-yard line. 30-yard gain, another explosive play for Georgia Tech. Tech will run it with the motion man. The handoff goes to the speedy Singleton, looking for room on that far side. It was not there. He did most of that carry laterally until he got to the sideline and cut upfield. And we chase him into the boundary at the 39-yard line. We got 7.
We've seen Tech fake that the majority of the game. This time they handled the Singleton on the jet sweep. Able to get outside for a nice pickup on first down.
King split backfield. Second and 3 on their own 39. They lead 17-6. King to throw to the motion man on the near flat. It's caught by Rutherford. He cuts at the 40, angles towards the Georgia sideline. We tackle him there at the 42, maybe the 43. Like Starks, I think, the guy that got him on this near sideline.
Dog sideline wanted another holding call on the bubble screen to the outside. I think it was Dan Jackson in pursuit that they thought was getting held by the lead receiver that was blocking on that bubble screen.
They moved the ball up to the 44. The tackle happened right on the sideline where there's so many bodies you can't see where they go out of bounds. So it's first and 10 for the Dogs, or for the Yellow Jackets, excuse me. Play fake by King. He'll roll to the right, throw to the tight end on the run. The Hawes just in front of him, just dumped it up ahead to him, and the big tight end makes the catch. And Jalen Walker going to make the tackle for the Dogs at the 50.
RPO there from Tech. Haynes King can either hand that off to the running back and keep it himself, or just dump it off to his tight end, what you chose to do there.
He got 6. It's 2nd down and 4. We keep running defenders off one at a time and running a new guy on. King, pressure up the gut, dumps it off in time. Pass is caught near the 50, hit immediately by the safety Dan Jackson, who drove back Alexander, the running back, for no gain, maybe a loss of a half yard.
Great read and recognition there by Dan Jackson. We were playing a 3-deep zone. He saw the back coming out of the backfield immediately as he slipped out, up quickly to make a tackle on a big hard hit there.
Jalen Walker had great pressure right up the gut. Was right in Haynes King's face when he was releasing the football. 3rd down and 4 for the Yellow Jackets, just on their side of the 50. They will fake it and keep it. King will run over the logo and get the 1st down as he angles for 5, maybe 6, gets over the 45, and we twist him down at the 44-yard line. We can't stop that tonight. KJ Bolden on the stop for Georgia.
It is a staple of this offense. Fake the jet sweep, get the linebackers to move just a little bit. Nice block there by the wide receiver from Tech, Singleton, to seal off Smile Munden.
Haynes King now with 64 yards rushing. Jamal Haynes has 79. They're the 1-2 punch for the Tech running game. Out of the pistol. They flip it forward on a no-look shovel pass to Singleton. He's got nowhere to go, just all the way laterally to the Georgia sideline. He just came a full sprint right in front of the quarterback, and King just did a spin and a no-look toss straight to him forward. The Dogs defend that one well. He lost a yard. Raylan Wilson, Chaz Chambliss, the linebackers, all the way to the sideline to make sure Singleton got nothing positive.
Yeah, good job extending that play east and west until all the support got there.
Tech on the 45, Georgia's 45. 2nd and 10. King wants to throw. Jalen Walker in pursuit. Michael Williams in pursuit, but he's running out of gas. King all the way to the far sideline and just dumps it out incomplete. Before he stepped out of bounds, he just threw it away on the far sideline.
Yeah, Haynes King just too fast. Had a couple of dogs in pursuit there as protection broke down. Jalen Walker was the primary guy in pursuit, just couldn't catch him.
3rd, 10 and a half, 3rd and 11, the scoreboard says. They've adjusted the yard marker on the far side of the field as well, back just a smidge over the 45 of Georgia. Stadium noise is deafening. Big 3rd down play for Tech. They snap it back. King in the pocket, pressured, runs away from it. He's got running room. He fakes the pass. We hit him on the 42, and he's still driving down to the 36-yard line. My goodness, we can't get him on the ground. KJ Bolden finally does. He's short of the 1st down, but we can't get the guy down on a first hit. He looks like Brock Bowers out there. You can't tackle him the first time.
Boy, yards after contact all night. Again, just not wrapping up. Ever. We're not wrapping up. After he got hit, picked up another 4 or 5 yards. Now it's 4th down, and Tech keeps our offense on the field.
4th and 2 at the Georgia 37. King talking to his tight end on the left side, motioning to flare out. He's at a wing position on the left. King now talking to him again. He's pointing, trying to get him to go out to this side, and now Tech has to call a timeout. He couldn't communicate. He was right in the ear hole of Jackson Hawes, the tight end, who was holding his ground. He wouldn't move. Tech uses a time with 4:09 to go in the 3rd quarter. They lead 17-6. 4th and 2 when we come back. We've got a timeout here in Athens. Our second half is brought to you by First Franklin Financial, serving our neighbors since 1941. Back after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
You sit in traffic now, but later, there's an ice cold reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. You've earned this rich golden lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. Because you know, all your patience is paid out in gold. You remain calm through honks, bumper to bumper, and people yelling. Come on, move! You are a fighter, and Modelo is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
When choosing a natural gas provider, avoid trick plays like hidden fees and poor service. Stick to your game plan with Walton Gas. For over 2 decades, Walton Gas has offered great rates, straightforward plans, and exceptional service. Join the winning team with Walton Gas, where customers always come first. Ready to secure the victory? Call Walton Gas or visit waltongas.com to see why we're Georgia's most trusted natural gas provider. Go Dogs!
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with legendary Georgia Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Ballou.
Ken and I are teaming up to give back to the brave men and women of our military. Ken's going to donate $500 to one member of the military every Bulldog football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And somebody's going to win $500 every game.
One click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Play Quick Win from the Georgia Lottery and you can win the Progressive Jackpot instantly. Because lightning fast is the best way to win.
I'll be administering your driver's test today. Please start the car, sir.
Let's do this.
Slow down!
But not the best way to take a driver's test.
I am taking points off for this!
With new games and new ways to win, it's the fastest way to win a jackpot. Play the Quick Win family of games from the Georgia Lottery. Play online or at retail. Play responsibly.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth here at Sanford Stadium. Let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification on the Bulldogs Sports Network. Fourth and 3 coming up for Georgia Tech. Let's go down to Shock on the sidelines, brought to you by attorney Ken Nugent. DJ.
Hey, Scott, you were just talking about the noise. It is really deafening down here on the field. And I was just talking to somebody on the sideline, and I literally had to look at their lips to get to understand what they're saying. So I can understand the noise that they're having to communicate with out there right now.
Yeah, King, he couldn't communicate any message to Hawes, his tight end. He was right in his head, screaming at him to move out. And they had to call the timeout. They keep the offense out there, 4th and 3. Snap it to King. He fakes the pitch to the right. He's just going to duck it and run. And he got the first down. He just plowed right in there behind the right side of that line of scrimmage. Jordan Williams and Keelan Rutledge, right tackle and right guard. And they got the yardage for the first down to the 32. They picked up 5.
Fake the toss sweep. Get a lead blocker in there as well. And then King just ducks his head. Gets behind that huge push from the Georgia Tech offensive front.
Jackets break the huddle. 2 receivers near side. Out of the pistol. They snap it. King has a bit of a problem with the snap. He almost bobbled it, but he's able to control it, turn around and hand it off to the back Haynes. And straight ahead into the line of scrimmage to the 30. And Jordan Hall, the sophomore defensive lineman from Jacksonville, makes the stop for the Georgia defense. 2-yard gain for Georgia Tech. This drive started back at their own 4. Then they had a holding penalty that put them on the 2. They've moved the ball all the way to the Dogs' 30, and they're just grinding down clock here in the third quarter. Less than 3 minutes remaining. 17-6. Jackets in front. They've led all night. Snap back to King, empty set. He wants to throw. He does, and it's caught by the tight end at the 25, Hawes. And he turns around down the hash and got about 4 more or so before C.J. Allen, the linebacker, makes the stop at the 20-yard line. That's a 10-yard gain.
Well, just a quick little option route there by Georgia Tech, and again, just methodically moving the chains. Now 20 first downs, 20 first downs for this Georgia Tech offense with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the third quarter.
Not a lot of life in that Georgia defense right now. They need a big play. Something to energize him. King with a play fake and a quick throw to the right sideline to Singleton, who was tight-roping the sideline when he got that bullet pass right around the 20-yard line or so. The Dogs push him out of bounds at the 19, and he got a yard. Malachi Starks and Dalen Everett, the guys over there doing the work for the Dogs defense.
Another run-pass option there from Georgia Tech. Well, they put a lot on Haynes King. A lot of different options on every play for him to distribute the football.
He's taken every snap but one tonight. Zach Pyron ran one play in the first quarter. King, empty set, 3 to the right, 1 to the left. Motion man comes near side. King going to fake it and run right through. He just shot out of the hole, the pile at the 20, spinning his way down inside the 10 to the 9. Somebody stop that guy. We've got no answer for him. Down to the 9-yard line, maybe even the 8.
Boy, no answers at all. Had him hemmed up at the line of scrimmage. Next thing you know, he comes shooting out of the pile. We've seen this play all night long. Fake the jet sweep, inside quarterback trap. He gets behind a couple of his big offensive linemen. We can't get there, and there he keeps churning up yardage.
Starks with the tackle, and they do put it on the 9. It's goal to go for the Yellow Jackets. They lead it 17-6. Snap to King. Handoff to Haynes. Into the pile at left guard. Red shirts everywhere. Jamal Jarrett, one of the guys in a gap. Ingram Dawkins, Raylan Wilson. Ty Ingram Dawkins made the initial contact after maybe a 2-yard gain, almost to the 7-yard line. A little shy of it, about a yard and a half. Second and goal for the Yellow Jackets. Less than a minute to play. Well, less than 30 seconds to go in the quarter. 17 seconds, in fact. Tech breaks the huddle up to the line. They're in no hurry. Tight end in motion to the far side. Handed off to Haynes. He stumbles this way, trying to bounce outside, and he falls down right in front of our linebacker, Chaz Chambliss, who was being blocked by the tight end, Hawes. And their guy just fell down trying to fake and move to the left. He fell down at the 9, so he loses a couple, and that's the last play of the quarter. Oh, take a breath now. 15 minutes to go. And it's 17-6. Georgia Tech leading 7th-ranked Georgia here with the fourth quarter on the way. Timeout, second half tonight, brought to you by First Franklin Financial. Visit 1ffc.com to learn more. Back to Athens after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Are you in the retirement red zone? 5 to 10 years away from calling it a career? But now you're wondering, what's the right call? There's only one call to make. It's to Chris Hoffman and the Hoffman Financial Group, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs, and the team you want helping you call the plays for your retirement.
You own it, and we are accountable to you either as your general manager or your coach. I would say the investments are the players, but you own the football team. You don't need to run it. You don't need to call the plays. You don't need to present the playbook. You should stand atop of everybody and simply expect they produce the playbook, show it to you, you agree with it, and we execute it.
Get the team at Hoffman Financial Group working for you today. 404-737-3858 or unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
This is the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
They're not just the Bulldogs, they're your Bulldogs. Customize your Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Bulldogs pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/Bulldogs. Wells Fargo is proud to be the official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Copyright 2024. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
This holiday season, spread a little extra cheer with BMW. For every new BMW bought in the month of November, we'll donate 200 meals to families in need through Feeding America. Over the last 7 years, BMW has proudly helped provide over 17 million meals to those in need, and with your help, that number will continue to grow. Visit your local BMW Center for details or visit bmwusa.com/Drive to End Hunger today. Take advantage of exceptional offers during BMW's Drive to End Hunger event.
inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Our third quarter recap is presented by Ag South, Ag Georgia, and Southwest Georgia Farm Credit, loans for land and farms. Georgia only had the ball in the third quarter for a little more than 3 minutes. They scored the only points of the quarter on the touchdown throw from Beck to Oscar Delp. Missed a two-point conversion, but other than that, Tech is still controlling this game. They're controlling the football. Time of possession, they had it for over 11 minutes in the quarter. This drive alone, 16 plays already in almost 10 minutes of possession. Georgia Tech leads it 17-6 with 1 quarter to go. And the Yellow Jackets on the Georgia 9-yard line. Third down coming up. Third and goal from the 9, down at the far right end of the stadium now, towards the east end zone. 3 across the front line for Georgia. King to run. Hits one of the gaps. Damon Wilson grabs him by the waist, picks him up, and carries him back a couple of yards. Caught him at the 7 or so. Let's see where they'll spot him down. He lifted him up off the ground and threw him back to the 8. Where was his forward progress? They're going to say the 6.
That's one way to tackle him. Just pick him up and throw him around. It's about time.
He pulled a Jalen Carter. Lifted him up. Held him up. Field goal try for the Yellow Jackets. From the 13.5, 24-yard try or so for Aiden Burr. Kicking to the right. The field goal is up. And it is good this time inside the right upright.
Well, Tech fortunate there. They bobbled the snap. Fortunate to get it down.
Tech got 3 out of it. A long, time-consuming drive. 87 yards on this thing with a scoring drive. 90 yards, actually. 18 plays and 90 yards in 10:36, and they got a field goal to go up 20-6. That's the Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Call Georgia Metals today and say roof, roof, roof for your Bulldogs discount. New score in Athens, Georgia Tech 20, Georgia 6. Timeout. Our second half tonight brought to you by First Franklin Financial, serving our neighbors since 1941. We're back to Sanford Stadium at Dooley Field after this on the Bulldog Sports Network.
Creature Comforts Brewing Company is the official craft beer of your Georgia Bulldogs. These two Athens institutions have joined forces to connect quality beer with the passion and pageantry of the UGA faithful. Whether it's Georgia's favorite craft beer, Tropicalia IPA, the award-winning Classic City Lager, or their new Sip 'em Seltzer, Creature Comforts has you covered on game day and every day. And if you're visiting the Classic City on game day, Creature Comforts beers are available at Sanford Stadium and anywhere good cold beer is served. 2 brands, 1 town, 1 team. Go Dogs! Sip 'em. 21 and over. Champions drink responsibly.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health. Our Georgia Bulldogs have shown us what happens when a great team pulls together. At Pruitt Health, our team helps you recover from surgery or a major health event. Nurses, therapists, a whole team dedicated to giving people the personalized care they need. Come join the Pruitt Health team. Email hireme@pruitthealth.com. That's hireme@pruitthealth.com. Pruitt Health is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Carson Beck here, quarterback for Georgia. As a student athlete, I must be focused to reach my goals on and off the field.
How about we change that to on and off the court, Carson? Caitlin Rocco here, outside volleyball hitter for Emory. Not everyone plays on a field, but my friends at Associated Credit Union provide an equal playing field for anyone in Georgia to reach their financial goals. Learn more at acuonline.org.
Associated Credit Union, where anyone in Georgia can live, bank, and grow.
Hey Ben, I'm really excited about going to Sanford Stadium to see the Dogs play this Saturday. Did you pick up the tickets?
Hey Cab, the tickets were all sold out.
Ben, did you just tell me the biggest Dogs game of the year is sold out to the avocados from Mexico jingle?
Sure did. You know they're always good, taste good, and are good for you.
You know, we could just get a bunch of avocados, make delicious guacamole, and watch the game on the big screen at home. It's good. Dogs, sick 'em.
Avocados from Mexico.
with Eric Zier. Scott Howard back with you inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. DJ Shockley down on the sideline. Let's check the Modelo scoreboard. Modelo, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Grab a refreshing Modelo Especial brewed for full-time Bulldogs fans. Drink responsibly. A handful of games on this Thanksgiving Friday. A lot more tomorrow. Ole Miss earlier today defeated Mississippi State 26-14. Games in progress. Iowa and Nebraska tied at 10 in the fourth quarter. Utah leads Central Florida 13-7. They are in the third. Minnesota earlier today defeated Wisconsin 24-7. Here it's an eye-opener across the country. Georgia Tech 20 and Georgia 6. And Tech just took over 10 and a half minutes on a drive that covered 90 yards and 18 plays, and they got 3 out of it on a 23-yard field goal, and they'll kick it off and send it through the end zone for the touchback, and the Dogs will have the ball at the 25. Now, the thing that has to change here in the fourth quarter is even if the Dogs do go down and score, and there's plenty of time left to try to get the ball back and get another score because you're 14 down, you got to get Tech off the field. Georgia unable to do that really consistently at all tonight.
Yeah, Tech has held the football for 31 minutes and 56 seconds already tonight. We've got to find a way to get them off the field. Tech now 21 first downs.
We'll run it with Frazier, looking for blocking on the near side as he's angled to the sideline from the 25 and hit out of bounds, going out of bounds. 10-yard pickup up to the 35-yard line. That's a good start on first down. Harvey, the cornerback, hit Frazier going into the boundary, but it's a Scana Energy first down for the Dogs.
Yeah, if you're the Dogs offensively, no need to panic here. You should, if we can stop them, you should get the ball back a couple of times. Got to make every drive count, though.
We flip-flop 2 players, a tight end and the receiver, Lovett, from the right to left. Now we send Lovett back in motion to the right side. Play fake Belk. Time in the pocket. Plenty of time. Dumps it off to Frazier. Open at the 35. Nate to the 40. Nice collision at the 44, and he drives the Tech defender back the other way up to the 46. That was Trinilius Tatum, the linebacker. And Frazier, the running back, had the momentum and a head of steam, and he got the advantage in that tackle.
Good decision there by Carson Beck. Everything downfield covered up, stayed patient, got the ball to his check down, moved the chains again.
12 yards, another Scana Energy first down to the 47 for the Dogs. Roderick Robinson in the backfield now for Georgia, playing in his first game of the season tonight. We bring Lovett in motion to the near side. Beck in the shotgun, takes the snap. Forced out of the pocket. He runs 45, 50 over the logo, angling to the Tech sideline. Now tries to cut in at the numbers, and he'll fall forward for a few yards to the 48 maybe. Georgia's got a lineman slow to get up back towards the middle of the field. They're spotting Beck down at the 48 on the far sideline. That 6'4" frame fell across for a couple more yards as he hit the midfield stripe.
Quick flash of color there, or white jersey is what flushed Carson out of the pocket. Good decision there to get north and south. Solid first down pickup.
Yeah, you got 5. It's 2nd and 5 on the Tech 48. Dogs down 20-6 here in the fourth quarter. A little more than 12 minutes remaining. Hand it to Rod Robinson. He runs laterally to the right, and he's going to be dropped for a loss. Never got to the corner. We had 3 big linemen waiting for him to get to the corner and turn, but there was too much upfield penetration by Tech, and they wrap up Robinson around the legs back at the Georgia 49. He'll lose 3 yards. Jordan Vandenberg, transfer from Penn State, with the tackle.
Well, miscommunication up front on our offensive line. Nobody picked up the Georgia Tech defensive lineman. He came in unblocked.
Dogs now 3rd and 8, back on our 49. Beck in the shotgun. Here comes pressure from Tech. We throw it out. We got a man open in the flat. That's Delp, the tight end. Caught at the Georgia 46, all the way over midfield and into Tech territory. First down to the 38. Harvey makes the stop, but they pick it up. The Scana Energy first down on the Tech 38-yard line.
Well, Tech brought the house right there. Good job by Robinson sticking his head in there to slow down the oncoming rush.
Got 13 and a first down. We'll run it on 1st and 10, and nothing doing there. Robinson knocked back in the opposite direction as he tried to run behind Truss over at right tackle, and Tech would not allow it.
Boy, you're just not used to seeing this. Both lines of scrimmage, the Dogs getting whipped right now.
That was Joshua Robinson, the end from Douglasville, Georgia, that made the hit for the guys in white and gold. 2nd down and 10 for the Dogs on the Tech 38. Frazier's back in the backfield for the Dogs. Dealt flip-flops from right to left. Play fake. Beck. Here comes pressure. He throws it off. It's caught on a crossing route by Dominic Lovett at the 25. He gets outside the numbers on this near sideline and gets an extra yard to the 23-yard line. And Harvey, the cornerback, trying to catch up and make the tackle, and he does at the 23. But it's a pickup of 15 yards and a 1st down for the Dogs.
Georgia Tech staying aggressive right now. Another blitzing linebacker. Dogs do a good job picking it up.
10 minutes to go in the game. Handoff Frazier up the middle. He's got running room to the 10, trying to push his way down inside the 10, and he'll get to the 9 before Tech stops his progress and drives him back the other way. Just running between the tackles, elusive Nate Frazier with a big gain to set up goal to go for the Dogs.
Yeah, it was just an inside zone run. Good job there by Jared Wilson, working up to the 2nd level.
14 yards, 1st and goal for the Dogs at the Tech 9. We're down 20-6 with 9:23 and the clock moving. Beck takes the snap, quick throw to the right, caught at the 11. Arian Smith caught it down. He had to bend his knees and go down low, almost on the turf to catch it. And he's going to get to the 4 before Tech makes the tackle. Omar Daniels and Tatum, a linebacker. Now they have a man shaken up on the play as the Dogs were going fast. That catch and run by Arian Smith puts the Dogs at the 4. It was a 5-yard gain on goal to go. And we got a timeout, so that'll slow down the momentum for Georgia's building here. Dogs on the doorstep at the Tech 4. We got a timeout with 9:07 to play. Georgia trails Georgia Tech 20-6 here in the 4th. Our 2nd half tonight brought to you by First Franklin Financial. Go see the friendly Franklin folks at one of our convenient Georgia locations. Timeout here at Sanford Stadium. Back after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Are you in the retirement red zone? 5 to 10 years away from calling it a career? But now you're wondering, what's the right call? There's only one call to make. It's to Chris Hoffman and the Hoffman Financial Group, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs, and the team you want helping you call the plays for your retirement.
You own it, and we are accountable to you either as your general manager or your coach. I would say the investments are the players, but you own the football team. You don't need to run it. You don't need to call the plays. You don't need to present the playbook. You should stand atop of everybody and simply expect they produce the playbook, show it to you, you agree with it, and we execute it.
Get the team at Hoffman Financial Group working for you today. 404-737-3858 or unleashyourmoney.com. Investment advisory services offered through Brookstone Wealth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Hoffman Financial Group Incorporated, Georgia Insurance License number 163546.
Don't go anywhere. The Dogs are coming right back. You're listening to the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
A gift this good takes a while to unwrap. Get your best gift ever during the Toyotathon sales event before it's too late. Get 3.99% APR for 36 months on a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 Hybrid. Offer valid through December 2nd, 2024. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $29.52 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Not sure how much you know about Progressive Insurance. You may know us for insuring your home and auto. You may know a couple of our commercials. But what you may not know is that since 2013, Progressive has been honoring veterans with vehicle donations through the annual Keys to Progress Veteran Vehicle Giveaway Program, giving back to those who gave so much. Now, you probably didn't wake up today saying, I really wish I knew more about Progressive Insurance, but this seemed like the type of thing people wouldn't mind hearing about. Find out more about how we're dedicated to our customers and communities at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Georgia 2nd and goal from the Tech 4. And the injured player was Saeed Gibbs, one of their defensive backs, and he had to be assisted to the sideline. Extremely groggy. Looked like on the replay, it took a helmet-to-helmet hit trying to make the tackle on Arian Smith. Second down for the Dogs. Beck going to take the snap, roll to his left, throw to the front corner of the end zone. It's caught by Dominic Lovett. Well, they say incomplete. Didn't catch it all the way through. He was catching it coming out of the end zone on this near sideline, and the officials say the pass is incomplete. Amari Harvey, the cornerback, in coverage for Georgia Tech. So it's 3rd and goal from the Yellow Jacket 4 for the Dogs.
We rolled Carson Beck to his left, just had a quick out by Dominic Lovett. Pretty well thrown football. He caught it. He was coming out of the end zone, caught it about on the 1-yard line. Never was able to secure the football, though.
Ball's on the far hash, moving to the west end zone. 4 yards to go for Paydirt. 2 receivers to the right. One in motion, quick snap. Beck pump fakes right, throws it in the back of the end zone, sliding down and in and out of the hands, Arian Smith. He was open. He would have caught it. He was sliding down. He lost his footing, and the ball just glanced right off his hands. Incomplete.
Boy, how many drops is that now? 5 drops on the afternoon. That one was a tough catch as he was sliding to the ground, but at some point, you got to make those catches.
Well, they got to make it here. 4th down and goal from the 4. Trio of receivers stacked up on the near side. Roderick Robinson in the backfield. Play clock at 7. Delp slides in motion. Left slot. Beck. Here comes pressure. He throws it in the end zone, and it is incomplete. Check a flag. A flag in the end zone. The pass to Delp was incomplete, but a flag came in.
That's going to be pass interference against Georgia Tech, so Dogs live to fight another play here.
Pass interference. Defense, number 21. The foul took place in the end zone where the ball was placed at the 2-yard line. 1st down.
That was on Omar Daniels from Moultrie, Georgia, the K-State transfer for Georgia Tech. That's a new set of downs for the Dogs. Brent Key not happy about it. He's out on the field near the numbers trying to get the officials' attention. The officials telling him to get back on the sideline. Dogs have it on the 2 now. It's goal to go, 1st and goal on the Tech 2. Dogs need to punch it in the end zone. 8:45 remaining in the game. We're down 2 scores. Beck goes under center. Frazier, the lone setback, play fake. Beck rolls back, throws it off to the left to Humphreys. He makes the catch, stumbling to the goal line. Did he get there? No, he's short. Tech tripped him up just short of the goal line. London Humphreys tried to stretch and tried to reach. He gets the ball down inside the 1. He got a yard. Dogs trying to go quickly. 2nd and goal from the 1. Beck, snap, handoff, Frazier, touchdown!
Boy, what an effort there by Frazier. It was just a dive. Dogs went hurry up there. Frazier, the strength. We talk about his speed on the outside. His strength there to go punch that into the end zone. Pretty impressive, and Dogs still a little bit of life.
8:18 to play, and the Dogs have closed the gap, the closest they've been all night since Tech took the lead. It's 20-12. Tech has an injured player right on the goal line. Another injured player. 1-yard touchdown run by Nate Frazier. And for the freshman, that is his 8th rushing touchdown of the season. And that Georgia score brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
And again, it was just the power. He got met about 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, but able to go break through, drive through a couple of tackles from Yellow Jackets to find Paydirt.
Kyle Eford, the linebacker, is the injured player, and initially he's up now, and he's going back towards the Tech sideline, was taking baby steps as he's surrounded by training personnel. They've got their hands on his back, now he's going to try to jog on his own to the sideline. Georgia going to try the point after. Boy, a brilliant drive when you had to have it. They got it. Georgia went 75 yards in 13 plays. Took almost 6 minutes on the clock. A 1-yard plunge by Nate Frazier for the touchdown. That's your Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Call Georgia Metals today and say roof, roof, roof for your Bulldogs discounts. Point after try by Peyton Woodring is automatic, up and good. New score at Sanford Stadium. It's Tech 20 and Georgia 13. It's a 7-point difference with 8:18 to go in the regular season. Timeout. Our second half tonight brought to you by First Franklin Financial. Visit 1ffc.com to learn more. We'll come back to Athens right after this on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for Athens. The Georgia Bulldogs Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now Card. They're a win for your wallet and a big Go Dogs, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Bulldogs pride? Order your card now at regions.com/GoDogs. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
I'm attorney Ken Nugent, and I'm here with legendary Georgia Bulldog quarterback and radio host Buck Ballou.
Ken and I are teaming up to give back to the brave men and women of our military. Ken's going to donate $500 to one member of the military every Bulldog football game this season.
If you're a member of the military, go to attorneykennugent.com to enter.
And somebody's going to win $500 every game.
One click.
That's it.
Ken Nugent, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Attention Georgia Bulldogs football fans. Napa is here to help you hit the road this season. As a proud partner of University of Georgia football, Napa helps you tackle tough projects. With a network of nearly 6,000 auto parts stores and over 17,000 auto care centers nationwide. So whenever your mean machine is coming down the track, know that the Napa network has your back.
Hey, Ben, I'm really excited about going to Sanford Stadium to see the Dogs play this Saturday. Did you pick up the tickets?
Hey, Cab, the tickets were all sold out.
Ben, did you just tell me the biggest Dogs game of the year is sold out to the avocados from Mexico jingle?
Sure did. You know they're always good, taste good, and are good for you.
You know, we could just get a bunch of avocados, make delicious guacamole, and watch the game on the big screen at home. It's good. Dogs, sick 'em.
Avocados from Mexico.
Back inside the Piedmont Healthcare radio booth. Dogs with a 75-yard drive. They are now 2 for 3 inside the Massey-Ferguson red zone tonight. Massey-Ferguson experienced the straightforward, dependable tractors that will take you through the season strong. Georgia Tech's been in the red zone 5 times and converted 4 times for points. They've got a couple of field goals, a couple of touchdowns. Georgia now with 2 touchdowns. One, a 2-yard throw to Oscar Delp. Missed a 2-point conversion try after our first score of the game. And then just moments ago, Nate Frazier with a 1-yard dive for a score and the point after by Peyton Woodring. So 20-13, 8:18 to go. And Tech's about to get the ball. Their last scoring drive resulted in a 23-yard field goal, but the drive was 18 plays, 90 yards, in 10.5 minutes. The Dogs cannot allow that again, because if you can do the math, well, you can figure out why. Woodring's kick, he nails it, long end-over-end kick. Not real high, but going to land deep about 8 yards in the back of the end zone and bounce through for a touchback. All right, here we go, defense. It's your time to shine. 1st and 10 for Georgia Tech on the 25.
Georgia Tech, 21 first downs of the night. I think they've gotten their allotment, and they don't need any more.
I think you're correct on that one. Over 400 yards of offense. All right, stadium noise starts to go up a little bit. 2 receivers to each side, well, 3 to the right. Now they bring a man in motion as they work out of an empty set. Jet sweep to Haynes. He gets to the corner. Smile Munden going to drag him down up around the collar, or a face mask, and a flag comes in.
Yeah, it's probably going to be a horse collar. Tech able to get outside and contain. They've been just doing damage all night, faking that jet sweep with the quarterback trap.
Horse collar, defense, number 2. 15-yard penalty added to the end of the run. Automatic, 1st down.
Yeah, pretty clear call right there, and Tech already in business.
Yeah, they got 8 yards on the run, then you tack on 15 more, so it's a 23-yard gain. for Georgia Tech. Up to the Yellow Jackets 48-yard line. Not what you wanted. That's only the second penalty on the Dogs tonight, but it was a costly one. 1st and 10 Tech on their side of the 50. King, play fake on the sweep, keeps it and runs right up the hash to the 50, still driving. He's running through the pile. C.J. Allen with a stop. Jordan Hall made contact initially, but King just kept motoring right by him. And then the Georgia linebacker made the final stop, and they put the ball over the 50 at the Georgia 49, so he got 3.
Tech in no hurry at all right now. Going to try to milk as much clock as they possibly can.
2nd and 7 on the Georgia 49. How about a takeaway? Anything. Tech with 3 receivers to the left. King wants to throw. He throws back to the right. One-on-one coverage and overshoots his man incomplete. Trying to go to the running back, Jamal Haynes, deep down the right sideline, covered by the linebacker, C.J. Allen, who was doing a great job keeping up with him. Now he gets a hand as he comes out of the game to the sideline. That was deep coverage for a linebacker. Now Haynes is hobbling off down on the far end of the field for Georgia Tech. Jamal Haynes, the running back, hobbling as quickly as he can to get to the sideline.
Yeah, Tech got what they wanted there just through that formation. Had Haynes on our middle linebacker, C.J. Allen, took a shot at it. Allen, though, really good coverage.
3rd and 7 on the 49 for Tech. King to throw, and he's got a man, breaks away from the defender at the 40. Singleton cuts back the other direction through the middle of the field and all the way down inside the red zone down to the 15-yard line.
Just a simple curl right on the outside. I don't even know where we were. We got lost in coverage and another huge explosive play. Singleton came in motion, just ran a curl route. We ran into each other. And Singleton off to the races.
Daniel Harris, Z, ended up blocking Malachi Starks, knocked him off the play. And then Singleton down to the 16-yard line before we catch him. 34 yards, excuse me. Or 33 to the 16. Tech in the red zone again, leading by 7, looking for more. They hand it off to Alexander, straight ahead running. Down close to the 10 before we make the stop. Moving the ball between the hash marks.
Boy, and that is the story right now. Over 210 yards on the ground. We knew coming in this Tech running game, a lot of movement, a lot of pulling linemen, very complex running scheme. They have gashed us.
Over 200 given up for the second week in a row. UMass over 200 last week. Tech, 2nd down and 5 on the Georgia 11. King takes the snap out of the shotgun, and he's going to score right down the hash. He moved to his right, just waited for the hole to open, Z, and he just skirted in 11 yards for the touchdown.
Same play we have seen all night long. Fake the jet sweep, quarterback trap. We have no answer. Tech just has dominated this football game in the trenches.
Well, that may have done it. At least a lot of the fans think so. They're heading for the exits after that one. Only 5:37 to go, and Tech for the point after. And the kick is good, and it's back to a 14-point lead. 27-13, Georgia Tech in front of the 7th-ranked Dogs with 5:37 to go on our home field. Our second half is brought to you by First Franklin Financial, serving our neighbors since 1941. Back after this timeout on the Georgia Bulldogs Sports Network.
Hey Bulldog fans, cue the shine and savings. The new Zips Car Wash app is available for download. Keeping your ride sparkling clean has never been more rewarding. Get the free Zips app and earn points for every in-app purchase, including memberships. Then turn those points into free car wash rewards. Download the app today and your first wash is free. Visit Apple App Store or Google Play Store and search Zips Car Wash now. Zips Car Wash, proud sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs.
With Northside Hospital, you can look forward to new beginnings, look ahead to comeback seasons, and look up for hope and strength. Northside welcomes you into our community of care, guided by one clear direction, a mission to heal. Led by our expertise in maternity, heart, cancer, orthopedics, and more, you can move into tomorrow with confidence. For a healthier future together, look to Northside Hospital.
It's college football season, so you need all the energy you can get. Luckily, Georgia Power knows a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
Hello, I'm Neil Pruitt, Chairman and CEO of Pruitt Health. We believe family makes us stronger. Pruitt Health has served families and communities throughout the Southeast for more than 50 years. If you're looking for skilled nursing, home health, or hospice care, count on our caregivers to provide the personalized plan your loved one needs. Learn more, visit PruittHealth.com. Pruitt Health is a proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs.
Back here at Sanford Stadium, it's 27-13, Georgia Tech in front of Georgia with 5:37 to go in the game. Piedmont Healthcare offers you exceptional, hassle-free care closer to home. Piedmont, the official healthcare provider of UGA Athletics. Well, Tech's already got one 100-yard rusher, and that's the quarterback, Haynes King. Jamal Haynes, who limped off on that last drive, has 89 yards. Tech has gashed the Dogs on the ground for 225 yards. Third straight game, Georgia's allowed a 100-yard rusher. Tennessee's Dylan Sampson went over 100. Georgia won that game. UMass's John Jalen went over 100, or Jalen John, went over 100 last week. Georgia won that game. Haynes King over 100 tonight. This one's still in jeopardy, as the Jackets will kick it away and through the end zone, and the Dogs will take a touchback. 75 yards in 6 plays, the drive for Georgia Tech at 2:41. Haynes King, the quarterback, with an 11-yard sprint into the end zone for the score. That's the Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Call Georgia Metals today. Say roof, roof, roof for your Bulldogs discount.
Dogs still with 3 timeouts, 5:37 left on the clock.
First and 10 at the 25. 2 scores down. You got to go fast. Roderick Robinson in the backfield. It'll be passing duty for Carson Beck, and he will throw on first down. And incomplete to Arian Smith near the 40. Reached out one hand. Maybe got a hand on it near the Georgia sideline. But the pass is off target, or the route was running properly, and it's incomplete.
The deep out there by Arian, a little slow coming out of the break. Didn't look like he got out clean.
Second and 10 for the Dogs. Clock stops with 5:32 remaining. Beck to throw again. Lobs it short over to the 30-yard line to Nate Frazier, who's able to use his legs and his speed a little bit, gets the ball between the hash marks. No, it's Roderick Robinson, up. Well, he used his speed as well, up to the 45, maybe the 46-yard line. He got 21 on the play, first down for the Dogs. Beck to throw it again quickly. The Dogs go. He finds Dominic Lovett open near midfield on the Georgia sideline. He catches it, feet in bounds, and hops out of bounds at the 49. That's only a 3-yard pickup. It'll stop the clock for a moment. Now it's cranked up again. He got 3. It's second down at 7 from the 49 for Georgia. Beck to throw. A little bit deeper down the field to Lawson Lucky. He makes the catch, falling down at the Tech 34. Lucky with the grab, and the Dogs move into Tech territory quickly. Burrell, the cornerback, on the tackle for the Yellow Jackets, as Lucky was falling down on the catch at the 34, 17 yards on the game. Dogs still moving fast. Beck to throw it, and he just throws it away. He looked right, turned to the left, and just chunked it downfield in the direction of Arian Smith and just threw it, I think, intentionally out of bounds on this near sideline.
Yeah, good quick decision there by Carson. Didn't like his pitcher downfield. Had a safe spot to put the football, just throwing that one away.
4:23 on the clock. Stopped with that incompletion. 2nd down and 10 from the Tech 34. Beck with Cash Jones in the backfield. Carson to throw. Dumps it off to Cash. Caught at the 30 to the middle of the field on the near hash. Hit at the 25, down to the 24, maybe the 23. Jackson Hamilton made the tackle for Georgia Tech, a transfer from Louisville, the linebacker. It is on the 23. He got 11. It's another first down for the Dogs. They're speeding down the field. Throw it out to the right side. It's caught by London Humphreys. He's got blocking on the far edge, a little bubble screen, and Humphreys veers inside the numbers and tackled at the 17-yard line by one of the linemen, Vandenberg. But the Dogs poked their heads into the Massey-Ferguson red zone again at the 17. Here we go. Snap it again. Back to throw. He bounces for the end zone. Hit, caught. Touchdown. Love it. Reaching up high, 5 yards deep. Pulls it down. Hangs onto the ball and gives the Dogs 6.
Boy, the Dogs Tech was more than content just to give us checkdowns coming down the field as they were playing kind of a prevent defense. Dogs did exactly that. Then Tech got back into their normal defense once we got into the red zone. They've been susceptible all year long to verticals and deep digs inside the hash marks. Dogs exploited a couple of times in a row and score quick, and there's still a little bit of life in the red and black.
Love it. High pointed that ball, took a shot as he was coming down, hung on for the score. Here's the point after try. Peyton Woodring kicking it to the west end zone. And it's up and good. And that Georgia touchdown brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. There's still time left. 3:39 to go. It's a 7-point game again, 27-20 now. Georgia Tech in front. They've led all night. The Dogs move quickly, lightning fast. 158 on a 75-yard, 8-play drive. And a 17-yard hookup. Carson Beck to Dominic Lovett for the touchdown. That's the Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Call Georgia Metals today and say roof, roof, roof for your Bulldogs discount. 3:39. Could some sort of a miracle happen in the next 3:39? The Tech offense hasn't shown any cracks at all tonight. They've just dominated, running the football, time of possession. They've had the ball almost 35 minutes of this game tonight, and they've rushed for 225. Haynes King has been a player for the Yellow Jackets tonight. Dogs to kick it away, 3:39 to play, 27-20. Woodring booms it high, end over end, going to come down on the 2. Singleton wants to return it to the 10, 15, behind the wall, changes directions to the 20. We hit him sideways at the 21-yard line, and down he goes right there. Tech with another player slow to get up. Quintavious Johnson, a freshman, made the hit on special teams for the Dogs. Tech with the ball. Now you got to start looking at the clock with 3:33 to go, and you got to start monkeying with your timeouts a little bit if you don't get stops. Tech has moved the ball consistently all night. 24 first downs in the game for the Yellow Jackets. They'll start at their own 22-yard line.
Dogs with all 3 timeouts and a 2-minute timeout as well. We can stop the clock 4 times.
Dogs defensive line shifts. Tech moves, false start on the Yellow Jackets as they bowl the play dead. 5-yard penalty on the Yellow Jackets.
False start. Offense. Number 54, 5-yard penalty. First down.
That's on the veteran right tackle, Jordan Williams from Gainesville, Georgia. Moved early. Ball's on the 17, 1st and 15 for Georgia Tech. 3:33 still on the clock.
Well, Dogs had a bunch of fans that started to head for the exit, but stadium still loud.
Yeah, got to be still at least 3/4 full, maybe a little bit more than that. It's a 7-point game. Tech in front, 27-20. Last 3:33 of the regular season. Handoff to Singleton. around the right edge, but not very far. We stack him up just across the line of scrimmage, led by the linebacker C.J. Allen. At the 18-yard line, he got a yard. Singleton just ran into a wall of Georgia defenders on this right side. Clock moving at 3:12, 3:11, 3:10. Tech taking their time, just letting the seconds tick away. 20 on the play clock, 19, 18. Game clock's at 3 minutes now. Second down and 13 for the Yellow Jackets. They're on their own 18-yard line. Dogs need another stop here. Motion man to the near side. King drops back with time in the pocket. Looks to the right. Looks downfield. He throws in. It's caught, I think. Georgia Tech coming to the near sideline. Yes. Abdul Jannah. A great catch by Jannah, his first of the night. We had a man draped all over him, Daniel Harris, and King slipped that ball right in there up at the 31-yard line.
Well, nothing you can do about that. That was great coverage there by Daniel Harris. Just a better throw and a better catch. As Tech now 3rd and 1. See if the Dogs can step up and get a stop.
He got 12. He needed 13. 3rd down, a yard to go. Fake the sweep and run it like they've done all night. This time we hit King with Dan Jackson. We hit him, but I think he got the first down. He didn't get Georgia comes out of the pile with the ball. Georgia's got the ball. King coughed it up. Georgia's got the ball. Oh, my goodness.
It was it Dan Jackson that delivered the blow? Just absolutely hammered Haynes King. We didn't see the football come out from up here. We're about to watch it on replay.
Dan Jackson with a brilliant blow hit King, the quarterback, right in the chest, and he dropped the ball. And then it was loose in the pile, and the Dogs have possession at the Georgia Tech 33-yard line.
Well, that ball sat on the turf for an eternity. Nobody knew where the football was.
Wow. Well, Georgia set themselves up for a comeback. Can they finish it? 2 minutes to go. We're at the 2-minute timeout. 27-20. Georgia Tech leads Georgia. The Dogs just got the ball on the turnover. We've got a time here at Sanford Stadium. Our second half tonight brought to you by First Franklin Financial, serving our neighbors since 1941. We're back for the finish after this on the Bulldogs Sports Network.
Kick off your game with Georgia Peanuts. Power-packed with protein, essential nutrients, and great taste, Georgia Peanuts are the MVP for affordability, sustainability, and nutrition. To score life touchdowns while cheering on the Dogs, look for Georgia Peanuts in Sanford Stadium concessions or visit gapeanuts.com to order online. This message is brought to you by the family farmers of the Georgia Peanut Commission. Peanuts! Get your peanuts! They're not just the Bulldogs, they're your Bulldogs. Customize your Wells Fargo debit card or open an account today and show your Bulldogs pride with every purchase. Get started at wellsfargo.com/Bulldogs. Wells Fargo is proud to be the official sponsor of the Georgia Bulldogs. Copyright 2024. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Georgia Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
It's college football season, so you need all the energy you can get. Luckily, Georgia Power knows a thing or two about saving energy. We understand that energy costs are an important part of your budget. That's why we're dedicated to providing tools and assistance that can help make a difference, so you can save your energy for the game. Visit georgiapower.com/myenergy to learn more.
Minutes to go. Dogs with their first takeaway of the night. Haynes King coughed it up on the hit by Dan Jackson. Let's pause 10 seconds. Station identification, Bulldog Sports Network. Quarter recap brought to you by Ag South, Ag Georgia, Southwest Georgia Farm Credit, loans for land and farms. To this point, Georgia has outscored Tech here in the quarter 14-10 and outgassed them on the field in yardage totals as well. 148 total yards for Georgia here in the fourth period, 78 yards for Georgia Tech. The Dogs just forced a turnover. That's the first of the game for the Yellow Jackets. And now Georgia on the Tech 32-yard line with an opportunity here in the last 2 minutes to try to tie or win the ball game.
Georgia has been confirmed.
So during the timeout, were they reviewing that? It took a while. They wait until after the media break to make the announcement. I never even saw an announcement they were reviewing it.
It was pretty clear. That ball came out as soon as Dan Jackson hit him.
Did Chambliss recover it?
Chaz Chambliss recovered it.
They put 5 seconds on the clock as well, so they're going to have another timeout at 2 minutes. So they've added 5 seconds. It says 2:05 on the clock.
And Dogs still with all 3 of their timeouts. Tech has got 2.
Dogs on the Tech 32 after the fumble by the Tech quarterback. Here we go. 4 receivers set, 2 to each side. Roderick Robinson in the backfield. Beck talking to his line. Now back in the shotgun. They snap it. Carson wants to run to the 30, 29. They grab his leg as he got through the hole. He falls forward close to the 28. Thomas Gore, the Miami transfer, makes the tackle for Georgia Tech. And they put the ball on the 29. It was a 3-yard run. And now we do have another stoppage of play at the 2-minute timeout.
That was a design quarterback draw all the way. Tech had one linebacker in the middle as we spread them out. He went with Nate Frazier, so if Carson Beck could have gotten through the line of scrimmage, would have had some green grass to run, but couldn't break through that initial wave.
Yeah, Gore just got enough of his leg and was able to hang on to catch Carson Beck. The official said this second 2-minute timeout will be just a 30-minute variety, so we keep it right here. And we will continue play. 2 minutes to go, 27-20. Georgia Tech leading Georgia here in the fourth quarter. The Yellow Jackets have led all night long. Georgia trying to take advantage of a late opportunity they created on defense, forcing a turnover. Dan Jackson forced it. Chaz Chambliss recovered the fumble by the Tech quarterback, Haynes King, and trying to cash in on that opportunity here. We need 7 to tie. On the Georgia Tech 29-yard line, 2nd and 7 for the Dogs. Beck in the shotgun, snap back. They shoot the gap. They bring pressure. He throws far sideline. Caught, I think, then dropped. And now a flag down. On the far sideline, Dominic Lovett had it hit his body. The ball came out, and then the flag came in right about the same time.
Defense, number 16. First down.
Saeed Gibbs, who was shaken up earlier in the game, just a few moments ago, as a matter of fact, is called for pass interference on Georgia Tech. That'll be a 15-yarder or down to the 14-yard lines where they'll mark it off, and that'll put the Dogs inside the Massey Ferguson red zone with 1:54 to go.
And there was no doubt about that. Dominic Lovett ran a out and up and just got mauled. Tech brought pressure there. Carson barely got that out of his hands before the Tech defender made contact with him.
Beck in the shotgun. Robinson in the backfield. Play fake. Beck wants to keep it. He's got a man trying to tackle him and rip the ball out. Monroe Freeland grabs him around the hips and drives the Georgia quarterback forward to the 13-yard line.
Boy, give Monroe Freeland some credit right there. That was about to be a 5-yard loss. Monroe Freeland just essentially just willed Carson Beck forward back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, Romello Height almost had Beck behind the line of scrimmage, but Georgia's left tackle wouldn't let it happen. We got a yard. It's 2nd and 9. Clock moving at 1:20. Beck in the shotgun. Bounces on the hash. Looking. Puts it in the air, and it's batted down right in front of him. Tech had two big linemen right in front of Beck, about 2 or 3 yards away, and it may have been Yunjuan and Height. One of those guys batted the ball at the line of scrimmage.
Boy, great coverage there by Georgia Tech. Nowhere for Carson Beck to go with the football until the pocket finally just collapsed on him and he had to get rid of him.
3rd and 9 from the Tech 13. Got to get it in the end zone. Got a minute and 13 to do it. 27-20, Tech in front. Beck with Cash Jones in the backfield. They send Arian Smith in motion to the right. Beck in the pocket, moving to the near side. He's going to run 15, 10, sideline 5. They grab his leg and trip him out of bounds. Where at the 4? He's short of the first down. It's going to be 4th and about a yard. No, they moved it to the 3. They say 3-yard line. Tech's defender is protesting. Height can't believe it. He's unhappy with the line judge who spotted it at the 3, and that gives Georgia a first down. Goal to go at the 3.
Well, they may come back and look at this one. Not sure if Carson stepped out of bounds at the 5. Dogs up at the line of scrimmage. No indication that they're going to look at it yet, though.
Ready to play. It's goal to go. 3.5 for Georgia. 1:06 to play. Snap back to Beck. Throws it. Far side. Caught, I think. Touchdown! Touchdown! Dominic Lovett right on the goal line. They belted him after he caught it and knocked him back to the 1, but it was too late. He broke the plane on the catch. Touchdown, Dogs. We're a point away from tying this thing up for the first time tonight.
It was a rub route on the outside. There wasn't much room to throw that football, but Dominic Lovett catches it an inch over the goal line for 6 points.
Lovett's 5th catch of the night. 2nd touchdown. That score by Georgia brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. Point after try to tie it by Peyton Woodring with 61 seconds to go. Beck will hold. Bo Gardner will snap it. The kick is away, and the kick is good. We are tied at 27. Oh, man. It's taken all night to get here. Dogs were down 17-0 at half. It's 27-27 with 61 seconds to play in the last home game of the regular season against your arch rival. The Dogs took advantage of the fumble and went 32 yards in 5 plays in 1:01. Scored the touchdown on the 3-yard throw from Beck to Lovett. That's the Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Call Georgia Metals today and say roof, roof, roof for your Bulldogs discount.
Dogs right now showing the heart of a champion. We'll tell you, I think everybody in this stadium, if you would have asked, we're going to come back and tie this thing up, the answer would have been a resounding no, but somehow the Dogs find a way to make plays when they needed to make plays. Still a minute left, and you've got a Tech team with 2 timeouts remaining that have moved the ball almost at will tonight.
Woodring to kick it off. Angles it to this near side. It's going to bounce about a foot deep in the end zone. Tech will take the touchback. So Georgia Tech with 1:01 on the clock. They only need a field goal to win the game. 27-27. Don't look at me like that.
Tech has got the wind behind their back. We've seen how tough it is kicking into that wind.
Scoreboard says make noise. So Sedford Stadium obliges. Tech shifts on its offense. They send a tight end to the right. Dogs defensive line shifts to the right as well. King pulls it down, wants to run. Meandering his way up the field across the 25. We stack him up, finally get him down. A generous 3-yard gain for Haynes King. Nazir Stackhouse leading the Georgia defense on the tackle. Brent Key out on the field on the far sideline for Georgia Tech. Clock moving, 39, 38, 37. We're tied at 27. Tech got 3. Second down and 7. King drops back, dumps it off. He's got a man open at the 28, caught to the 40, to the 45, and sprinting out of bounds is Chase Lane, the Texas A&M transfer, running all alone and into the boundary for the Yellow Jackets to stop the clock with 25 seconds to go up to their own 45-yard line.
Quick decision there by Haynes King just to get to his check down. Dogs, everybody was back trying to guard for the big play, but still plenty of time here, still 2 timeouts left to get into field goal range if you're Tech.
He got 17 yards. Georgia wants a timeout. Before they snap it, Georgia calls timeout. 25 seconds to play in regulation. Tied at 27, Tech in Georgia. The Yellow Jackets led by 17 at halftime. It was 17-0. First time the Dogs have been shut out in the first half in 5 years. They only need a field goal to win it. Aiden Burr is their kicker, a redshirt sophomore from Texas. And his long this season is 51 yards. Tech has the second worst field goal percentage in the ACC this year. Burr's missed a bunch. Came into the game 11 of 17 and 1 for 3, 50 plus. And again, his long on that lone make from 50 plus is 51 yards. 25 seconds to go. We're not at that point yet. Tech on the Yellow Jacket 45-yard line. They're moving to our right. Dogs with 4 men up on the line. They snap it. King in the pocket with time. Throws it. A one-handed catch. And now the ball came out. The ball is loose on the turf. They're saying incomplete at the Georgia 47-yard line.
There's a crossing route there for Georgia Tech. Haynes King thought about running that. Dogs hemmed him up. King got his eyes back up and delivered a pretty good ball there that just couldn't be brought in.
Jamal Haynes, the running back, made a nice grab, took several steps, then the ball came out. He left the game grabbing at his low back and walking funny to the sideline. They're not reviewing that last play. Called an incompletion on the field. 18 seconds to go. It's 2nd and 10. Tech snaps. Here comes pressure. The ball's in the air. May have been tipped at the line. Georgia deflected the ball. Gabe Harris may have gotten a piece of that one, at least the way he was reacting. That ball just flutters dead, incomplete at midfield. Nobody near it. The Dogs brought pressure, and Haynes King unable to get that pass off cleanly. C.J. Allen was the guy that came in and got a piece of that.
Boy, C.J. Allen just ran right through Georgia Tech running back that was trying to pick him up. Destroyed him to get in to disrupt that play.
13 seconds to go in regulation. Tech has 2 timeouts remaining. They're on their own 45-yard line. Snap. King in the pocket, dumps it over the middle, crossing route to the speedy Singleton at the 45. He gets to the corner, to the 50, over midfield into Georgia territory and runs out of bounds at the Dogs 45 and a half. Clock with 7 seconds to go.
Dogs brought pressure right there. Just a quick crossing route. You're right, to get it into Singleton's hands. We just couldn't catch him.
They got 9 3/4 yards to the Georgia 45 and a half. 7 seconds to go. Tech's offense looking to their sideline on the far side of the field. We're tied at 27. Dogs just trying to get it to overtime. Somebody's calling a timeout, I think.
I think Brent Key came out and called timeout to talk about this play. They've got really 1, maybe 2 plays to get into field goal range.
Ball is spotted down just shy of the Georgia 45. They put it on the far hash. Tech moving to the east end zone. Going down to the wire here between the hedges. Tied at 27. It's going to be 4th down for the Yellow Jackets. They're going to bring the sticks out. Yeah, you don't see that much anymore. They're going to bring the chains out and measure. And it looks like he's definitely short. They stretch it out. How short is he? Well, the referee's bobbling the football, moving it all over the grass. They stretch the chain out. It's going to be less than a yard. Tech needs to get to the 34 if they can for a 51-yard field goal. Wind would be at the back of Burr if they decide to try to kick it. 51 is the long for Aiden Burr this year, the Tech kicker. And you got 7 seconds left, and they have 2 timeouts. Maybe they'll do like the Bears did yesterday.
Just go to the locker room with a timeout in your pocket.
Or maybe 2. Coach got fired after that. Did Tech call a timeout? Okay, they called a timeout after the measurement. So they should have 1 remaining. So an extended break here, back-to-back timeouts and a measurement for the 1st down. It's 4th down and less than a yard to go. Probably about a foot to go, as a matter of fact. The ball just outside the Georgia 45-yard line.
Kirby Smart is in the middle of that defensive huddle, just emphatically giving directions.
They break the huddle. Georgia's defense back on the field. Georgia Tech still huddled up on the far side at the numbers around some of their coaching staff, including their head coach, Brent Key. All right, 7 seconds. 4th down. Tech with the offense. Out on the field still. King in the shotgun. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Now another timeout. Georgia will use another time.
Well, the chess game has started here.
Still 7 seconds on the clock. Well, prior to that timeout, Georgia had a nickel defense out on the field with Everett, Jackson, Bolden, Starks, and Harris in the secondary. You had 4 linebackers and 2 down linemen. Let's check in with Shock on the sideline, brought to you by attorney Ken Nugent. DJ.
Fellas, one thing to watch for here is if we play press on the outsides. Remember earlier when Georgia Tech was trying to stop us before the half, they were playing a lot of off coverage and giving up stuff. I think we're going to press the guys on the outside so we don't give them that easy access to throw it to the sideline and get more yards.
I think that's a good call. I mean, Tech would probably really have nothing to lose if they decide to go with a deep ball here. At worst, you probably end up in overtime. And at best, you either complete a long pass, you get some kind of a freakish score, or you close in with time on the clock and a chance to kick a field goal. Here we go. Snap back to King. They throw it, and it's batted down at the line of scrimmage, and the ball will go over on downs with 4 seconds left. C.J. Allen batted it down again. That's a couple of deflections in the last few plays by the Georgia linebacker from Barnesville, Georgia. Georgia football at our 45 and a half with 4 seconds to go.
Boy, great job by C.J. Allen. Almost picked that off. Got up high to knock it down and almost stuck.
So you just sling a Hail Mary here?
After you don't have enough time to run a play and get into field goal range, so just load it up and let it rip.
I like it. Dogs have the ball. Turnover on downs. Tech has 3 men on the line of scrimmage right now. And now Georgia will use its last timeout. Well, you can't go home with them, Chicago Bears. So the Dogs use them all here with 4 seconds to go in regulation. 27-27. Took all night to catch these guys, but the Dogs caught them with a flurry here in the 4th. A huge turnover late in the game, and they cashed that in and got the game-tying score eventually.
Yeah, huge hit by Dan Jackson on Haynes King, who has just torn us up tonight. 22 rushes, 107 yards, 2 touchdowns on the ground. Has had a good night throwing the football. But when we needed it most, Dan Jackson came in, put his helmet right on the football. Chaz Chambliss able to alertly see it and pounce on it.
35 degrees right now and getting colder. It's not going to warm up any, but a lot of the fans here, they're warming up their own way. 4 seconds to go. Beck in the shotgun. Robinson in the backfield. 4 receivers set. Tech rushes 3. Beck in the pocket. Tech going to hit him from behind. The ball is out. Georgia going to fall on it. A 3-man rush got to Beck on the last play of regulation. And as he was raring to throw it downfield for the Hail Mary, Tech reached in and got Beck's throwing arm and knocked the ball loose. Georgia recovers it, and that's the end of regulation. Tied at 27, and we've got a break. Overtime coming up. We haven't had this in a while. In fact, the last overtime game, you might recall it, 2019 against South Carolina. I didn't like the result of that one. Let's hope for a better outcome. 27-27, Georgia and Georgia Tech going to overtime in Athens. Back after this on the Bulldog Sports Network.
This is Coach Kirby Smart. The decision-making process between an elite athlete and a school takes time. You can rely on stats and research, but sometimes you just get a gut feeling about the person across from you, their unshakable desire to be elite. It's when game recognizes game.
Take your game to elite levels with the power and performance of the Ford F-150, the official truck of your Georgia Bulldogs. See your local Ford dealer today.
Ford F-150, built Ford tough. Go Dogs.
When you need mealtime inspiration, it's worth shopping Kroger for thousands of appetizing ingredients that inspire countless mouth-watering meals. And no matter what tasty choice you make, you'll enjoy our everyday low prices. Plus, extra ways to save, like digital coupons worth over $600 each week and up to $1 off per gallon at the pump with points. So you can get big flavors and big savings. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
All right, going to overtime in Athens. Kind of a rarity. Kirby Smart's 4th overtime game coming up. The Dogs are 1-2 in overtime under Kirby. We had a couple in the 18th season, and then we had one in 2019. And that's, in fact, the last time the Dogs lost a home game to South Carolina, went to double overtime. Since that time, Georgia's won every home game it's played, 30 in a row, trying to extend that to 31 tonight. So the overtime rules, at least to get started, each team will get a shot from the 25-yard line. No clock, no game clock. The officials right now are meeting at the middle of the field. They'll send out a captain from each team for a coin toss to determine who gets the ball first. And going out for Georgia, it looks like it'll be Tate Ratledge. But they haven't sent the captains to the middle of the field yet. And now referee Jeff Heiser is motioning for the captains to be escorted to the middle of the field. And we'll listen in. Shock's going to the middle of the field too. DJ, honorary captain for the Dogs. We're going to listen in on the coin toss. Let's throw it down to Shock.
Gentlemen, this is overtime, okay? Both teams are going to have possession to start before we get there. Offense, defense, or your choice of which way you want to go based on the coin toss, okay? After that, we play normal football. If we have to go to a second overtime, on the try, you got to go for 2. We go to a third, alternating possession, whoever wins at that. Any questions? You're the visiting team. What's it? Again, head, tail. What is your call? Heads. Heads is the call. Heads is the call. Heads is the call. It is heads. It's heads. More defense. They want defense. Which way you want to go? Okay. Georgia will go this way.
Dogs get the ball first.
All right, Shock. Thanks a lot. Georgia will have the ball on offense, the first possession in overtime, and they'll work towards the east end zone, down to far right end of the field. 27-27. Overtime in Athens, Tech in Georgia. Game number 116 in the long history of this series. It started back in 1893. And certainly this one is turning out to be as meaningful as any of them. My goodness. It was 17-0 at the half, Georgia Tech. Georgia scored 21 in the fourth quarter to tie the game. When that fourth quarter started, across the ribbon scoreboards here in the stadium, it says, "We own the fourth quarter." Well, tonight the Dogs did own the fourth quarter, and they were able to tie the game. Here we go, 1st and 10 at the 25. Snap to Beck. Gonna hand it off, swinging wide to the right is Dwight Phillips. He had to curl way back around to the right side because Tech had great upfield pressure, but Phillips able to turn it into positive yardage. He got 3 to the 22, upended by the safety, Clayton Powell-Lee.
Boy, that play looked like it was going to be a disaster. Extremely quick penetration. It was just a sweep from Georgia, but Phillips had to bow that back about 5 yards to get away from the Tech defender. Somehow found a way to get a 3-yard pickup.
Got to keep the intensity in overtime. Frazier's in the backfield now for Georgia. We send Lucky in motion to the left. Snap back to back. Toss it to Frazier. Nate almost stumbles, had to put his hand on the turf to keep his balance and keep moving forward, and he'll pick up 2 to the 20. Stopped by Tatum, the linebacker. So now it's going to be 3rd and 5 for the Dogs at the 20-yard line.
Toss sweep into the boundary, just nowhere to go, and good pursuit there by Tech. Now Dogs 3rd and 5.
Need a first down here. Georgia tonight 5 of 11 on 3rd down. We're in overtime, 27 apiece. Cash Jones in the backfield, 3rd and 5 at the 20. Snap it back to Beck. He will throw, and it's caught by Cash on the near sideline. He turns to the boundary and gets out of bounds, maybe inside the 15 at the 14-yard line, and it's a first down. Tatum was in coverage and pursued him out of bounds.
Boy, just an out route out of the backfield by Cash Jones. Got the matchup that we wanted on the linebacker, and great hands and great job getting vertical after the catch for the first down.
They spot it just inside the 15. Dogs work officially now in the Massey Ferguson red zone. Split backfield on first down for the Dogs. Jones moves in motion to the right, now back in position and in motion to the left. Beck, pump fake, looks to the end zone. And caught London Humphreys at the 2 and into the end zone, standing up. Touchdown, fireworks. The Dogs take the lead for the first time tonight in overtime.
Boy, that ball came out of Carson Beck's hands, and I thought it was getting picked. Threw that into coverage, but London Humphreys able to slip right underneath the safety for Georgia Tech and go up and catch it. Tell you, after all the drops tonight, 2 great catches there, one by Cash Jones, one by London Humphreys, for the Dogs to take the lead.
Second touchdown catch of the year for Humphreys. Peyton Woodring for the point after. Try to put the Dogs up 7 here in overtime. Gardner, the snap, Beck the hold, Woodring the kick, into the seats, it's good. Georgia 34, Georgia Tech 27, the Dogs in front for the first time in the game. That Georgia touchdown brought to you by Engineered Solutions of Georgia, proud partner of the Georgia Bulldogs. And in overtime, the scoring drive covered 25 yards in 4 plays, a 14-yard strike. Carson Beck to London Humphreys, 4th touchdown pass of the game for Beck. And it's put the Dogs in front for the time being, 34-27. That's the Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Call Georgia Metals today and say roof, roof, roof for your Bulldogs discount.
Well, the Dogs have struggled stopping this Tech offense all night. Tech ended regulation, 508 yards of total offense. Can the Dogs find a way like they've been doing much of the fourth quarter?
Tech has to do their offensive damage in the loudest part of the stadium. They're driving into the east end zone, into the student section where the noise can be deafening. They need a touchdown and an extra point to send it to a second overtime. Tech on the 25. King, the quarterback. They'll work out of the pistol right now. Haynes lined up behind. Now he shifts to the right. And now we've got motion, I think, on Georgia Tech. Yeah, they throw flags, and it might be a false start. The officials are huddling up.
False start. Offense, number 72. 5-yard penalty. First down.
That was on the center, Weston Franklin, Jessup, Georgia, with a false start. That backs Tech up to the 30.
There's a lot of noise down in that part of the field. You get the quick shift from the Georgia defensive line, just caused the slightest of flinches.
Tech shifts tight ends from right to left. Now they send a receiver in motion to the right. King with a play fake and a short throw to the right to the tight end. Caught at the 25, inside the 20, and tumbled down to about the 16-yard line. That was Big Hawes, who's had some key catches. Linebackers Munden and Walker upended him at the 16-yard line. He got 14 yards.
Boy, just way too much right there. A little play action. Slip Hawes out of the backfield. Nobody was there as that play action just got all the attention of the Dogs linebackers.
First and 10, Tech on the 16. We're in overtime. Georgia leads 34-27. King pulls it down, wants to run to the left. He runs right into Dan Jackson, who closed the edge and slammed the door at the 15-yard line. He got a yard.
And enough for the first down, just on the quarterback keeper, but another big hit there by Dan Jackson as he closed quick.
Ball's just inside the 15, between the hash marks. Tech working to our right. They need a touchdown and an extra point to force another overtime. Tech's offense shifting all over the place. Haynes in the backfield with King. Motion man to the left, that's Rutherford. They hand it off to the running back, Jamal Haynes. He fights for yards down the far hash. And he's piled up around the 12 or 13. Chaz Chambliss, a linebacker from Carrollton, Georgia, makes the stop for the Dogs at the 12, it looks like. When they spot the ball, move everybody out of the way. Yeah, it's right on top of the 12-yard line. Second down and 8 for Tech.
Haynes slow to get up there and kind of hobbled off the field under his own power, but took himself out of the game.
He's been banged up a couple of times tonight. King in the shotgun. Alexander in the backfield now to his left. King wants to throw. He looks to the right. He throws it to the right. It's caught by Singleton at the 6. And then an angle into the end zone for the score.
Boy, just too easy right there. Just from the outside, just a slant route that we had no answer for. Easy catch by Singleton, able to split the rest of the Georgia defense and find pay dirt.
Tech will try to tie it with an extra point to force a second overtime. Here's Aiden Burr, the redshirt sophomore from Kennendale, Texas, to kick it into the east stands on a frigid night here in Athens. Snap, hold, kick. Dang, from this angle, that looked close on the right upright, but it's good. And we go to overtime number 2. Tech puts it in the end zone to send it to another overtime. 12-yard touchdown pass from King to Singleton, a 4-play drive, 25 yards. That's the Georgia Metals drive summary. From a doghouse to a dog's house, Georgia Metals has got you covered. Call Georgia Metals today and say roof, roof, roof for your Bulldogs discount. So we'll switch ends, and now we'll come down to the west end zone. And Tech will have the ball first here in the second overtime. And they'll be working with the game tied at 34. This is where the bulk of the Georgia Tech fans are located, on the northwest section of the stadium. TV timeout right now. And Tech slowly walking its offense down to this end of the field as Georgia walks its defense down. So the Dogs took a lead in overtime. First time tonight they had been in front. Couldn't hold it. Tech with a 12-yard touchdown run, or a touchdown throw, excuse me, from King to Singleton. Georgia's score in overtime was a touchdown pass to London Humphreys. Carson Beck with 4 TD passes tonight. King has a couple of touchdown passes. He's thrown for 303 yards, by the way, for Georgia Tech. He's also rushed for 109 yards. What a game.
Boy, what a game.
King.
What a game. We've had no answer for him or for this Tech offense all night.
So the Tech quarterback has run for 2 scores and thrown for 2 scores. And Tech in overtime number 2 will be on offense at the 25. Boy, a turnover here would be huge, wouldn't it? They run it with Alexander straight ahead into the teeth of the defense and not moving much of anywhere. They let the play go on as the pile was kind of jostled about C.J. Allen, the linebacker. They're saying he got all the way to the 21-yard line.
Boy, that is a unbelievable spot right there. We stood him up about on the line of scrimmage. They just kept letting him play. And it was a late push.
4 yards on the carry for Alexander to the 21. King in the shotgun. Now they have Rutherford in the backfield. He fakes the reverse as he takes the handoff, swings wide to the right. Rutherford inside the 10, spinning inside the 5, down to the goal line, down at the 1. We caught him before he broke the plane.
Boy, we tried to strip the football out. I'm not sure if we got it. I thought it came out for a second.
20-yard run down to the 1. It's goal to goal for Georgia Tech. Just have not been able to stymie their ground attack all night long.
The ball did come out, but bounced right back up into Georgia Tech's hands.
Fortunate bounce for the Yellow Jackets. Their goal to go on the 1 on the far hash. Moving to left. Bring a man in motion. They fake the toss. King will keep it, and he will dive across the goal line straight ahead for the touchdown. He got half his body across into the end zone.
Same handful of plays all night, just zero answer for him.
So Tech takes the lead, 40-34, and now they have to go for 2.
Tech there just faking the toss sweep. And Haynes King patiently waiting for a little bit of a crease to open up, dives into the end zone. From the story of the night.
Tech's offense is walking towards their sideline, and they've used a timeout. Tech will use the timeout. Georgia Tech back in the lead, 40-34. We're in overtime number 2. And we're pending the 2-point try. Well, then Georgia will get the ball back. And if they score, they'll have to go for 2 depending on, well, they'll have to go for 2 regardless, depending on what Tech does, or it doesn't matter at this point. And if you go to overtime number 3, then it's just an exchange of possessions on 2-point tries from the 3-yard line. One play, and that's your chance in overtime. Then the other team gets an opportunity. Tech huddles up, ball's on the 3 on the far hash. Alexander in the backfield. This time King will go under center. 3 receivers to the near side. Bring a man in motion. Throw it. It's batted up and almost intercepted on the 2-point try. Smile Munden rushing upfield, batted that ball in the air. And we had 2 guys running after it. Smile Munden got the deflection, though, and Tech has denied the 2-point conversion. So it's a 6-point Georgia Tech lead. 40-34. Now the Dogs will get the ball at the 25.
Boy, Dogs were all over that. It was a quick Bubble screen to the outside. Dogs read that from the get-go. There was no chance that was going to work.
Georgia puts the ball on the near hash, moving to the west end zone, to our left. Need a touchdown to tie it, and then can possibly win it with the 2-point conversion try. Beck in the backfield in the shotgun with Cash Jones. We send Arian Smith in motion to the far side. Beck with pressure coming on. He's got Jones at the 6. Touchdown right inside the front left pylon. Easy peasy. One and done on that one.
Boy, one and done is right. Great job by Carson Beck moving in the pocket. Georgia Tech brought pressure. Cash Jones just slipped out of the backfield. Nobody was there. Carson Beck, as soon as he escaped that initial rush, able to just float that football up, and Dogs strike quick.
Tied at 40, 25-yard touchdown throw in overtime 2. The Dogs can win here. Ball's on the 3, near hash. Georgia huddles. They break the huddle. Here we go. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Cash Jones in the backfield with Beck. Snap it back. Beck rolls right, looking into the end zone. Off the hands at the goal line, incomplete. London Humphreys couldn't come up with it. Right on the goal line. Harvey, the cornerback, was in coverage. So the 2-point try fails, and we go to overtime number 3.
The Dog sideline is livid that wasn't pass interference. Tech got there early for sure.
Well, they show the replay on the big video board, and that's why you hear all the boos going on. And Georgia on the field at the time, Humphreys kind of rolled out of his, as he went to the turf, he rolled over and kind of threw his arms up as if he was waiting on that flag to come out, but it never did. And we'll go back to the east end of the field now. And overtime number 3, and now it's just alternating possessions until somebody wins the game.
As they alternate sides of the fields here, you've got throngs of media having to hustle down from one end zone to the next.
I'm guessing some of those photographers haven't walked or had to jog this much in a long time. One into the other. 100-yard sprints for you. If they want the shot, they better get down there. Georgia will have it first in overtime number 3. The 4th overtime under Kirby Smart in his 9 years as the head coach at Georgia. Trying to even up our overtime record. Ball's on the 3 on the far hash. We're moving to the right. You get one play to try to score here. Roderick Robinson in the backfield. Beck's talking to him. He works out of the shotgun. Bell to the right, wide side. We bring Humphreys in motion to the near side. Jared Wilson snaps it back to Beck, who looks in the back left corner. Nothing there. Beck moves to his side and throws it into the end zone. The ball is tipped away and incomplete. Ben Urosic was in the front portion of the end zone for Georgia. London Humphreys was in the back corner. Did Tech get a hand on that in the end zone to tip it away? Yeah, they did. A guy jumped up very high to keep it out of London Humphreys' hand in the back left corner and tapped the ball away, broke up the pass.
Yeah, London Humphreys was open in the back corner of the end zone. Really nice play there by Georgia Tech to swat that one away.
That was the safety, Clayton Powell-Lee, who deflected the ball and saved the game temporarily for Tech. Now they get a whack at it. They put the ball between the hash marks on the 3. If they score, they win. If they don't, we go to a 4th overtime. And is Tech going to use a timeout? No, there's a flag down.
Sideline warning against Georgia.
And Tech's using the opportunity to take a quick timeout here, as I think somebody did call one. They did. I guess Tech called a timeout. So now Georgia will huddle up as well. Tech calls a time here. They've got a chance to win the game, or Georgia's got a chance to extend it. 40-40. Overtime number 3 here in Athens tonight. All those folks that left early in the fourth quarter, well, at least I hope you're listening on the way home or wherever you may be. But you're missing a heck of a finish. Yes, they did beat the traffic. But I hope you keep us tuned in here for the finish of the ball game and beyond. Defense needs a stop to extend the game. Tech with the ball between the hash marks down to the far right end of the field on the 3. Haynes King in the shotgun, and Jamal Haynes is back in the backfield to his left. Now we've got whistles, and Georgia wants to call a timeout. Georgia. The whistles are getting a overload tonight. All the officials, multiple timeouts, multiple times. As you called it, Z, that the chess match continues. So Tech came out, showed their personnel and their formation, and Georgia calls a time. So what do you discuss here after you see what they may have been threatening to run?
Well, you're coming out with, all right, if they line up and what they did, right, this is what we expect. Probably talking about a couple of different adjustments off of that. Right now they're looking at what personnel is Tech putting into the football game. So a lot of decisions are being made in a very short time period here.
Well, Georgia either extends the game or Tech wins right here. All right, everybody back out on the field, ready to go. Overtime number 3. Tech flip-flops personnel from right to left. Haynes King in the shotgun, motion man to the right, takes the snap, in the pocket, no pressure, throws it into the end zone, incomplete over the back line of the end zone. Had a man racing along the back line, that was Singleton, and even the speedy Singleton couldn't get to that ball. Just out of his reach, and we go to overtime period number 4.
Once again, we flip-flop sides of the field. Tech will have the ball first here, as no one's been able to punch it in from the 3-yard line.
And tongues are going to be hanging out before too much longer. And I'm talking about the photographers who now have to run back down to the west end zone on this near sideline behind the Georgia bench. You got cameras moving and photographers in white vests trying to jog and hustle, and cameramen
just working off Thanksgiving dinner.
That's yesterday. A good point. Good point. All right, overtime number 4, and it's the same thing as we just saw. It's one play, alternating possessions. Georgia will have it at the 3. They'll position the ball where Georgia likes. Tech's going to go first. So I stand corrected. Tech, I'm losing count here. Tech will go first on offense here in overtime number 4. Getting close to the witching hour here on this Friday night, Thanksgiving weekend. Tech puts the ball between the hash marks on the 3. And Georgia with this defensive front of Michael Williams, Warren Brinson, tying Dawkins, and then Jalen Walker, his jersey dirtied up with a lot of grass stains. He's in one linebacker gap, Allen the other. And here we go. 2 receivers left on the near side. They send Singleton in motion. That's Rutherford, excuse me. They snap. King's hit as he throws. It's incomplete. There's a flag down behind the play in the Tech backfield. Trying to go to the tight end in the front left corner, Hawes. And that ball was nowhere near. What's the flag about?
There is no foul for roughing the passer. The try is incomplete.
All right.
That's a good no call.
King was being hit just after he let it go.
That's a great no call. There was a little bit of a hand to the back, but
up around the shoulder, and King tried to sell it into more than it was, maybe.
Good decision there. Good call by the referees to wave that one off. That would have been a travesty.
All right, Georgia for a chance to win the game. We're at 40, tied in overtime. Number 4. Dogs get it across the goal line. They'll win this one. 2 receivers wide to the right. Cash Jones in the backfield. The ball's on the near hash on the 3. Now we put Arian Smith over on the right side. Beck takes the snap, looking, plenty of time, moves to his left, now his right. He's going to run. He's at the 15, he's at the 10. There's a flag down. He's hit at the 6. He falls forward as he jumps in the air down to the 2. There's a flag down, probably a hold. He didn't get in anyway.
Holding offense number 73. That penalty's declined. Try is no good.
Well, just absolutely nothing there for Carson Beck, as he was trying to scramble around, get one of his guys open. Never happened.
Overtime number 5, back down on the east end zone. Georgia's offense stays out there. They'll get the first crack at it.
Dogs are now 0 for 4.
Now you're just starting to get antsy a little bit here as you keep getting deeper and deeper into the overtime. This time the ball's on the far hash at the 3. I'm watching our linemen jog back out onto the field. I'm not sure how much gas they have left in the tank. Hopefully enough for one more punch in. 40-40. This is the 4th or 5th overtime. I've lost count. It's 5. Number 5. Dogs with a 2-point try to take the lead. And then Tech will get a crack, regardless of Georgia's outcome. We break the huddle. 4 receivers to the right, see?
Dogs have gone straight drop back last couple of times. Haven't been able to find anybody getting open.
4 to the right, 1 to the left. Beck in the shotgun, snap it back, looking all alone for Dylan Bell. He caught it on the slant from the left. 3 yards deep in the end zone. Dylan Bell with the conversion.
Dogs went empty there. Tech brought pressure, so vacated the middle. Just had a quick slant on. Great read by Carson Beck. It's exactly where you need to go with the football, and finally we convert a 2-point conversion.
Dylan Bell with the catch on the 3-yard strike. Dogs have a 42-40 lead in overtime number 5. Now Tech will get a go at it. Now the defense is out there asking for noise. 1 play. You either tie or we go to 6 overtimes. We got a basketball game later today. Come on, man. You're killing me, Smalls. All right, Tech out on the field. Dogs get a stop, they win. They don't, we play on. Tech shifts from right to left, a couple of tight ends. King from the 3, middle of the field between the hashes. King snap, looking, no pressure, throws it into the end zone, it's caught. Rutherford.
Boy, just all day for King to survey the field. There, easy pitch and catch as we lost Rutherford in the end zone. Then we flip fields one more time, and Tech will have it first.
42-42 as Tech converts to send us back to the west end zone. And that jog back and forth for all the photographers and press people is getting slower and slower. Let's go down to Shock on the sidelines, brought to you by attorney Ken Nugent. DJ, what do you have left?
I know, right? I'm just thinking the last few times when we were able to get stops, we didn't play man, we played a lot of zone. Similar to both teams on that, both 2-point plays. Georgia Tech would cover 0, we went man as well, and it's hard to do it and try to create it there. So I wonder if Georgia's going to play zone here, like everything's sitting in front of them, or they try to play man and come at them again. See, I mean, you understand how easy it is when they cover 0, and that's what they did last time.
Yeah, but both teams, you're right, Shock. Switch up. Everybody was playing zone, couldn't find anywhere to go. Tech then goes 0. We get the one-on-one we like. We convert. Same thing. We go man defensively, not able to get to the Tech quarterback King, but he's got time to go survey the field, and just very, very difficult to stay on your guys for that long.
Dogs bring Warren Brinson off the field. And we've got Ingram Dawkins and Michael Williams as the two true linemen. And now Georgia wants to call a timeout before Tech snaps the football here in the 6th overtime.
30 seconds in length.
Yeah, Georgia didn't like the alignment there. Got a little bit out of position, so Kirby Smart very quickly pulling the trigger on calling that timeout.
We were bringing Brinson off the field. I couldn't see who we ran on in his place. I didn't catch the number. And then they called time before Tech could snap it. We're tied at 42. And this is the birth of overtime number 6 here at Sanford Stadium. We were tied at 27 at the end of regulation. Each side has added 15 points in all the overtime sessions.
It's getting late. These fans have not lost their mojo at all.
No, they've got more energy than anybody. All right, Tech between the hash marks on the 3, moving to our left. One play. Here comes pressure, and we're going to sack King back at the 15-yard line. We shot a safety. Dan Jackson through the gap, and he gets the sack. King never knew what hit him. Wrapped him up around the ankles and rolled him like an alligator down to the 16.
Well, Shock, I guess that answers a question for us. We said enough of this. Let's end it. We brought everybody. Boa Blitz brought linebackers, brought our safeties. More than Tech could block, finally able to get to Haynes King and put him on the turf. Now let's go end this thing, boys.
Time to win. Let's do it. Ball's on the near hash on the 3. Georgia gets in the end zone, they win. Overtime number 6, 42-42. Break the huddle. Cash Jones in the backfield with Beck. He's got Smith and Lovett to the right and Bell to the left. Now we bring a man in motion, return him. Beck to throw into the end zone. Back of the end zone, off the hands, incomplete. Arian Smith hit him in the hands and he couldn't catch it.
Boy, that's the 3rd one today. Arian Smith, this is a game that he's going to want to forget.
The ball went over. Oh, it went over Dylan Bell. He got a finger on it. And it knocked it off stride for Arian Smith, who was lined up right behind him in the back of the end zone. Bell was in the front of the end zone. And Smith was in the back of the end zone. And the passing line was right over with both of them. Dylan Bell jumped up and flicked the ball with his finger, and it started to wobble, and when it got to Arian Smith's hands, he wasn't able to catch it. So we go to a 7th overtime. Back down on the other end of the field now. There's probably a lot of football fans in this stadium that are just now learning how much fun overtime can be.
Georgia will have it first.
7 overtimes. That's why the rule was put into place, to prevent this kind of thing when you start the alternating possessions. But it's not working tonight. No one can punch it in when the other guy doesn't do it as well. Somebody's got to punch it in when the other guy can't. Georgia will go first here. Down far to our right in the east end zone. Ball's on the far hash on the 3. Rod Robinson in the backfield. Snap it back. Carson Beck fake. Will run it. to the goal line. Did he get in? No, he stopped short at the goal line. They just tried to run it in this time. He got 2 3/4 yards maybe. Couldn't get the 3 to break the plane.
Boy, it's almost like we've run out of plays. Carson Beck just got picked up by a Georgia Tech linebacker, unable to go punch it in. Can the Dogs hold one more time?
Well, that's what it's going to take in overtime number 7. Is it lucky number 7 for Georgia to extend the game or not? 42 apiece. Tech on offense now. Ball's on the far hash for them as well. What do you got left, Dogs? Georgia only has 10 guys on the field. Now they have to run Damon Wilson on late. And Georgia will call a timeout.
Yeah, good timeout for Georgia. Didn't have the right alignment out there.
Georgia.
Oh, this is uncharted territory, and nobody's ever played 7 overtimes in a Bulldog uniform in the history of the sport. So the Dogs call a time. We ran Damon Wilson on late because we only had 10 guys out there for the play. Overtime number 7, 42-42. Both teams have scored 15 points in all the overtimes combined. Both teams also now over 400 yards in total offense. Tech over 500 yards in total offense. Tech huddles, now they break it. At the 3, Haynes King. They shift. They send 4 men out to the left, and a couple of them, maybe all 4 are linemen. They've just got the center there. They snap it. King, play fake, rolls to the right. We chase, throw it into the end zone. Batted away! Broken up by, was that Munden?
Oh, the flag came down.
Flag in the back of the end zone. Munden jumped high in the air, batted the ball away. The referee, Jeff Heiser, is talking to the back judge.
Pass interference. Defense.
Wow.
All the plays at the 1 yard line will try.
I tell you, I am shocked that they threw that flag. That looked like a really good defensive play, especially when they don't call it on Tech a couple of series ago.
Left pad.
So they put the ball,
wow,
just outside the 1, between the 1 and the 2, the 1.5, and Tech gets another play. Look out for Haynes King on this one. 1.5 yards from winning. 42-42, overtime number 7. Motion man comes this way. King gonna keep it. Oh, we hit him behind the line. C.J. Allen faced him up, held him up, and they stop him back at the 3. King tried to run it.
Boy,
didn't work.
Absolutely stacked him up. We've seen that play all night. Fake the jet sweep. Haynes King keeps it and tries to go up the middle. Dogs not having it that time.
We go to an 8th overtime. 42 all, and we'll flip-flop ends of the field again. And here comes the parade of photographers once again.
Yeah, the jog is getting much slower.
That equipment getting heavier and heavier. All right, who's got more energy here, Georgia or Georgia Tech, as we go to overtime number 8? I'm going to need some extended time on my DVR at home. Oh my goodness. Carson Beck tonight, 28 of 43 with all the overtimes, 297 passing, 5 touchdowns. Kind of lost in the shuffle of all the extra play. That has tied the single game record for most touchdown throws in a game. Haynes King 26 of 36 for Tech. 303 passing, 2 touchdowns. And the Tech quarterback has rushed for 110 yards on 24 carries and scored 3 times. All right, here we go. Tech with the ball first. 42-42, overtime number 8. King, we bring pressure again. Chase him out of the pocket. Allen grabs his legs. They catch it in the back corner. Out of bounds, incomplete. Singleton, I think he ended up with the ball. It was a great effort. C.J. Allen with a tremendous blitz. All out, full sprint, chasing down the Tech quarterback, was grabbing at his legs as he was trying to jump and throw. He had Singleton in the back of the end zone. Not sure if he hung onto the ball or not, but he was over the back line of the end zone. It was incomplete either way.
Boy, C.J. Allen had the smallest of slivers to get through somehow. Turns his body just enough to get through untouched, and the speed to go get after Haynes King and disrupt that pass. A couple of really good plays. Can't even call them series anymore. A couple of really good plays from C.J. Allen. All right, Dogs, let's go win this thing.
Dogs can win it here. White Phillips, a receiver, out wide to the right. Ball's on the near hash. Georgia can win here. Snap, handoff, Frazier. Dogs win! Dogs win! Touchdown! Extra point! Whatever you want to call it. This game is over.
Boy, and it's mayhem. The Dogs just mobbing Frazier right now in the end zone. There's media everywhere. What a football game.
44-42 is the final as the fireworks explode atop the stadium. The bench just erupted onto the field. Nate Frazier with a sprint at left guard. He hit top speed as he crossed the goal line. The freshman gets it done in the 8th overtime here in Athens tonight. Clean old-fashioned hate. Oh, it doesn't get any better than that. Dogs were down 17-0 at the half. They get off the deck, force overtime as they scored 21 fourth quarter points, and finally, at last, win the game in the 8th overtime on the 3-yard run by Nate Frazier. Oh, this one's over.
Boy, it is a game that midway through the fourth quarter, you'd say, no way the Dogs are going to go win it. Somehow